But I want to circle back to Sam George, because today the sector minister was before Parliament, giving Parliament an update on the situation. And she calls this a crisis, and it is a crisis. Of course, we've seen improvements today, and that's why we're having a conversation with guests on Zoom. Sam George, when you listen to Ursula Owusu-Ekufo, did you get the confidence that as a country we're on top of this problem?
Not exactly. Listening to Ursula, it was clear that the regulator had failed in their job. It is clear to us that we are at the mercy of the operators. The government has absolutely no control over what will happen or what is going to happen. It comes back to what the regulators, the operators are going to do. The operators of the subsea cables, their decision, their business decision on how to restore capacity on their lines and run their business. Because I made the point on the floor of Parliament that the NCA is basically mirroring the Chamber of Telecoms. I expect my big brother Ken Ashigbe to make comments and issue statements about what the operators are seeking to do, because he's the Chamber of Telecoms. He is an advocate for the operators. I expect the regulator to be telling me what policy initiatives are being introduced to protect the consumer and the rights of the consumer. None of the 4 statements from the NCA have done that. They're basically just telling you the regulators have told, we've had a meeting with the regulators, and this is what the regulators have said.
But in terms of protecting the consumer, isn't that why they say that critical services, they're given the instructions for critical services to receive priority in terms of the allocation of bandwidth? Isn't that to protect the consumer?
So if the regulator, no, you see, and that's the point. I think it was Seshi from the CSA. I don't know if it was Seshi or Maximus who made that point. No, I think it was Ken who made that point, that you could actually give critical infrastructure connectivity. But if the clients of that critical infrastructure don't have connectivity, what have you achieved? So if you give a bank priority and give them connectivity on their systems, or a payments aggregator, you give him access, and the consumer who is supposed to use that service doesn't have access to the service because they don't have connectivity, you've achieved nothing. And you see, the point we must be looking at here, why I say it's a failure of the regulator, is that we shouldn't now be having a conversation of local caches or data exchanges in Ghana. This is something other regulators have worked on as proactive regulators. The NCA has slept on this job. And now we are being told that the things that other regulators have by way of policy implemented in their home countries, making sure that service providers like Facebook, like Twitter, like Netflix, like Amazon have local caches, which first and foremost will even make it cheaper for data for customers when you're using your data to stream, because it's streaming locally vis-a-vis the traffic and the bandwidth that's needed. We've sat down and now we are using this crisis to talk about these things as though they are new policy initiatives that we didn't know we should have implemented. Take it from me. In 5 weeks' time, after the operators have solved their problem, the regulator will go back to sleep.
I mean, Maximo, do you agree with that view?
I don't agree with that view, because you see, you are talking regulators and then a sector, right? So the regulator will not come and do the services, but agree that we need policies in that direction. I'm sure we still have that, because some companies do local hosting of their content and all that. For me, I will indulge Honorable George to keep pushing so that we get some of these platforms to also host locally. And I'm sure he's been championing some of the stuff in the tech space. And that's one thing that we should think about, caching content, so that if I want to consume that particular content, I don't need to go through a pipeline outside of Ghana to consume the same content
but the question is asking is, why are we now saying we will do this in the midst of a crisis? That this is something we should have done in anticipation of something like this?
most of these things are platform, initiatives. So Netflix will say, okay, I guess this much traffic from Ghana or this much traffic from Nigeria. So why don't I cache the content in Ghana so that they consume it locally? Then they will talk to a data center and say, can you host my content in Ghana? I have been in the esports space, and that's one thing we've been talking to even some of the hosting companies, that can you host some of the video games on your platform? So anybody in Ghana who wants to buy a video game, they can download it locally. They don't need to, download it external, of Ghana. For me, it's a private initiative. NCA will not go and build a data center to cache every content that we consume in Ghana on those platforms. Google has their own platform in Ghana. So you realize their services came back on quickly, and some other platforms have the same thing. So for me, these are private initiatives that the regulator will push, and I'm sure there's a policy for that. And these are things that even banks, if a bank service goes down, they suffer more, right? And their customers will also suffer along. But you can't blame the regulator that the banks didn't prepare for that. Right.
But
so
that,
the policy.
but that is
if I could jump in, Maximus,
yes.
I think that you're making the same point I'm making, but failing to place the responsibility somewhere. There's a reason why you have a regulator. The regulator is to enforce standards. So if you agree with me that the best standard in the industry is to have local caches, ask yourself why Google has a local cache here. Ask yourself why Meta has a local cache here. It's simply because there was a political will and a political decision by somebody preceding this minister to engage those companies and say, this is what we want in our country, put it in here. So it is the failure of those sitting there today to engage the likes of Twitter and enforce the minimum, what we'll call best operating practices or standard operating practices in other jurisdictions. Because if you don't have the regulator is, I'm not asking the regulator to build a cache, but the regulator can then put in the policy.
Oh no, but what you are saying is a case study that NCA knows about. But I'm not sure NCA went to Google and said, Google, come and cache here, or Facebook, come and cache your content here. I'm not sure they went there to push. Google has huge traffic coming to Ghana. Facebook is #1 platform, in Ghana in terms of web traffic. And Google, they make a lot of money in Ghana. So it makes sense for them to come and cache here. But if you are going to talk to some smaller...
Maximus, I can share with you that Google coming into Ghana was on the back of the provision of the national tier 3 data center to them, and provisioning and telling them that, look, there is capacity here. It was pitched to them, I can tell you this on authority, at the Mobile World Conference in Barcelona in 2014. So that's what I'm saying to you, that
it took the benefit. That's why they're doing it. So
yeah, it took someone reaching out to them.
One person at a time.
Someone reaching out to them to say to them, we need you to come in. We have the infrastructure for it. The National Data Center is still sitting there. It's got infrastructure to host Amazon, to host Netflix. Who has reached out to them? Twitter had an office in Ghana. When Elon Musk took over, they decided to shut down that office. Who in the ministry or who in government decided to reach out to Twitter and say, why are you shutting down an office in Ghana? They moved into Nigeria. And that's what I'm saying. Yeah, it is the environment you create by the regulator and the policymaker. It's critical to keep these people in country.
Maximus, that is obviously something that we need to look at in terms of long-term solutions. But Sam George, in terms of, in the interim, people need full connectivity. Did the minister provide a roadmap for this to happen in the interim? Because we have to wait 5 weeks to get full internet connectivity. And I heard her say, for example, that the satellite option is expensive, and they're now in the process of fine-tuning the legal regime to license satellite service providers like Starlink, etc., to get that to happen. But even if we can now, it's going to be very expensive to use that as an interim measure. In other words, we don't have an interim measure per se, more, compared to what the telecom operators are dispatching and bringing in capacity from partners in the sub-region.
Well, let me be frank and say that I agree with the minister on satellites not being a reliable backup plan, because satellites, apart from its unreliability due to weather, you cannot even carry the level of bandwidth that you're requiring to carry, for example, the traffic that MTN is carrying. I mean, MTN is piping over 170 gigabytes per second on ACE and 150 gigabytes per second on WAX. So clearly you can't do that by satellite. So I agree with the minister on that. But the reality here is this. If you cannot do that as satellite backup, how is it that Ivory Coast, the country where the landing was affected, where in the loop of the cables was affected, Ivory Coast is at almost 80% recovery, and Ghana is nowhere near that? It's simply because, again, and that's the point Harun Idrisu made in his submission on the floor of the House, you've had a sector that is deeply challenged. Glow is one of the pipelines that is still carrying capacity right now. Glow shut down in Ghana and shut shop on the 14th of January this year. So if Glow was still landing in Ghana, with all of the challenges that were existing on the Glow 1 line, you'd have had ability to pipe some capacity in now. What MTN and a few of the other companies, I think Telecel, are doing is to try and get some capacity on the Equiano line. That's the Google cable from Togo. Equiano was begging to land in Ghana for 2 years. 2 solid years. Google was begging to land the Equiano cable in Ghana. It is when we couldn't put our house in order that they went to land in Togo. The Equiano cable is not impacted. So imagine if Equiano was sitting here in Ghana and had landed because the regulator and the policymaker had done their job. And the capacity on the Equiano line is bigger than the 5 cables in Ghana that already land in Ghana put together. So if we had Equiano landing in Ghana 2 years ago when they came, and the policymaker and regulator had been up to scratch and done their job, we could have easily all switched all of our traffic onto Equiano right now, and we wouldn't have had this downtime. So if you talk about credible, reliable solutions, it's to get another landing from, if possible, to get Equiano back into Ghana. There is the 2 Africa line that has been landed in Accra, but I think will come on stream. The minister talks about it coming on stream in the 4th quarter. That also carries huge capacity. We need to attract at least 2 or 3 more high capacity lines landing in Ghana, and then that gives you some level of redundancy that you can deal with. Because right now what we're doing is picking capacity from Nigeria, but the capacity coming from Nigeria is very limited. A large chunk of the capacity that's being used today, that is carrying, I'm sure most of us on this network are using MTN. I'm using MTN. What I'm using is MTN cable capacity that has been piped from Togo, Equiano. Telecel is also trying to get some capacity from Togo, and it is AT that is getting some capacity from Nigeria. But AT's market share is very minimal. I mean, it's very small. I don't say it's negligible, but it's very small. But when you talk about Telecel and MTN, whatever capacity we have now is from the same Equiano line that we failed to facilitate to land in Accra, that we are getting excess capacity now from Togo. So that's why I say the regulator and the policymaker have failed.
Yeah,
because we could have prepared for this 2 years ago.
Yeah, I mean,
we hadn't made frustrated Equiano out of the Ghanaian market.
Let me get Ken Ashigbe's thoughts on the subject of what to do in the interim. Of course, we've seen that there's been improvement, but Dr. Ken Ashigbe, on the comments by Sam George about the London cables here and additional ones, and where MTN is getting it from and how you can improve that going forward. What's your comment on that? Because, of course, you represent the telcos. Some of them are doing great. Some of them, like AT, wasn't as affected. The question is why? Why is it that they weren't affected, but others were? And what was the issue there?
So you see, Sam George makes the point of the fact that AT was their primary source of where they were picking from did not suffer that much. So they still kept a bit of their primary source intact. They lost on main 1 and co. And then also of the fact that, so you saw that MTN was on wax primarily, Telecel was on SAT3 primarily. Those went down, and the backups also went down as well. But you see, so as we start trying to move capacity from Togo, there's a terrestrial fiber that we've been able to bring in, and we continue to engage. There's conversation as far as Angola to be able to bring some capacity in. So a lot of work will still go on in trying to ramp up the amount of the capacity that we are able to bring in. And so that in that process, if you are able, and you see some of the challenges you're also beginning to face, is that as you try to bring capacity from the east, you then go and encounter those 3 cables that were damaged in the Red Sea as well. And so that makes it a lot more difficult for you. But in the coming days, as we wait for the 4 cables to be fixed, we will try to lift a lot more capacity to come so that we would be able to ramp up as high as we ought to do. Equiano, basically, because it was an act of God, they were spared. And it's true. If you had Equiano in based on the act of God, we would have benefited from it. And I think that from a policy point of view, we should be pushing for a lot more of these cables coming into town. Because it's interesting that if you take the distances apart of all those 4 cables, a total of 160 kilometers, but all of the 4 have been impacted. So it is just told us that, we are not as resilient with fiber as we thought. So the numbers, it's going to be a numbers game. Apart from being a numbers game, we need going forward to be working on our pulling and our ability to be able to pull. And not only do we pull locally, but we need to also start working on our ability to be able to pull as a sub-region. And then as we're looking at pulling, not only is the subsea, not only should we be looking at subsea, also all our electric pylons and all of that we have. If you take Gridco, for example, they have fiber. We've had fiber from the VRA days all the way up to now. We have fiber on that. So if we could also ensure that there's interconnection between our various countries so that we are able to pull, we are able to have that interconnection done, then terrestrial fiber could also be one of the things that you bring in when all of these things happen. And then the conversation you're having about the local exchanges, the conversations you're having about ensuring, and it's not only going to be the NTA, coming up with a policy direction. You would have the likes of the Bank of Ghana, you would have the likes of other regulators also making it a point that, we should we should ensure that we are able to fall back on the locally. I remember when Bank of Ghana was telling these the cards, that they needed to do their local transactions locally. Initially there was a lot of pushback on it. But incidents like this let you see that it is really important for us to be, self-sufficient to some extent, so far as, these networks are concerned. NITA has a tier 4, data center now. The other MNOs also have their data centers coming up. So it is important that we encourage ourselves to use the various exchanges we have, empower them, facilitate them, ensure that we put some resources behind them, and ensure that, we are doing a lot more of our local content in-house. So all of these are factors that would ensure some self-sufficiency. I remember a few years, Russia, tried that, where they cut off all internet to see what the impact is going to be. Well, we have not done that, but fortunately, this crisis, and that's the benefit of a crisis, this has exposed that. And so what we need to do, working together with all the regulators, the NCA, the Bank of Ghana, all other regulators, the health regulators, all of us, with the policymakers, let's ensure that coming out of this, we should be able to have a scenario that if we were off, at least we're going to be able to survive with the very necessities on our local traffic, and also expand that to the sub-region as well, in such a way that if it happened sub-regional networks were going to be able to work, and then expand that into Africa. And it is really important that we build that capacity for ourselves.
And that is a critical point I will return to with the cybersecurity authorities rep who's with us, because assuming this was not an act of God, at least now it's almost certain that has been ruled out now that this is a geological event. A landslide is what the minister says most likely caused this. This actually could also have been targeting of Ghana in other countries in the sub for whatever reason, right? So our redundancies must be strengthened. We just said, can actually make the point. Well, what is cybersecurity? How is it taking it? And how they also have legislation that empowers them to do a bit more in this area. We'll get his thoughts on this. But I'm also interested in the cable ship that needs to get quickly there to the sites where the cables have been damaged to begin the repairs. I mean, Ken Ashibe was the first mentioned it to me last week. I want to hear where we are in getting the cable, to dispatching that cable ship to the sites to start work, because it is when you dispatch that you begin to count to the fifth week, right? I want to get some clarity on that also when we return from this break. Stay with me. My guest with me tonight here on PM Express, Dr. Kenneth Ashigbe, is the CEO of the Ghana Chamber of Telecommunications. Also with me is Sam George. He is the Deputy Ranking Member on the Communications Committee of Parliament. Maximus Ametogo is a technology analyst. And Stephen Kojo Seshi is the head of the National Computer Emergency Response Team at the Cybersecurity Authority. And Stephen, it's to you I come next, because this is also a major national security incident. We've heard a lot about what we need to do. I mean, we failed the debate in terms of putting in place enough redundancy. But Ken Ashibe has talked about what we need to do going forward. So has Sam George. From the cybersecurity point of view, what must change now? And how are you approaching this? Hello, Stephen. I can't hear you. You can mute for me. Okay. We may have lost power at his end. We'll try and get that connected. After all, this is still a moment of a bit of a crisis with internet connectivity, so you can't excuse us. And of course, Stephen, because of the challenges having. And I want to bring in Maximus on. Well, we will try and fix that. I understand that our internet is down. Of course, this is illustrating the conversation we're having tonight on the internet blackout, understanding the crisis. The internet just went off. I've just been talking about this here on PM. We started by talking about the fact that this is obviously the best indication yet that there has been improvement. There has been improvement, but we are not out of the woods, not by a long shot. It's the reason why the communications minister today has been speaking in Parliament and has been talking about the roadmap towards restoring full connectivity, and which, by the way, she says is going to take at least 5 weeks. We've heard that from the NCA. The minister is confirming that. An important element of that is the dispatch of this cable ship, and that cable ship has to be licensed to move into the territorial waters of other countries in the sub-region. That in itself is a challenge that needs to be resolved. If they move, or when they move, because they certainly will have to move, then the counting will start. So there are a lot of moving parts tonight in terms of resolving this issue with the internet connectivity. And there's a reason why my Zoom conversation tonight has truncated, and we are trying to fix that and hopefully move on to another service provider so we can wrap up this conversation, because it's very important to hear from the cybersecurity point of view what they are contributing to the resolution of this, but also down the line, dealing with the redundancies, because this could well have been a cybersecurity issue, a cyber attack, right? I mean, cutting a country's connectivity to the internet is an act of war. Many will look at it like that, if indeed it's proving that it's not an act of God, but we're targeting. That's why we need to have that last bit there and also get a clarity on whether the cable ship had moved. The minister talked about that. But also today, we also got a directive from the communications minister now to the telcos, who will have to increase the number of subsea cable service providers that they work with, right? As we've been indicating on the screen, we have at least four of them that they've been working with. If you add Glow, it will be five, but four of them for the two main major service providers, they were using four. I mean, the minister says the directive has now been issued for the telcos to now connect a bit more. And that's what we've been talking today about, landing some of the cables in Ghana, additional cables coming into the country. And wherever you are tonight, you may be experiencing the same challenge we are experiencing here on the show tonight. But of course, it's a crisis, and this illustrates that perfectly. I'm going to take a quick break. Return with my guest, hopefully. Other than that, we're going to be telling you where we are with solving this and what the minister was also saying in Parliament specifically.
The initial remote investigations by all affected cable providers have given them the approximate locations where the cables have been damaged. To commence the repairs, these cable providers need permits from the authorities in Côte d'Ivoire and or Senegal. Their vessels will then be assigned to retrieve the necessary spares required for the repair work before sailing to the fourth location to conduct the physical repair work. The affected section of the submarine cable will have to be pulled up from the seabed onto the ship where the repair vessel, where it will be spliced by skilled technicians to complete the repair. It will then be tested for any defects and which will be fixed and then lowered back to the seabed. This process, I'm told, might take between 1 and 2 weeks for the actual repairs, while it will take about 2 to 3 weeks of transit time for the vessel to pick up the spares and then travel from Europe to West Africa once the vessel is mobilized. And that is what the NTA indicated it will take a minimum period of about 5 weeks for full services to be restored. With regard to the use of satellites as an alternative, it is important to note that the bandwidth of the satellite backup for network operators cannot replace the capacity that has been lost due to the outage. Satellite backup for consumers immediate initiatives that the government will undertake is that we will license satellite gateway earth stations, London rights, and satellite earth station networks.
So that's the minister there talking about the next steps, licensing satellite networks to come in and help with this particular challenge going forward, including Starlink, Elon Musk's Starlink. And that's where we are tonight with the update from the minister in Parliament. You also heard her talk about that cable ship. Unfortunately, the connectivity here is not going to be allowing us to get the very latest on that cable ship. It appears there's a lot resting on the dispatching of that cable ship, getting to the exact location where they've now identified where the cables that have been cut are under the seabed, and then beginning the repair works. That, for me, is a cardinal point in beginning to resolve this crisis in the long term in the way that restores internet capabilities fully. Unfortunately, because of the connectivity challenges, as you can imagine, we're unable to get for you. But of course, this is a conversation that is ongoing. We'll get that for you in our subsequent shows. PM Express is always brought to you by Syntax Tanks. It's also brought to you by Ghana AIDS Commission, Pepsodent, and Alomobit. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
Hello, beautiful people. Welcome once again to Home Tips with Mira. It's always about home tips, DIYs, and home remedies. A lot of people like coconut oil, but some don't because they claim that it has this unpleasant odor when it is left there for a long time. So today I'm going to share with you how to preserve your coconut oil, whether it is the refined coconut oil or the virgin coconut oil. But before we do that, let's look at some interesting things about coconut. Do you like coconut water? Well, I do. I know some people do too. It is so refreshing because it always comes in a packed container. You know, coconut water has a lot of benefits for the body. It may help to regulate blood sugar levels, and it is also good for nursing mothers because it contains calcium and it helps, you know, the baby's development of stronger bones. So if you are a nursing mother, consider taking coconut water. It is also a form of hydrating drink. So if you are worn out after any physical activity, if you are looking for some refreshing drink to take, kindly reach out for coconut and take the water. And one thing about coconut is that once it is cut open, you have to consume the water immediately, because when the water comes in contact with oxygen, it loses some of its flavor and the nutritional content. So once your coconut is cut open, consume the water straight away. This is the dry coconut, and the oil is extracted from the meat of the dry coconut. So it is broken and the meat is taken out and it is processed, and then we get the virgin oil and then the refined coconut oil. Later in an episode, I'll show you how to extract both oils. But today the focus is on how to preserve the coconut oil. These are, you know, coconut oil, but different methods of extracting them. Now let me show you how the virgin coconut oil looks like and the refined coconut oil also looks like. This is the virgin coconut oil, and it looks so plain, it's just like water. This is the refined coconut oil. I'm also going to pour, and then we see the difference. I just love the aroma. So this is virgin coconut oil. It is plain just like water, and this is refined coconut oil, which has been subjected to heat. Now, if you are using these two oils to cook, with this one, you don't need to use it for deep frying, or if you are doing your stew, you don't have to begin making the stew with this oil. No, it loses its nutrients when you do that. So after your stew is almost done, you can just pour it on top. You don't have to fry the stew with the oil. But with this one, which is the refined coconut oil, you can use it for your deep frying because it has already been exposed to heat. Apart from using these oils to cook, what else can you use them for? Apart from cooking, you can use it to do oil pulling. Now let me show you what oil pulling is. If there's an odor coming from your mouth, you can just take a tablespoonful of it and put it in your mouth and keep it there and swish it around. Keep it there for like 5 to 10 minutes and then you spit it out. Don't swallow it, just spit it out, rinse your mouth, and then you can brush your teeth. Do it in the morning and you are assured of a refreshing breath. You can also use the coconut oil for your skin. You can also use it to massage. You can use it for your hair, and then, you know, our elbows and then our knees. You can, you know, apply the coconut oil there, you know, or even your feet. You know, some people have their feet is so hard, and you can, in the evening when you are going to sleep, you can just apply the coconut oil under your feet. This is the refined coconut oil, and this is the container that you can pour it inside. First of all, make sure that your container is clean and free of any odor. Pour all the oil inside. The oil is in the container. You close it. And then you store it in your storeroom, wherever, your kitchen. But make sure that you don't expose it to heat. So you cannot keep it at a place that there is heat. And if you want to use it, you just open it, get your clean ladle, clean of dirt and of water, and then you put it inside, fetch your oil, and then you use. But a note of caution, don't fetch the oil from here on daily basis. No, if you cook using the oil daily, don't do that. Just get another bottle, or you can even keep some of the oil at the bottom of the gallon and use it till it gets finished, and then you fill it. So this one will be the mother oil. So let's say you open this on weekly basis so that oxygen does not come in contact with the oil too much. Close it tight, and you keep it in a dark place in your kitchen or storeroom. So this one too, the same process. Pour it into a container like this. I have kept the remaining quantity here, so let's say I'll use this within a week. And please be sure to store the oil in your kitchen or in your storeroom. And also make sure that you don't expose it to too much light and too much heat. It can affect the taste of the oil. With the virgin coconut oil, you can also keep it in your freezer. It will solidify, and when in need of some, just use a clean spoon to scrape some and use. Thank you so much for watching Home Tips with Mira, and I believe you have learned how to preserve your coconut oil. Please, anytime you have coconut oil, go by this process and it can last you a very long time. Please don't forget to watch me on this same channel, and also go on my social media handles, Facebook Home Tips with Mira, YouTube Home Tips with Mira, and follow me and like and share the video so that others can also learn from it. Now I am done with the episode, and I'm going to break my coconut and get my fresh juice to refresh myself.
My name is Joy Okra, the CEO of Agripreneurship Limited. My company name is Agripreneurship. I'm a full-time farmer and then agripreneur. Aside the full-time production on our own field, we also support farmers to produce crops for us, like soya bean, sorghum, maize, and rice. I started by producing soya bean. That year, everything went right. Production was okay, but we had a serious challenge during harvesting time. There was no machine to harvest our soya bean for us, and so we had a serious post-harvest loss. And so that pushed me to start looking for solutions. And at that time, I realized the challenges farmers are facing, what farmers go through to produce food, to give food to us. I really felt their pain, so I have to look for a solution for them. So we came across this multi-purpose thresher, and that was it for us. I used it on my farm, and the following year we were able to thresh our produce on time. Though what we have is not enough, but it was able to solve that problem, the challenge that I went through and other farmers are also going through. Farmers are happy, and when I see them happy, that is the greatest motivation to me, to see farmers harvesting their produce, getting quality and premium grain, and as a result giving them premium price. We started since 2020 with 2 machines and on my personal field. So other farmers started approaching me. We couldn't do it alone, so we have to bring in more and also encourage other aggregators to also acquire some, move it to the other districts apart from my district. So far, this machine has been able to employ close to 2,700 plus people. As the machine moved during the season, when it moved to a field, not less than 20 people work on the machine. This is an excellent initiative. I never knew that somebody was watching me. Getting a call from JoyNews, I was surprised, and I have to call the person again after the conversation. So it's going a long way to motivate people like us. I'm sure there are other people somewhere doing something in their own way to change lives in their communities. So it's going to be a very excellent, a good program to help people to keep doing what they are doing, because there are times you feel like giving up.
JoyNews has reporters in every part.
The race to Jubilee House is on. Ghana is at a crossroads.
It's time again for the people to choose, and the world is watching.
In a nation where every vote counts, every voice matters, there's one name you can trust for your election coverage.
JoyNews, your election headquarters.
A team of seasoned journalists will bring you up-to-the-minute updates, unbiased analysis, and the stories behind the headlines.
Your election headquarters brings you JoyNews 2024 election.
The election headquarters for an informed electorate. JoyNews, independent, fearless, credible.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to JoyNews today. We're coming to you live from our studios in Kokomlemle on DTT, because we're free to air on DSTV channel 421 and Go TV channel 124. We are your home of independent, fearless, and credible journalism. Coming up this afternoon, former minority leader hits hard at the presidency over its letter ordering the clerk to Parliament not to attempt to send the authenticated anti-gay bill to the president to sign. We have details as he says neither the president nor the Supreme Court can injunct Parliament of Ghana from undertaking its lawful duties. Also this afternoon, Education Ministry promises to fix the acute shortage of food at various senior high schools cited in JoyNews' expose, Empty Plates, the free SHS promise.
Again, assure parents, students, and the general public that we are running a system, fraught with human interest. So even when they are challenging in this, the assurance is that we will go and solve.
Plus, National Peace Council cautions political parties and media against hate speech as it begins engagement to ensure a peaceful election 2024. We'll be bringing you details of all of that shortly. My name is Aisha Ibrahim. We're also live on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, also known as X. JoyNews on TV. My personal handle is @Denana Aisha. Please do stay for details. Majority MPs on the Health Committee are taking on former President John Mahama for describing the Agenda 111 project as unrealistic and overly ambitious. In a discussion with the clergy in Accra, the NDC flag bearer expressed skepticism over the feasibility of the government's Agenda 111 project. Chairman of the Health Committee, Dr. Nana Efriye Ayu, says John Mahama must leave such politicking to foot soldiers.
Of which he described the Agenda 111 project of government as over-ambitious and unrealistic. There are times that the minority, often than not, has made politics with Agenda 111. But we have taken it as politics as usual. We did not expect the list from the former president to join in the chorus of attacking Agenda 111. So if you call this as over-ambitious, if you call this as unrealistic, then it is a sheer attack on the manifesto of the NDC, that the NDC's manifesto was over-ambitious, unrealistic, full of lies and deceit. Because if you say what you mean, and you mean what you say, you don't forget it at any point in time. Your boys in your party would go and make politics out of it, but you, the leader, you don't go that route because of the manifesto. And if you see, we in the majority have always had this, and we said we'll allow the NDC minority to make their politics. But we would wait for the day that the leader would speak on this issue and we'll come at him. So, if you said you were going to do 88 hospitals, and MPP said was going to be 111, then what made this unrealistic and overambitious? The former president has been disingenuous. He has been inconsistent. Just saying things, just going away. We've passed that stage. We should be a bit scientific. We should mean what we say. And if you are not able to do it, doesn't mean when your opponent does it, it means it's not good for the country. We should go past this sort of politicking.
But the NDC MPs have been hitting back. Ranking member on the Health Committee, Kwabena Mensah Kando, says all the documents presented by government itself to the committee shows the project is not feasible.
Ladies and gentlemen, the presidency is not a joke. And therefore, as a president, when you speak, you must be as close as possible to the truth or the facts. We are all human beings. A certain margin of error is allowed. The president said that he tracked 111 hospitals, hence the name Agenda 111. Not 80 hospitals, not 40 hospitals. That he is going to construct the facts available to the committee support the fact that they cannot construct 111 hospitals before 2025. Number one, the whole project is estimated at 1.7 billion Ghana cedis. Take note of the figures. As at the last time the Agenda 111 Secretariat appeared before the committee, they had distributed or disbursed 251 million out of the 1.7 billion. So even the Agenda 111 Secretariat are complaining they are not getting source of funding. What they are saying is that they can finish 30% of the project in 2027 when His Excellency Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo will not be the president of Ghana. They will finish the rest of the 30% after 2027. So why will a president go and give a promise that I will deliver 111 hospitals before 2025, and it is estimated to be completed after 2027? Isn't it overly ambitious? Sure. I mean, what has he said that is different from what they themselves have put on paper for us? So if you know, and I've told you that the presidency is not a joke, yes. Before you come out to do something, you must do the feasibility studies, yes. Especially when you don't have a reliable, dedicated sources of funding. So if you know you complete, let's say 40 or 20, what prevents you from telling us that this is what I'm going to do? Exactly. Why will you come and deceive the people of this country? As I speak to you now, we don't have a reliable or dedicated sources of funding for that project. So let us not shape the goalposts. Nobody should go and set his own questions and attempt to answer them. Let's lower the bar. Let us be within the context. What is President Mahama saying? President Mahama is saying that it is overly ambitious and unrealistic. What are they saying per this document? It is overly ambitious and unrealistic. Finito.
Well, it's been 6 days since undersea internet cables were cut, plunging this entire country into an internet blackout. 6 days on, the country is still yet to fully recover. NDC MP for Ningo Pram and Deputy Ranking Member on the Communications Committee, Samuel George, says the difficulty currently being faced by the country is due to poor regulatory oversight by the National Communications Authority. Following the blackout, only 80 was not affected because it had adequate redundancy, something MTN and Telecel do not have. More from Sam George shortly. But Communications Minister Eslo says to forestall a future occurrence, the NCA is working to license satellite internet service providers to reduce the country's reliance on undersea internet cables.
The initial remote investigations by all affected cable providers have given them the approximate locations where the cables have been damaged. To commence the repairs, these cable providers need permits from the authorities in Côte d'Ivoire and or Senegal. Their vessels will then be assigned to retrieve the necessary spares required for the repair work before sailing to the fault location to conduct the physical repair work. The affected section of the submarine cable will have to be pulled up from the seabed onto the ship where the repair vessel, where it will be spliced by skilled technicians to complete the repair. It will then be tested for any defects, and which will be fixed and then lowered back to the seabed. This process, I'm told, might take between 1 and 2 weeks for the actual repairs, while it will take about 2 to 3 weeks of transit time for the vessel to pick up the spares and then travel from Europe to West Africa once the vessel is mobilized. And that is why the NCA indicated that it will take a minimum period of about 5 weeks for full services to be restored. With regard to the use of satellites as an alternative, it is important to note that the bandwidth of a satellite backup for network operators cannot replace the capacity that has been lost due to the outage. Satellite backup for consumers is more feasible. However, the cost is relatively much higher than the terrestrial solutions. Immediate initiatives that the government will undertake is that we will license satellite gateway earth stations, London rights, and satellite earth station networks. OneWeb has already been licensed. Starlink is in the process of being licensed. And other operators are being encouraged to land in Ghana. We must also invest in operationalizing RASCOM, the Regional African Satellite Company, instead of each country going it alone.
But according to Sam George, all other countries which face the challenge have all significantly recovered except Ghana because of what he describes as poor oversight by the NCA.
Mr. Speaker, I hold the view that we are where we are simply because the regulator that works under the minister failed to do their job. The responsibility rests with the regulator. This is not about another country and force majeure. A regulator doing its job would have put in place the mechanisms and the redundancies that would have allowed us to be prepared for this instance. Mr. Speaker, the cut happened off the coast of Côte d'Ivoire. Côte d'Ivoire was the most impacted country on Thursday. As we speak today, Côte d'Ivoire's recovery is ahead of Ghana, simply because their regulator had put in place the right mechanisms. In the case of Haiti, and if you ask what Côte d'Ivoire is doing, they're using MOVE, the MOVE operator cable. They've immediately allowed all the other operators to piggyback on MOVE. When you speak about the success of Haiti, Haiti is simply able to carry traffic because they have redundancy using the Nigerian link.
Let's stick with Parliament because former Minority Leader and MP for Tamale South, Haruna Idrisu, is this afternoon cheering into the presidency for its letter seeking to stop the clerk to Parliament from sending the authenticated anti-gay bill to the president from his assent. Efforts by the clerk to Parliament to transmit the bill passed by the House weeks ago to the president but was rejected by the presidency. The former Minority Leader says the Executive Secretary to the president has no business writing that letter to the Clerk of Parliament to stop him from performing his lawful duties.
I'm unable to sleep. And I'm unable to sleep because this is a monumental threat to Ghana's democracy and a monumental threat to Parliament as an institution. By Article 93, we are clothed with legislative authority and legislative mandate. This letter only reflects President Nana Addo Dankwa's quest of predominance over other organs of states. That is unacceptable, and that must be fought by all persons who love democracy and who cherish the principles and values of the 1992 Constitution. The framers of our Constitution endowed Ghana with separation of powers, the executive, the legislature, the judiciary, division of powers. It endowed us that Parliament shall be responsible for lawmaking. President Nana Addo Dankwa, first of all, politically, what power does the President Secretary have writing to the Clerk of Parliament, and not the President himself writing directly to the Speaker of Parliament, as is required of our standing order, so that officially this can be read as communication from the President. So ideally, this paper means nothing and should be ignored by the clerk, because communication to Parliament must be communication signed by the President, addressed to the Speaker of Parliament, as is required of our standing orders, whether old or new.
Idris also says Parliament cannot be injuncted from performing its duties. The presidency says the president is unable to consider the bill because of two suits filed at the Supreme Court, but Haruna Idrisu says that explanation is untenable.
Yes, there is a matter before court, but I'm also a trained lawyer. An attempt to seek an injunction is not the same thing as an injunction. An attempt. I'm seeking an injunction does not operate the same way as an injunction have been so granted by the court, even if it is an interlocutory injunction. But more importantly, Parliament cannot be enjoined not to perform its lawful function as the legislature of Ghana, clothed under Article 93, responsible for legislation. No organ of state. Subject to the Constitution. The judiciary is subject to the Constitution. The executive subject to the Constitution. The legislature subject to the Constitution. So it's for good reason that all of them, the Constitution says, subject to this Constitution. The legislative authority is vested in the Parliament of Ghana. Now, somebody should help me with the 1992 Constitution and open Article 106. Then 2, the President cannot, by any shred or shadow of authority, seek to injunct Parliament from exercising our lawful duty and responsibility as the House responsible for lawmaking. Neither the courts can enjoin Parliament not to perform our duties as Parliament. The courts, under Article 2 of the Constitution, can declare a nullity or a void to the extent that Parliament have passed a law which is inconsistent with the Constitution.
Meanwhile, private legal practitioner Kweku Pentil says it's a fair stance that the president has taken, given the fact that there are 2 seats at the Supreme Court? Listen.
I think it makes a lot of sense. I'm talking about political sense if the president does or take the steps that he has taken to await the Supreme Court, because eventually, I mean, once the matter before the Supreme Court has to make a decision one way or the other, and what the Supreme Court says would eventually and inevitably determine the course of that piece of legislation before all of us. So, personally, I find nothing wrong in that position that the president has taken. I noticed that a lot of the problems that people have with the position that the president has taken is the fact that he has not been consistent in upholding that kind of position. In other words, there have been times in the past that bills had been passed and being challenged in the Supreme Court, that the president, in his wisdom and constitutional power and authority, has gone ahead and assented to it. So that's the kind of thing that people are now looking at. But please, for the sake of principled positions and so forth and so on, at the end of the day, if other people believe that this piece of legislation ought to have a look by the Supreme Court, I think the president acts wisely by at least allowing the Supreme Court to give his decision. That, of course, does not take away the power and the authority of the president to assent to it, regardless of what the Supreme Court says. And I do not find much credit in even in the excuse that they are trying to find. I just want to put it this way. It's a politically convenient excuse for the president to give to everybody the fact that because the matter is before the Supreme Court, we may as well await the Supreme Court decision. But for practical purposes, I mean, it is not an inevitable position that the president is entitled to hold. He's got the power, he's got the authority to assent to it. But either way, if he has taken that position, I will consider it as fair.
Parliamentary Affairs correspondent Kwekwa Sante has joined us with more from Parliament. Kwekwa Sante, how has the minority crossed this hurdle? What do they intend to do to actually change this? Hello, Kwekwa Sante. All right, we'll try and get Kwekwa Sante back. Kwekwa Sante, can you unmute for me? All right, I think I can hear you. Go ahead, Kwekwa Sante.
The point is that Haruna Idrisu and his colleagues in the minority are making the point that they do not believe that the president has the power in the manner he is seeking to perform it. First, they say that the presidency cannot seek to injunct Parliament from doing its work. As far as they are concerned, the clerk to Parliament should ignore that letter that came from the president asking it not to come to the executive again to try and lay that specific bill that has been passed. And they are also concerned that the president may be breaching his oath of office. The constitutionality of the acts of this president has been called into question in this. They are stopping short of saying specifically whether they will be going to court in the coming days. But Haruna Idrisu is emphatic that they are going to raise this issue when the Speaker of Parliament himself, Alban Bagbin, is in the chair within the week. The point they have been at pains to make is that the Speaker of Parliament and the Parliament of Ghana has conducted its business in a way that is lawful, that is constitutional. And as far as they are concerned, the presidency is acting in excess of its powers, and they are clearly not going to allow that to stand. They are going to fight that every step of the way. They believe that the president is seeking to interfere within the work of Parliament. That is not acceptable to them.
What else is happening in Parliament, Kwekwa Sante?
Well, the Electoral Commission officials have been in Parliament. I've just seen Jim Mensah and officials coming today. We understand they're going to brief MPs on preparation ahead of the election. Over the past few weeks, the Electoral Commission has published a timetable for the 2024 election. And so the Electoral Commission, we understand, will get into a committee of the whole with MPs to try and thrash out some of these issues. Last week also, Haruna Idrisu raised concerns about the...
All right, Kwekwa Sante is our Parliamentary Affairs correspondent. He's been updating us on what is happening in Parliament. Key is the argument over whether the president has the mandate or the right to warn the clerks of Parliament not to submit the anti-LGBTQ bill for his assent. Let's get on to other stories. We'll bring you more from Parliament in our subsequent bulletins. Now, the National Peace Council has cautioned political parties, representatives, and media practitioners to be mindful of their utterances going into the December 7 general election. The Peace Council is raising concerns about the use of insults and tribal statements to score political points. In the heat up to campaigning for the parliamentary and presidential elections, the council warns parties, representatives and supporters, as well as the media, to desist from using words that can put the peace of the country under threat. Well, I've been joined by Nana Boakye-Yiadom, who's been following this for us. Nana Boakye-Yiadom, how does the Peace Council intend to help the country achieve this?
Well, the Peace Council today is putting up measures to help the country attain 100% peace in the upcoming election, has been meeting political party representatives from the NPP to the NDC to the CPP to the PPP. Each representative was at the workshop today, which is to build up and to also sensitize them on the use of hate speech going into the crucial December 7th parliamentary and presidential election. Well, the sensitization and the workshop is to ensure that in the heat up to the election, as they proceed to campaign, political parties would desist from using words that would cause chaos, and also to help media practitioners deliver or bring out reports that would not build up to any form of chaos in the country. Looking at previous elections or using previous elections as a case study, the National Peace Council educates political party representatives, their supporters and media practitioners in the use of hate speech and also in their reports to make sure that there is nothing like chaos that would come up in the 2024 general election.
What kind of engagement have they had with the political parties?
Well, as of today, the meeting was between every party representative. You share your concerns with the National Peace Council, with the EC representative also there at the meeting. Well, you put up with your concerns, and then the EC representative would also address them in any way whatsoever. The police representative was also at the meeting today, alongside some other representatives from the military. And so you can say that clearly from the number of people there, it is a meeting that is to listen to the concerns of each political party and also find ways of addressing them. So clearly, it is to address the concerns by each political party representative or each political party itself, whereas the Peace Council will put up measures and also speak to stakeholders on ways to address them.
Right, Nana Boakye-Yiadom is our man monitoring this for us. Now, the Director General of the National Road Safety Authority, Engineer David Osafo-Adontin, says plans are far advanced to introduce an initiative dubbed Passenger Manifesto, which aims at keeping records of every Ghanaian passenger in all the commercial transports. A move is expected to help identify victims in the event of any accident. The move comes days after the fatal accident that killed 21 people. Mr. Adontin has also been advocating for the dual courage, which he says is the key to averting the road accidents.
Currently, we started a pilot a couple of months ago, last year, and we are still doing it. If you go to Kaneshi Station, the New Plant Station, and some of the terminals, you get there, and then we ask you of your name, where you're coming from, where you're going, and then you give us the contact, your personal contact, and then the contact of any person you think we should call, should in case there should be a crash. In fact, in the beginning it was very tough, because you know Ghanaians, as if they do not want to hear a crash at all. But it is something that could happen anyway. I think people are beginning to understand and appreciate. So now they are giving us the figures, they are giving us the data. We are compiling the data. The good thing is that we are doing it electronically. So once you give us the information freely and openly, we gather them into an electronic data. And as you move along, we also monitor the movement. Currently, we have installed what we call trackers in most of VIP, VVIP, Metro Mass, all those ones are now, in the next couple of months, will install the devices. What it means is that even as you are on board, we are monitoring your movement in real time, from your origin to your destination. What we are trying to do is that we want to protect human life as best as possible. So we'll be monitoring the driver's behavior and then monitoring the way he's driving in real time so that we try to prevent something before it happens. Now, the advocacy, you know how far it's taken us. Now, government has taken it upon itself to dualize between Osino, somewhere around Osino, there's a bypass, and Sini, and then Konongo. Works have already started, and if you go there, you can see it in real time that dualization is gradually catching up the entire Accra-Kumasi corridor. There's also some dualization that have started on the Aflao stretch, another one on the Winneba Road.
The Kotokrom-Yahima Road in Sunyani is receiving attention to the delight of residents. One side of the over 5-kilometer double-lane road is being sealed by the contractor after agitations and demonstrations. The MCE has assured residents of working to get other roads in the municipality fixed to improve the standard of living in the communities. Precious Semevo has more.
One of the much talked about roads in Sunyani in the Bono region is the Kotokrom-Yahima Road. For over a decade, residents and other road users have complained and demonstrated over the deplorable road and the impact of the dust on their health and business, as most businesses remain closed.
Your customers cram. Do right inside or crab say, when you na young futuro, am I yet me, but no Jumambe? Yes, Juma cry a penny Ryan Kaibase, or Jumano ma, any ye until setting be our back.
Now the 5-kilometer double-lane road is at seal level with ongoing works, first with one lane to ease the burden of the people. Dominic, a 3-year site engineer of Summers Company Limited, assures quality and timely work.
It's rocky up to Yahima barrier. Now it's about 5 kilometers. Now we have finished the primary seal, so we are now doing the seal. The seal up to now we have finished the 2.4 kilometers. So by Wednesday we finish the 5-kilometer seal work. Then we move to the other side and prepare for the primary seal. We have enough material. Bitumen is here. The bitumen, the chippings, everything is set now. So that one I can give assurance by Wednesday we may finish the other side, which is the seal level.
We have seen the contractor doing the seal.
And follows JoyNews' latest documentary on the free SHS food shortage, the empty plates, the free SHS promise. Here are excerpts of that documentary.
Online platform I had infiltrated, I discovered numerous complaints from school heads about weevil-infested maize bags supplied, despite assurances from the free SHS coordinator that only a few bags were affected. My observations revealed several bags of maize being treated with neem tree leaves to ward off the pests. Given the critical food shortages, some school heads have conveyed to me their inability to discuss the contaminated maize, as there's scarcely enough to feed the students.
If you look at here, I want you to take, I want you to take a view. This is maize infested. It was highly infested. So someone advised us that we can use the neem tree. So yesterday we put it outside. The boys put it outside, and these were given to be fed to the children. Yes, free SHS. And so, they are there a lot. So I'm experimenting. So yesterday we spread it on the ground. We put the neem tree upon it, and we are seeing some reduction, and that's what. But is this the work of headmasters?
Well, the Education Ministry has pledged to resolve all the issues. Of course, there's also a dialogue, a national dialogue, coming up on JoyNews on Thursday. Let's take a break on JoyNews today. When we return, there is more.
Daddy, this tank
is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow. It has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see S-I-N-T-E-X. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntax was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntax again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntax gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntax is the answer. Syntax tank. Are you strong? Are you tough?
Across Africa, a new era has begun. Shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
Hi, welcome to Business. My name is Darryl Kwao. Now, the European Union Ghana Agriculture Program, EUGAP, has honored women groups as part of this year's celebration of the International Women's Day at Dapoha, a suburb of Wa in the Upper West region. The event reflected EUGAP's commitment to invest and accelerate the progress of women in agriculture. Here's more in this report.
Since year I've used the planter. I was happy. Waist pains, the kind of, what will I say, the way I used to become tired in the farm. I used only 1 hour, 30 minutes to plant my soya beans.
Emilia Nimbibir is one of many beneficiaries of the European Union Ghana Agricultural Program, EUGAP, in the Upper West region of Ghana.
But instead of hiring labor, for the past years, I used to take about 5 to 10 women into the farm before they can plant an acre for a day. But for now, I can plant about 3-4 acres a day.
The use of agric technology, such as handheld planters, has helped reduce labor in planting and improve crop yield. The women farmers are leveraging agricultural technology and innovation to improve their activities. At a ceremony to mark this year's International Women's Day, organized by the German Agency for International Cooperation, GIZ, in Wa, Municipal Agricultural Development Officer Bernadette Knapp emphasized the need to invest in women to harness the full potential of the agric sector.
Women form the backbone of agriculture in many parts of the world, contributing significantly to food security, rural economics, and sustainable development. However, despite their crucial role, women often face numerous barriers, including limited access to resources, land ownership, education, and decision-making power. Yet,
Representative of the Regional Coordinating Council, Rita Abisiwene Nyoka, asserted that the government will continue to invest in women in all aspects.
We stand united with our partners to further improve the narrative in the years ahead. We need to still invest in the woman.
Matthias Bethold of the Program Coordinating Unit of UGAP praised the women for their resilience and contribution to the agri sector. He called for more support for them.
Knowledge that women still face significant barriers in accessing and controlling valuable agricultural resources like land. This not only hampers their own progress, but also undermines the productivity of our communities.
The ceremony saw the presentation of citations to various women farming groups and individuals who are making a great impact when it comes to agriculture. Now, Imperial General Insurance, a leading general business insurance company in Ghana, has launched the Imperial Collision Insurance, an innovative mobility insurance product on the Ghanaian market. According to the Deputy Director of the company, Harry Oforiata, this product covers own damage, hospitalization, and financial interest in vehicles. Now, he spoke to Joy Business at the Imperial General Assurance Head Office in Accra.
Imperial General Assurance, leading provider, has unveiled an industry-first collision insurance product in a significant step towards ensuring greater financial security for drivers in the country. Speaking at the launch, Deputy Director of Imperial General Assurance, Harry Oforiata, says the move signifies the brand's commitment to offering exceptional service to drivers.
Generally, what collision insurance is that it's not a third-party cover. It's basically providing cover for individuals when their vehicles collide with objects or they collide with other vehicles. It has a third-party component in, and it also has an additional benefit, which is hospitalization. The hospitalization benefit is not arising out of accident, but it's as a result of the fact that when a person who has bought this collision insurance gets severely sick and is admitted to the hospital, that person after 3 days earns 100 cedis per day for up to 30 days. That is, for the 30 days, the person will earn up to 3,000 Ghana cedis. But the caveat here is that that person must, first and foremost, be severely sick and be admitted.
Imperial Collision Insurance directly addresses a critical gap in the market for car owners.
Generally, there is a movement from auto insurance into mobility insurance, and this is the first step into the mobility insurance. Choose a limit for yourself, so you come to Imperial General through your broker, your agent, or any other representative you may have, and then you tell the agent that you either want the double for your trouble package, which is basically giving you a 6,000 sum assured for your collision and also a 6,000 sum assured for your third party. Or you decide that you go for the big bang, which gives you a cover for 10,000 Ghana cedis for your collision and also a 6,000 cover for your third party.
Present at the unveiling of the new product were the Ghana Insurance Association, the Insurance Brokers Association of Ghana, and Insurance Institute of Ghana, among others.
All right, and that's it for the segment. Sports is up next.
When I was young, I asked my mother the secret of hair vitality and health. She said, the right food, the right exercise, the right amount of sleep, and the right blood tonic. Nescafe Blood Tonic is effective for the treatment of anemia, lack of appetite, and stressful conditions in both adults and children.
Nescafe Blood Tonic, the right family blood tonic. Another quality product from Ernest Chemists. This advertisement has been vetted and approved by the FDA.
Hey bro, what are you watching? Only the best thing ever. Cause these Easter holidays, the joy never stops. Picture this. The home is filled with LOL moments and intense drama from the local shows. The docus are just mind-blowing. It's mystery after mystery. And man, oh man, is the sports of the chains? I'm talking Serie A, Premier League, UEFA Europa League, FA Cup, and even WWE Sing.
Do this all day.
Even the kids are hooked up with adventures and fun-loving, bro. And the reality you don't want to miss. So stay connected to entertainment anywhere with GoTV Stream or enjoy it at home. This is the holidays. GoTV. Love it.
Let's bring you sports here on JoyNews today with me, Muftau Nabila Abdullah. Ghana will be playing Senegal later today in the semi-final of the ongoing Under-20 Cup of Nations in the African Games. Well, Ghana secured a ticket against Senegal in the semi-final by virtue of finishing first in Group A. Head coach of the team, Desmond Offer, says that the boys are ready to fly high the flag of the country.
We are looking ahead to the future with open arms, and whatever comes, we'll be ready. It's going to be a very difficult game on Tuesday against a very good side. For us, once again, a very tough opponent. Senegal's a very good team. They did really well last year in the AFCON, both under 17 and under 20. Went to the World Cup, represented the nation well. 1 loss and 2 draw. So Senegal is a very well-structured football nation. They are building something very significant, something very special. And for example, I think 2 of the players are playing the A national team, and 1 of their players that went with the under-20s were sold to Chelsea for 20 million. So it shows that they're doing something really impressive. And basically, we are also trying to reignite what we are known for. We are also in a rebuild, and as for my players, they are very well rested, no injuries for now, and we are preparing really hard for the game. Semis, there's no luck in semis. For you to reach the semi-finals means that you have done something right. And we know Senegal. Senegal is a very good side. For us, I think we have to stay true to ourselves. What we did in the past games, we have to replicate, but also multiply. So it means that we have to be more intense, we have to be more tactically aware, we have to be sharp in the duels, take care of the ball more, and be very well organized. And that's what we stand for, but we just have to improve. And I think we're improving by game, but we have to stay focused and focused on the game at hand, and that's Senegal.
About a year ago, there were concerns about whether Ghana would be ready to host the rest of the continent in the African Games. Well, one person who serves as the sports chair for the African Union, Sunday Dare, who is also the immediate past sports minister for Nigeria, says that the government of Ghana should be commended for their commitment to organizing the Games, because it was near impossible if anyone had said Ghana would be ready to host the rest of the continent.
I think we must commend the President of Ghana. We must commend the Minister of Youth and Sports, Malam Yusuf of Ghana, because when you look back and you see that 10 months ago, it was almost impossible that this would take place. And Ghana requested for 8 months extra to be able to put everything in place. And we have seen what they have done. We have seen a brand new stadium at the university where we are right now. We have seen a brand new games village. You have seen on display the absolute commitment of the government of Ghana and the one-rose effort of the minister and his team. I have been to the venues, and I think that this is commendable. I was the chairman of the African Union too last year, when we had to take the decision to ensure that Ghana was given the 8 months it required to be able to prepare. I'm happy that in 8 months Ghana has been able to pull this together. It's a pride for Africa that 54 countries are gathered there, 29 sports, and 7 different venues for the All-African Games, the 13th edition.
That's your sports for now. We do have more sports stories on my JoyOnline.com. We have Time checkout was making headlines elsewhere. Ethiopia's biggest commercial bank is scrambling to recoup large sums of money withdrawn by customers after a systems glitch. The customers discovered early on Saturday that they could take out more cash than they had in their accounts at the Commercial Bank of Ethiopia. More than $40 million was withdrawn or transferred to other banks, local media reported. It took several hours for the institution to freeze transactions. Much of the money was withdrawn from state-owned CBE by students. Bank President Abe Sano told journalists on Monday news of the glitch spread across universities largely via messaging apps and phone calls. Long queues formed at campus ATMs, with a student in Western Ethiopia telling BBC people were withdrawing money until police officers arrived on campus to stop them. That does it for World News. Up next is Showbiz. Time now for Showbiz. Big Chef on Sunday saw 12 contestants work in pairs of 2 in the kitchen to wow the judges with their recipes. For the week's challenge, the contestants were tasked with preparing any type of salad with ingredients of their choice. After chefing it up in the kitchen, Emerald and Nade beamed with joy as they emerged star chefs of the day. Here is what you missed.
Today, your task is to prepare a salad. You have to prepare a salad from any ingredients. You have no limitations. You have 20 minutes to plan a salad, shop for your ingredients, and execute your production. Good luck.
Remember, the fact that you are in pairs doesn't mean you are cooking for 2 people. I hope she's not crying. She okay?
Onions.
Onion. Oh, okay, that's fine. 2 minutes to go. Just 2 minutes.
2 minutes to go. 4, 3, 2.
This is the salad fast.
1. Stop work.
Stop work now.
Stop work. So what name did you give your salad?
Salad in school.
Huh?
Salad in school. In school. Were you trying to just like she said? There's no inspiration about this one. You only just decided to cook. Let's cook.
I told the boy we should do it. The boy decided not.
You told who?
I told the boy.
You told the boy?
Yes.
Very, very poor. It looks like you just threw the things on the plate. The plate itself is really dirty. Your food is not arranged properly, and tomatoes everywhere. It's not even cut in like the same shapes and sizes. You think this competition is a joke?
first I asked Emerald, she said that she was tracing somebody, and it was only left with her, so I had to join her.
But Nadede and Emerald,
all right,
they communicated very well, and I think they were the only people who were not having any misunderstandings. Right. So I'll give it up to Nadede and Emerald.
Okay, a round of applause for them.
Wrap up showbiz. That's our wrap up the bulletin also this afternoon. My name is Aisha Ibrahim. Log on to myjoyonline.com. There's more of the news and updates of all the developing stories. Do enjoy the rest of our programs.
You're welcome to the maiden edition of the JoyNews Impact Makers Award.
Tonight, we gather here to honor and celebrate individuals.
We celebrate the goodness in our humanity
and create more inclusive, compassionate, and thriving societies.
The overall winner, Isaac Ajawato.
In a land where dreams are often cradled in the arms of hope, there exists a league of unsung heroes. They are the silent architects of change, the torchbearers who illuminate paths where once there was only darkness. From the verdant stretches of our farms to the innovative labs of science, from the warm embrace of humanitarian aid to the simplest acts of kindness. These are the change makers who sculpt the future of our nation, stitch by stitch. Unknown.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome to the marketplace. Coming up this afternoon, Ghana Integrated Aluminum Development Corporation, GIADEC, and a strategic partner set to begin exploration of bauxite at the Yunahin Hills in the Ashanti region. Also coming up, clean energy advocates want intensified efforts to achieve 10% renewable energy target amid recent power cuts. Also ahead, promoting climate resilience, we'll tell you about efforts to draft a national long-term low emissions development strategy to enhance net zero greenhouse gas. My name is Daryl Kwao. Thanks for being with us. Details coming up. With us, everyone. First up, the Ghana Integrated Aluminum Development Corporation, GIADEC, and its strategic international partner, Mytilineos SA, are set to begin exploration of bauxite at the Nyinahin Hills in the Ashanti region as part of plans to add value to the country's mineral ore under the Integrated Aluminum Industry Projects. The exercise is expected to end decades of exporting raw bauxite for refining. It would also see the establishment of the country's first plant whilst boosting economic gains from its natural resources. There's more in this report.
Following their declaration as the new strategic partners of the Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation, Mytilineos Energy and Metals is set to commence exploration of the Project 3 of the Nyinahin concession. A delegation from the company paid a courtesy visit to the Asantehene Otumfuo Setutu II to formally announce the intentions of the alumina refinery company. Since the discovery of bauxite in Ghana, the country has always mined and exported the mineral in its raw states but failed in adding value despite considerable efforts made by successive governments. The Nyinahin project, which is one of the 4 under the Integrated Aluminium Industry Project, is part of efforts by the government to enhance value addition for the resource. Michael Ansa is the CEO of GIADEC.
Nyinahin has 10 hills, which we believe are bauxite-rich hills. Hills 1, 2, 3, we've called Block A for our project. Hills 4, 5, 6, we've called Block B for our projects. And hills 4, 7, 8, 9, and 10 is Block C. Now we're developing hills 7, 8, 9, and 10. And we've been able to go through a process that has led to the selection of Mytilineos SA. That is a Greek company, a quoted Greek company that is very much involved in the integrated aluminium industry. Rich experience in managing environmental issues, rich experience in establishing these businesses, rich experience and the capacity to work with us to develop what we're looking at.
The Asantehene Otumfuo Setutu II is upbeat about the prospects of the exploration of the concession as he anticipates a mutually beneficial partnership.
The government through to the alumni and everything, setting up the refinery and everything. Sure. And once they're giving you a concession, come to explore first to see whether the problem is that they are handicapped in trying to get the exploration to establish how much alumina, how much bauxite we have. Sure. And that's why we have you here to do it, but in joint partnership with them. So we expect that you be a good investor, and then the partnership would be more mutually beneficial to all of us. Sure. We expect you to do your part, the government will do its part, and the community will do its part.
Representative of Mytilineos Energy and Metals assured of economic boost for the local community and the nation through job creation and other corporate social responsibilities.
Our initiatives aim to empower local community, create job opportunity, and of course empower the economic activity. But at the same time, we are dedicated into preserving this area natural beauty for the coming generation.
The team is expected to present the mineral resource estimation to the government after successful completion of the exploration process. For JoyNews, my name is Emmanuel Bright Kweku.
Now, there are doubts about Ghana's ability to attain its 10% renewable national energy supply mix by the end of 2030. Ghana's Renewable Energy Master Plan anticipates offsetting carbon emissions through the adoption of cleaner energy sources like solar and biofuels. But some clean energy advocates want expedited action and investment for sustainable economic growth, improve social life, and reduce effects of climate change. Yes, more.
In recent times, Ghana has been plunged into unplanned power outages impacting negatively on households and businesses. The erratic supply of power has necessitated calls for increased investment in alternative energy sources like renewable energy, as the country's sole dependence on hydroelectric power and fossil fuel are insufficient and detrimental. President of the Ashanti chapter of the Certified Electricians, Engineer Amponsa Abibiu, stressed on the harnessing of solar energy to complement the energy mix. He believes not only would it help resolve power outages, but help decarbonize the atmosphere. He spoke during a workshop on energy citizenship at the Apia Minka University of Skills Training and Entrepreneurial Development.
Ghana is endowed with everything. That's our passion. That when it comes to energy from the sun, and we have, in our era, we have believed that the conventional source, the primary source of energy that God gave us was oil. But we are getting to see that it's in the sun instead. So it is for us to harness it appropriately and use it. And the sun has never failed before. So that we are not, if we go back to the sun and live on it solely, there's no time that it will ever get finished. That's what we are saying. So for a country like Ghana that owns the best quality of sun in the world, why don't we harness it? But like I keep saying,
the program is part of the university's efforts to create awareness on the importance of climate change and transitioning to low-carbon energy sources through inclusive energy citizenship. With the country transitioning its energy supply to include cleaner sources, it has become imperative to initiate conversations on conserving energy. A study conducted at Pungu, a farming community in the Upper East region with strategic location of a VRA solar plant, were unaware of the essence of the National Energy Transition Plan. Abdul Latif is the lead researcher.
They have a over 2 megawatt solar power plant, since they have 2 megawatt solar power plant, I need to know how they engage and their perceptions towards that particular project. People are motivated to engage in energy initiatives since when they know the benefit. But in other words, the perception, the awareness was very low. When there is a low awareness about any energy projects, people, once you are not even aware, you don't even care to even engage in anything like that.
Senior lecturer at the Electrical and Electronics Department of the university, Engineer Dr. Agripreneurship, says the country is not pushing in enough to curb power losses.
50% of our consumption goes to domestic consumers. And the study shows that we can reduce from between 20 to even 60% of our consumption by simply employing energy efficiency and energy conservation practices. That is what is possible. And so if you are able to do that, and sometimes these techniques will not involve any investment, by simply changing behavior, one can save power.
For JoyNews, my name is Emmanuel Bright-Kweku.
Okay, so
well, our next story is about saving the planet and promoting climate resilience. Well, as part of the process to develop a national long-term emissions development strategy to enhance net zero greenhouse gas, climate resilient and drought readiness report has been developed now. Speaking at the validation workshop to assess the strategy, Director General of the National Development Planning Commission called for a conscious effort to promote sustainable socio-economic activities that do not affect the environment.
The need for a long-term low-emission development strategy has become necessary following the absence of a long-term document despite numerous low-emission strategies and sectorial plans like the Integrated Power System Master Plan. In view of this, the Environmental Protection Agency, in collaboration with the National Development Planning Commission and partners, organized the National Validation Workshop on Readiness Assessment for the LTLEDS. Here's Winfred Nelson speaking on behalf of the Director General of the National Development Planning Commission, Dr. Kojo Esiem-Mensah Abrampa.
We, over the years, have prepared long-term national development planning frameworks, right from Vision 2020. The issues of environment were in there. Currently, we are looking at working on the 40-year plan, and we are revising it. And because we are revising it, we are looking at all issues, including issues related to the environment. We are looking at low emission development, and that is why we are associated with the low emission development strategy. That is not all. We can't do that in isolation. We have to look at this and how it dovetails into other socio-economic development processes. So, ladies and gentlemen, in dealing with this and doing validation today, let's not focus on only emissions. What are the implications of other socio-economic activities on emissions? And what are also the implications or the impacts of high emissions on socio-economic development, issues related to health, agriculture, and so on, water, and so on and so forth.
Long-term low emissions development strategy supports the global objective of reducing greenhouse gas emissions. This can help attract international support to enhance climate resilient initiatives in the country.
Now, EcoBank Ghana, the largest commercial bank in the country, has launched a Sustainability Week celebration to promote sustainability through waste transformation. According to the bank's country risk officer, Joanna Mensah, EcoBank has taken the lead by ensuring that most of its automated teller machines and some branches are powered by solar panels, thereby promoting the use of clean energy. She spoke to Joy Business on the sidelines of the launch.
EcoBank Ghana has been a front runner in implementing the Bank of Ghana's sustainable banking principle, which seeks to guide banks in mainstreaming their fundamental tenets of sustainability in its operation. This, according to the country risk chief officer of EcoBank Ghana, Joanna Mensah, drives the culture of sustainable banking practices.
On the 5th of March, we actually got the first funding for the solar program, and we are very proud to, have been awarded by the board of the GCF. Also, this serves also as a way of embedding the culture of sustainability in our bank-wide activities, more or less. All departments actually, would work with the principles. And indeed, EcoBank has also implemented solar programs across branches and also found a way to manage energy. And really, in terms of energy savings and costs, we have actually achieved a lot in that area.
As the first commercial bank in Ghana to be accredited to the Green Climate Fund, Joanna Mensah further highlighted the bank's commitment to promoting sustainable financing solutions for SMEs.
In anticipation of this approval by the GCF of the $30 million, which is targeted at SMEs who are into solar development, we have nurtured a few. We have a few clients in our, customer base who actually do solar, and we have supported programs. I think we mentioned that we championed a solar program at a mall, and we did support a client to be able to do that program. And so now that we have the subsidized funding, actually that funding is subsidized, we intend to mix it with us. We call it a blended facility. We also put in an equal amount of 30 million as a bank to be able to build up the client base in that segment. And indeed, we are hoping that we can develop the SMEs, in that area as well, boosting our SME capacity as well. In fact, our new brand image is a better way, a better Africa. So that is what we are trying to do by ensuring that we are sustainable.
The 2024 EcoBank Sustainability Celebration Week is on the theme Promoting Sustainability Through Waste Transformation, the EcoBank Way.
Now, the Ghana Enterprises Agency has reaffirmed its commitment to elevate women-led businesses from micro-scale to larger capacities through government's instituted interventions. Chief Executive Officer Kosi Yanki-Ayi announced a 500,000 Ghana cedi investment package to support women-led businesses under the Ghana Union of Traders Association. Speaking at the inauguration of the Ashanti Regional Women's Wing of GUTA, she emphasized the financial support is to facilitate market accessibility for women and strengthen trade institutions.
Available data suggests women form more than 60% of the informal sector of the Ghanaian economy, but they remain the less empowered. Economists attribute the financial challenges to inaccessibility to affordable credit facility, access to markets, and other skills. Coordinator of the Women's Wing of the Ghana Union of Traders Association, Pearl Opoku, wants the government to reduce loan facilities and cost of doing business in the country.
Registrar General, I think, should at least look into the profile of women, and there should be a reduction for women to help many women businesses to be able to register with the Registrar General, because the women are complaining that the amount is too much for them. It's an amount, and I think it's about. I can't really tell for now. I can't really tell for now. For now. So I think it should be reduced for men. At least for men, it should be different. For women, it should be different. They should rather look into it for us to help many businesses to be able to open a business account.
In supporting women stay buoyant in the field of work, the Ghana Enterprises Agency is investing 500,000 Ghana cedis to boost growth in micro and small-scale businesses. The agency is also instituting training programs to equip women with requisite financial literacy skills and other support programs. Kusi Yankee Aye is the chief executive of GEA.
Because yes, women have micro businesses, but the businesses are not moving from micro to small to medium, and they are not accessing markets. So we're designing programs that would allow women businesses to access more markets, women businesses to move from the micro businesses and migrate to bigger businesses so that they can actually create more jobs. So yes, there's an emphasis of women entrepreneurs across the nation, and that has been the agenda.
Second Lady Samira Barumia indicated the government's readiness to increase opportunities for women.
To send to those destinations and all that, we are going to resource them, give them the necessary information to know what they have to trade, because it shouldn't be that they are only in Ghana. And how are we also going to resource them, like Madam Kusiyanka Yankee said, that we have to make sure that they also help make the chain of distribution complete.
For JoyNews, my name is Emmanuel Bright Kweku.
Now, the current economic crisis has drowned so many businesses, in particular small businesses. Access to funding continues to be the biggest obstacle facing micro, small, and medium enterprises. The United Nations Development Programme is urging bodies to support small businesses to flourish after awarding 18 women and youth-led MSMEs with grants to grow their businesses. This award is part of UNDP's integrated MSME support program aimed at improving the sustainability of MSMEs to advance job creation and economic growth.
The major challenge of micro, small, and medium enterprises is accessing funding, especially organizations led by youth and women. UNDP, in collaboration with Absa Bank, is stepping in to fill the gap. 18 said businesses have received a total of $70,000 to support the growth of their businesses. Dr. Angela Lusigi is UNDP resident representative in Ghana and emphasizes the goal of this program.
This partnership with ABSA and Empretec has helped us to identify leading enterprises and entrepreneurs in 6 districts. We have just awarded 18 women and youth-led enterprises, and this has been a process of building their capacity in order to transform their enterprises, because we believe that the MSME sector in Ghana is the one where we will get jobs and innovation. So through the support by ABSA and Empretec, we've been able to build their capacity. We started with over 2,700 applications, and we have narrowed down to 18 in 6 districts. So we're very proud of these young entrepreneurs, because we believe that as their enterprises grow, as they become more resilient, they will be able to show the way for others. Actually receiving 15,000 Ghana cedis each. But this comes after a process of building their capacity to design and grow strong and resilient businesses. So this is a tail end of the program where they will now be able to invest these resources into buying more equipment and expanding their capacity. We're very proud of the fact that they're in all sectors: agriculture, nature-based products, and even working with people with disabilities, because we believe that this is the way of the future.
The grant award is part of a series of business development activities that close to 3,000 participants have benefited from over the past 4 years. UNDP has disbursed over $500,000 through various challenges, including the Youth Innovation for Sustainable Development Challenge, the Waste Recovery Platform, and COVID-19 Innovation Challenge. Under the current District Innovation Challenge rolled out in partnership with Absa Bank and Empretech Ghana, 300 businesses received training, coaching and mentorship support on best business practices. Audrey Abakan is Director of SMEs and Agency Banking at Absa Bank and explains that the bank is committed to providing financing for MSMEs.
Our contribution towards this whole program was the capacity building component. Currently, we do have partnership with MasterCard Foundation, and we are able to provide entrepreneurial development programs for small and medium enterprises. So the part that ABSA played in this whole program is for us to provide UNDP, the consultant that actually provided the training for these participants. As I speak, we have been able to train over 6,000 SMEs under the MasterCard Foundation program, which includes 300 SMEs under this special program.
Before receiving the grants, the participant program, Esther Nyameke, fashion designer of Lifetime Designs from Jomoro District, who is also a person living with disability, urged people like her not to despair, but be productive.
I have greatly benefited from this program. This funding will help my business and make people like me realize that despite living with disability, we can still work and be productive and not sit by the roadside and beg. People should not look down on themselves, but always look for opportunity.
The integrated support for MSMEs is to build the resilience of youth and women-led businesses to contribute to inclusive and sustainable development.
Okay, one last story before we go. Imperial General Assurance, a leading general business insurance company in Ghana, has launched the Imperial Collision Insurance, an innovative mobility insurance product, onto the Ghanaian market. According to Deputy Director of the company, Harry Oforiatta, this product covers own damage, hospitalization, and financial interest in the vehicle. He spoke to JoyNews at the Imperial General Assurance head office in Accra.
Imperial General Assurance, a leading insurance provider, unveiled an industry-first collision insurance product in a significant step towards ensuring greater financial security for drivers in the country. Speaking at the launch, Deputy Director of Imperial General Assurance, Harry Oforiatta, says the move signifies the brand's commitment to offering exceptional service to drivers.
So generally, what collision insurance is that it's not a third-party cover. It's basically providing cover for individuals when their vehicles collide with objects or they collide with other vehicles. It has a third-party component in, and it also has an additional benefit, which is hospitalization. The hospitalization benefit is not arising out of accident, but it's as a result of the fact that when a person who has bought this collision insurance gets severely sick and is admitted to the hospital, that person after 3 days earns 100 cedis per day for up to 30 days. That is, for the 30 days, the person will earn up to 3,000 Ghana cedis. But the caveat here is that that person must, first and foremost, be severely sick and be admitted.
And that's the marketplace this afternoon. Thanks for watching, everyone. There is more news on our website, myjoyonline.com/business. Our top stories over there: Ghana close to signing MOU with bilateral creditors on debt restructuring. That's according to the IMF MD. Also, recent depreciation of the cedi not worrying, trend to reverse soon. That's Professor texting there. myjoyonline.com /business. We'll make a date, same time tomorrow. Theophilus is...
Our day usually starts when our alarm goes off. We're slaves to the clock. Society's punctuality is a virtue. We can't afford to miss that train. We have places to be, things to do. No wonder we're constantly checking the time. But we'd be better off paying more attention to our internal clock. It regulates cycles of alertness and sleepiness. If we go against the body's circadian rhythms, we can end up with weight problems and heart disease. This week, we'll take a look at how to listen to your body clock on In Good Shape.
Life on Earth follows a 24-hour cycle. In the process of evolution, all living creatures have adapted to this cycle. Plants, animals, and humans all have an inner rhythm, an internal ticking clock known as a circadian rhythm. It doesn't just determine when we're active and when we feel sleepy. It affects nearly all our bodily functions. The rhythm of that inner clock varies from one person to the next. It's shaped by 20 different genes and determines whether we are early risers or not. It's our personal rhythm, and it functions without outside influence. Studies show that even in a bunker, without light or a clock, participants have their very own rhythm that remains constant. The inner clock determines not only how easy it is for us to get up early, but also how efficient we are first thing in the morning. Those who are fit and focused have an inner cycle that's slightly shorter than 24 hours. They're your typical morning person. If your inner clock ticks more slowly, your personal cycle will be slightly longer than 24 hours. You'll feel awake in the evening, but struggle to get up early. You're a late person. Human beings are diurnal, or active during the day. This explains how our senses work. Our inner clock responds to daylight, which enters the body through the eyes, where we have special receptors. They register the light conditions and regulate our inner clock. They ensure, through the sleep hormone melatonin, that we're sleepy at night but awake during the day. Where we live also plays a role. The sunrise varies by 4 minutes with each degree of longitude. So in Germany, for example, the sun rises in the east 36 minutes earlier than in the far west of the country. In winter, our inner clock is delayed slightly. It starts later because the sun rises later. Regardless of our personal type, we don't tend to be awake so early in the mornings. The circadian rhythm is a fundamental mechanism for life on Earth.
Are you an early bird who leaps out of bed full of energy, but feels drowsy and drained in the evenings? Or are you a late riser who likes to start the day slowly and then stay up until all hours? Kids like an early start, but by the time they're teenagers, they can barely wake up, let alone get to school on time. Women tend to be more active during the day than men. They have a longer deep sleep stage and can cope better with disruptions to their internal body clocks than previously believed. The cells in our body have their own clock. These are biological, determined by genes, and controlled by light.
With light comes life and well-being. People who live in places with long, dark winters know this all too well. Many suffer bouts of the blues during this time, a type of seasonal depression. The lack of light can affect our mood and make us sick, both mentally and physically. Researcher Henrik Oster is an expert on biological rhythms.
A lack of light is ultimately stressful for the body. Light has a very important physiological function. It impacts our activity levels and can influence our mood. And it provides important signals that help our bodies orient to the time of day.
Oster's research shows that light steers our biological clocks. Every cell in our body has one. These internal clocks are responsible for making sure that our organs work in harmony with one another. If there's not enough light, the clocks get out of sync and our organs stop working optimally. That has consequences for our energy levels and our health.
This can make us ill. It can trigger metabolic and psychiatric diseases and some cancers too.
Researchers are gaining an ever better understanding of the impact of light on the body and brain.
Light has an activating effect. It lifts our mood, increases our motivation. Ultimately, it allows us to function and communicate better.
No surprise then that people crave light and actively seek it out. Beautiful lighting is also a mood booster. But artificial light sources can't replace the sun's natural rays. Even so, light therapy with strong daylight lamps can help top up our light deposits and keep our inner clocks on a healthy rhythm. Our eyes are key to how it works. The retina reacts to the blue daylight and passes the information on to the brain. It then steers our inner clocks, which regain their rhythm. As a result, levels of the sleep hormone, melatonin, fall, and we produce more cortisol and serotonin, leaving us feeling more energized and happier. The strong blue light emitted by daylight lamps can actually drive away the winter blues. The lamps are most effective if used for 30 minutes each morning at a minimum of 2,500 lux. Just 2 weeks of light therapy can make a difference and help ward off depression.
Too little light can definitely heighten the risk of depression amongst certain groups of people who are susceptible. More light, on the other hand, can help boost one's mood. A better day-night rhythm develops. It's good for the immune system. That's why sufficient light is very important for our mental health.
Of course, real daylight is still best. In the winter, it's strongest in the mornings. Daylight is vital for our bodies to produce vitamin D, which we need for strong bones and teeth and a robust immune system.
Vitamin D is also really important for bone health. A vitamin D deficiency increases the likelihood of osteoporosis and bone fractures.
So make the most of every bit of daylight in the winter and enjoy it.
Ideally, our daily routine allows us to follow our internal clocks and work when we're feeling most productive. But all too often, we just have to adjust to the demands of daily life. That can be problematic for late risers in particular, because in most cultures, the workday starts early. Yet too much disruption to our circadian rhythms increases the risk of exhaustion, depression, obesity, gastrointestinal problems, and cardiovascular disease. So how can we prevent it? Well, the key is getting enough shut-eye.
Little kids need a lot of sleep, that's clear. But what happens to us when we get older?
I need more sleep the older I get.
I sleep less at night, but I take naps during the day. My grandma was the same, and she lived to be 99.
Research shows older people do tend to take naps during the day and sleep less during the night.
Older people wake up more frequently than young people, for example, because they have to go to the bathroom. But in principle, the amount of sleep people get stays the same.
But what about the theory that people who wake up a lot aren't getting good sleep? Is it true?
Yeah, I think so.
No, I've heard that there are many different sleep models. There's one where people sleep for just 20 minutes at a time, but then they do that every 2 hours.
Yeah, if it's just once, it's okay. But if you're constantly waking up, that's bad.
The theory isn't true. No one sleeps the whole night through, but we often don't remember waking up.
We all wake up briefly between sleep cycles. Some people stay awake longer, but that doesn't have to be a bad thing. It's all due to evolution. Everyone in a tribe would wake up to check on things at different times during the night. That made people safer.
It's also thought that women sleep differently than men. New moms are primed to react instantly to their baby's cries and will wake up no matter how tired they are.
My girlfriend wakes up when the kids make a noise, but I keep sleeping. I think that has to do with motherhood.
For me and my husband, that's definitely true. I wake up at the slightest noise. My husband sleeps very deeply.
But statistics show that women sleep longer and have more deep sleep than men.
Women tend to have many more triggers that can disturb their sleep. For example, when they're breastfeeding, or later, when they're going through menopause. So women are more at risk of developing disrupted sleep patterns, but the sleep they do get is better.
Next question. Are power naps good for us?
A 5-minute cat nap? That helps for sure.
For me, it doesn't work. I always go over the 5 minutes and then I feel more tired than before.
A power nap means you sleep anywhere from 5 to a maximum 25 or 30 minutes. And that is actually enough to keep you mentally and physically fit for the next 3 or 4 hours.
And what about sleeping in the nude? Is it unhygienic? We produce up to half a liter of sweat at night. Most people wear pajamas, but in places like Scandinavia and France, many prefer to go without.
Sleeping in the nude is not at all unhygienic. It's a personal decision. People who prefer it should absolutely do so. But then it's important to have good bed linen that wicks away the sweat. You should also change your sheets regularly. Then it's not unhygienic.
And is it possible to catch up on sleep?
You automatically catch up on sleep. Your body will definitely do this if it can. If I don't get much sleep for 3 nights and I'm really tired, then I'll end up sleeping longer. I'd say it works well for me personally. If I haven't had enough sleep, I just go to bed early, then I'm fine.
But the sleep we get before midnight is the best, right? At least that's what parents used to tell their teenage children wanting to stay up late into the night.
I can't imagine why it should be so much better.
That's a new one. Never heard that before.
I think there could be something to it. I often feel tired in the morning if I went to bed too late the night before. The first part of the night is really important because that's when we get a lot of deep sleep. That's probably where it comes from. But not everyone goes to bed before midnight.
It's not so much about when we go to bed. The main thing is we get enough sleep.
Broadly speaking, there are 3 basic cultures. First, there's the 8-hour workday culture, with a clear separation between work, free time, and bedtime. It's the prevalent model in Germany and other Western countries. Then there's the siesta culture. This allows the body to regenerate and avoid strain during the hottest time of the day. It's widespread in Spain and many Arab countries. In nap cultures, meanwhile, people take any opportunity to have a quick nap. They may not sleep quite as long at night. This is a common model in Asia and Africa. Each of these models has health benefits, but proper rest can be impeded by numerous factors, such as a heavy meal. This can negatively impact metabolism. But when we eat isn't the only issue. What we eat can also have an effect.
Here are 3 tips for food that studies show can improve sleep. Cherries, sour cherries in particular. Try eating a few or having a glass of juice. According to one study, people who consumed 2 portions of sour cherry juice a day reported sleeping better than participants in a placebo group. That's down to their melatonin content. This is known as the sleep hormone. The body produces it naturally when it gets dark, helping you wind down. But tart cherries increase your melatonin levels and therefore improve sleep. The sugar content, though, can wake you up, so they're best consumed during the day rather than in the evening. Lentils. Lentils are high in tryptophan, an amino acid that the body doesn't produce by itself. It uses it to make serotonin. This makes you active and energetic during the day. In the evening, when it's dark, serotonin gets converted into the sleep hormone melatonin. For this process, the metabolism requires B vitamins and folic acid, both of which lentils provide. They're also complex carbohydrates. They can help reduce blood glucose levels and make you feel full for longer. That's important for restful sleep. But if you suffer from flatulence or heartburn, it's best to go a little easy on the lentils. Tip number 3, bananas. Bananas contain tryptophan and have a high serotonin content. They also contain magnesium and potassium, minerals that help nerves and muscles relax during sleep. An Iranian study showed that bananas also help lower brain temperature. Bananas also ensure healthy gut bacteria, which can help guard against stress-related sleep disorders. But the fructose in bananas also causes blood sugar levels to rise. That means anyone with weight problems shouldn't eat any bananas in the evening, but rather have 2 or 3 bananas throughout the day. But be aware that all these foods should be part of a varied and balanced diet.
What can we do to boost our energy levels first thing in the morning? Based on numerous studies, the American neuroscientist Dr. Andrew Huberman has identified 4 strategies. First, stay hydrated. When we get up, our bodies, and especially our brains, need water to wake up. Second, go outside. Just 10 minutes of walking or cycling do us good. Morning light regulates activity in the amygdala, a brain region involved in our emotional responses. Third, a few minutes of sunlight help keep our internal clocks ticking along. Anyone who gets up when it's still dark should compensate with a daylight lamp, if they can. Last but not least, yoga. After 10 to 30 minutes, the body starts to release dopamine and prepare for action. But make sure you still get to work on time. Being late can land you in trouble. Unless, of course, you have a very understanding employer.
Sleeping in, taking your time to wake up without the stress of an alarm, even on a normal workday. This dream is now a reality for Selma Sibic and Walter Galgel.
Good morning. Good morning. Also awake already? Yes, and well rested.
For the last 6 months, they've been allowed to start work exactly as their internal clock dictates, because our inner clock is what controls when we're really awake and alert. The family-owned company Spee in southwestern Germany is doing a study to find out how working like this affects employee satisfaction. Until now, work for Selma and Walter had started between 7 and 8 a.m. For Walter, every morning was an ordeal.
I hate it when my alarm clock goes off. I press snooze at least once, then it wakes me up again after 10 minutes. I have to force myself to get up, otherwise I would fall asleep again.
The company wants to offer its employees healthier working conditions. So they hired Leila Spee, a well-being manager. She designed the study with chronobiology expert Michael Wieden.
A sleep deficit can have a very negative long-term impact on our health, including depression, obesity, and substance abuse.
And ultimately, this also has financial consequences. Sleep deficits cost the German economy around 49 billion euros a year. But how would it work if everyone just showed up according to their inner clock? The Spee company produces custom-made building components and seals. All of its departments have to work hand in hand. For example, Selma is responsible for customer support. Walter takes care of logistics, from the procurement of materials to deliveries for customers. With such a key role, it was considered vital in the past that he be at work by 8 a.m. at the latest.
Part of this project is not to ask why doesn't this work, but instead to look at how we can make it work.
When the study began, Selma, Walter and 10 other employees first underwent health checks to make sure there were no underlying causes for possible sleep disorders. A questionnaire was used to provide an initial indication of the participants' chronotypes. Is Selma an early bird or more of a night owl? A person's chronotype is genetically determined and not really alterable.
Based on what I've heard, it's safe to assume that she's a normal to mildly early chronotype, but only time will tell. Because we'll only really find out when she's had a chance to sleep in for a while.
Walter's initial assessment is that he's a normal type, like around 60% of Germans. For the scientific evaluation, Selma and the others note the times they fall asleep and wake up, as well as how they slept and how good they feel. And they keep a video diary for us.
I think it's great. I enjoy getting up when I'm fully rested and only going to bed when I'm tired.
I'm about half an hour to 45 minutes later than I used to be. I also feel very well rested in the morning, and I go to work feeling fitter and happier because of it.
He now schedules appointments with customers later, which is easier than previously thought. The same goes for internal company meetings and conferences. And no one is considered lazy if they come to work later. But after a few weeks, Selma has to set her alarm again. She needs to be awake at 6 a.m.
I've got workmen in the house, and they always come at the same time. I really didn't think that it would make such a big difference to be woken up by an alarm or to wake up naturally. The alarm jolts me out of my sleep. It's much more of a gentle wake-up without it.
In addition, Selma has discovered that she needs more sleep than she previously thought, almost 9 hours. Walter now gets up at 7:30, then goes for a short walk and usually gets to work at around 9. Living according to your internal clock means routine, and that has its advantages too.
Irregular bedtimes make me sleep longer or wake up much earlier, and above all, I just don't sleep very well.
6 months later, Michael Wieden presents the results. All the participants actually sleep longer without an alarm clock, by about half an hour on average. And they sleep better, which is also good for the business.
On the one hand, it will lead to a reduction in absenteeism. On the other hand, employees will be able to perform to a higher standard, meaning fewer mistakes. Their creativity is boosted. So there are many aspects by which it can have a positive impact on the company and not just in terms of health.
The boss is also convinced. Although the different starting times mean that more careful coordination is required, it's worth it, because it's simply better to work when you're wide awake.
You can also help regulate your body clock with movement. Here's Aurelia with another useful exercise.
Hello and welcome. Today you need 2 weights. Let's get started. Bring your weights in front of your chest and then we go down until hip height and we stand up. Do this exercise for 1 minute, rest 30 seconds and repeat it 3 times. This exercise is perfect to train your lower back, your buttocks and the hamstrings.
Have fun and see you next time on In Good Shape. Bye-bye.
Thanks for joining us on Focus on Africa. I'm Wahiga Mwaura.
This is a covert operation on the hunt to catch a criminal.
We've been here for nearly a week and this camp seems to grow every day. The nightmare of hyperinflation has haunted Zimbabwe for over 20 years now.
Why is racism seemingly such a hard nut to crack for La Liga?
I think they are the first to say that they have not done enough.
Now to a new bill that could change the lives of African students in the United Kingdom, but not for the better. Well, joining me now in studio is Anita Nkonge, the BBC's youth reporter. I imagine there have been quite some reactions to that announcement by the UK government?
Yes, a whole bunch of mixed reactions.
For months, I've been investigating a form of blackmail that has become so prevalent in Nigeria that it's got its own name: keto.
How widespread would you say this blackmail phenomenon known as keto is in Nigeria?
Every week they get about 20 to 30 reports of cases of people saying that they either were close to be blackmailed.
The BBC's Umaru Fofana is in Freetown.
Hardly would anybody have predicted that in our lifetime we would see it lying down like this.
Climate change is here and it's telling us it is here. We have to change our ways, or it is going to teach us a lot of lessons.
The Agripreneurship Living Water Expedition is a research expedition and also a swim to draw attention to the influx of textiles to Ghana, specifically second-hand clothing waste.
What can the citizens themselves do to protect themselves?
So look at how you can empower the health sector, education and agriculture and the water sector.
It is not that Spain is a racist country, but that they acknowledge that there is a problem of education that must be dealt with.
The BBC's Nyasha Michelle has been talking to the British actress and finding out more about the show.
What would you say to those who are saying it's pushing a particular Afrocentrism narrative?
Why, if there's a possibility that she might have been of biracial heritage, she can't be played by an actress of biracial heritage?
From me and the rest of the Focus on Africa team, it's goodbye.
is important. It's the only way you get to know the things that happen around you, what affects you today and the future. At JoyNews, we have reporters scattered around the country who tell us about the communities they live in, the people and their stories. The key part of our job here at JoyNews is to make clearer the muffled voices in every part of society. We shine light on the issues. My name is Aisha Ibrahim, and hello, good afternoon. My name is Aisha Ibrahim, and this is Election Brief. Within the next 30 minutes, we have the latest update from the political scene. We're live on DSTV channel 421, GoTV channel 125, and all our social media handles around the world on myjoyonline.com. Election Headquarters is brought to you by Petrosol, your clean fuel in full quantity, and Chartered Institute of Management Accountants, SIMA, and the American Institute of Certified Public Accountants, together as the Association of International Certified Professional Accountants. Election Headquarters for an informed electorate. Please do stay for details. The National Peace Council has cautioned political party representatives and media practitioners to be mindful of their utterances going into the December 7 elections. The Peace Council is raising concerns about the use of insults and tribal statements to score political points. In the heat-up of campaigning for the parliamentary and presidential election, the council wants parties, representatives and supporters, as well as the media, to desist from using words that can put the peace of the country under threat. Take a listen to Dr. Harriet Techi, member of the National Peace Council.
Is to ensure that during this period of our election in 2024, we would continue to live peacefully as Ghanaians. But the focus is more on our political parties, their functionalists, and their constituents, and Ghanaians in general, to make sure that we continue to live in peace, because we have nowhere to go. And this workshop is to draw our attention to this peaceful coexistence that we all need, particularly our political parties, their party functionalists, and their constituents. Ghanaians in general should also be aware that we need to live in peace. And that is why, as stakeholders, we have gathered here today to remind ourselves that, yes, we have diverse views, yet we need to express these divergent views in a much more peaceful way, so that we understand ourselves and continue to live in peace as Ghanaians. We should not, particularly again with our journalists, they should be careful the way they report happenings in the country. They should use language that will bring peace, not rather a language that will bring hatred. So we are entreating all of us here to be careful not to use any expression that will bring about hate, that will bring about a problem for Ghanaians in general. We are all hoping that at the end of this workshop, we will remind ourselves and we'll go back and remind our party members that yes, we are different. We have different political parties. We have different views, yet we are Ghanaians, and we should leave Ghana in a peaceful way.
I've been joined by Apostle Dr. Bright Soso. He's a member of the Peace Council. He joins us via Zoom. Grateful for your time, Dr. Soso. Let's talk about the engagement you've had so far. I'm told that there's political party representation, there are stakeholders, key stakeholders in the elections, and there's a media as well. What has been the engagement so far? Right, so we've lost Dr. Bonsu there. We'll try and get him back to join us and for us to have that conversation about the Peace Council calling on political party representatives to ensure that there are peaceful elections in December 7. When we get him, we would have that conversation. Earlier, I spoke with Nana Boachi-Yadom, who's monitoring this for us. He said that there are representatives of the major political parties. There are key stakeholders, including the police, and also there is a media who are representing in this engagement. When we get Dr. Bonsu, he will be telling us about what kind of engagements they've been having and what has been the response from the other side. Right now, all right, so I'm told Dr. Bonsu is back on the line. Doc, first, what has been the level of engagement with these political party representatives, the key stakeholders in this upcoming election? Kindly unmute for me, Dr. Bonsu.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Right, go ahead, Doc, we can hear you.
Yeah, my name is Sosu, not Bunsu. Sosu. Can you hear me?
Yes, please, go ahead.
The name is Sosu.
Fosu?
Sosu, S-O-S-U.
Okay, great.
Sosu.
Thanks so much for the correction.
Yes. Well, it's been very good, very educative, and all the parties are cooperative, and we're making a headway in this afternoon's workshop.
What has been the response? Because I'm told that there are representatives of political parties, there are key stakeholders, including the police, there's media, who are all part of this engagement. What has been the response so far?
The response so far is splendid. Everybody is cooperating. We are working together as a team, and there is agreement amongst us. Everybody is cooperating, sharing thoughts together. So it's been very good.
Why is this forum necessary in the first place?
Well, this forum is necessary because we need to build trust, intra-party, inter-party, trust. And then we also want to make sure that we are in election year. The way some political parties come on air, use hate speech, say things that will cause disturbances to our political atmosphere and the peaceful nation we have. So we want to make sure that we speak to the stakeholders to make sure that people are mindful of what they say, especially during campaigns and then when they go out on their radio political talks. So we want to make sure that people avoid speeches that will create confusion, hate speech, speeches that will undermine other people who are also Ghanaians. So our focus is to make sure that people will not use what they say to cause confusion in the nation as we prepare for our general elections.
And aside this engagement, what's the role of the Peace Council in achieving this goal?
Well, the role of the Peace Council is to educate the stakeholders on issues that have been there that probably some have forgotten. And then we also want to know what their problems are in terms of concerns regarding the electoral process. So be able to guide them to do what is right.
So far, I mean, all right, go ahead, sir.
We have also educated them on the issue of vigilantism and the related of the offenses that go with it. And then according to law, when a party creates a team of vigilantes, there's a law that checks that. So we made them understand that when it comes to vigilantism, there's a law that addresses that. So some know, some don't know. We want them to understand that there's a law that guides parties and forbid parties from, using vigilantism to advance their cause.
All right. So this is the message you are giving to them. We know that the campaign activities are intensifying as we gear towards December 7. So far, are you satisfied with what you've seen?
We are very satisfied because they are cooperating and they are coming out with their concerns, which are being addressed. When we are done today, we will be presenting a communique to head office and they will forward it to the appropriate quarters.
All right, Dr. Bones, Dr. Fosu, grateful for your time. I believe I mentioned your name right this time round. We'll be monitoring, of course, the media is also a stakeholder in this, and we'll be ensuring that there's peaceful elections come December. Now, electorates at Pig Farm here in Accra are divided on what will inform their votes come December 7, and if they will vote at all. This is today's voter's voice. It's from Pig Farm.
Vote, who person will be vote to my no uchiaka, na ya vote amao. Eno ano no. So sikano en wilding, bebia. Me ya dey na me ko gina ewia so e vote mo obi na obi etina ya komo. Ye we ya chele na me da tabodan mu. Wo be ma obi a vote amawa na wa chia na wa vote amao. That's all.
Me afi we me aba no metu. But the any brisu na metu aba no because nyama nko ye mami. President no was no yahwi wamagana yedin ye break too much nti afi we de aba no metu pa be me ntuma na na Akufo-Addo me to ma joma ama na ba konya no so abesiesie Ghana yie ama ye because wama oman no wase oman no kura enu tira me pese me nto aba no this year dey senya me mami awon kwada aba no metu
ye na eba be break 8 no ye vote ama baumia break the 8 ye na be break 8 no forward never backwards never. Yes, yeah, I no yen koyechi, and san cofabium, ye koyenim. And this time, ye lances cry spy, by MPP time, no, your lances ye renew, ye cry different lances. Ye say your lances D, yes, your time, no, ye interested by a chief, forward never backwards never, ye koyenim, ye breaky 8, no, upa umpo, ebe breaky. We are the boys for Baumia, upa umpo, unti albeti, ye no.
Yete metu mama be ba akonya no suru mi hu de oyeye na nana su ba akonya no susu me hu difference wama ye youth nu ye bre ye nya adwuma ye na me ye adwuma wo airport oba ye oba yi nimpa bebre di ma betena fie mitumi hwe me ma nti enu tira metu mama wo su no na niam aye fine na be bia me ye adwuma nsu no mi pay bibia akoyie ma me be nana ba ye no nipa ebre e wo man we mu enu tira mpese me santo abama joma mama ne bra power.
Mama time, any what we name the late president, at Tamus time, my lances were expired. But MPP time, I have new lances, I have my own car. That's the dream I have, that I'll vote for MPP. I won't go back.
I feel they are many more than and this Indian people, you know, I'm not disappointed here for 2 long years. Until Mesremo, I feel the new force, cheddar for real. Women vote to my cheddar. No, about betting your boy youth, no. Yes, and this new NPP there. Be bien no ekoso, your mama dukadaya, Ekufa dukadaya, cheddar, women vote to my cheddar. My youth for no juma, near to me nebi. Na ya bread do o man yimu ukuta 5 cedi crown twin tokoko adentia o man mo san ka ukuta 2 cedi crown twin tokoko onya blodo onya ko se nyina aka ho ba entumi nkoso sa 5 cedi crown twin to blodo ko se nyina anka koko ho entimu mi vote ma cheda no meboa yen na entumi mu nkoso
media sesia de minni didie wo bia mu MPP NDC ya ble wo mo Mummy, you young boy.
Mummy, vote to my cheddar. New force for real to the whole world.
And me young boys, ye doso, ye no ebu my no, and ye kokra, and to me ye ye penyanse ni ye for money shayansa because en kokrano o mu die wu onye ni fie ya because wo abebunu onimu.
Cheddar bar obe mayen youth no obe provide the adwuma me nyina ye nya bia ye every say nim no
enya ma grofia bedi tafla chisi gozi and obe NDC play MPP a obe MPP nyowu NDC ga ka fifia ma gbula NDC likra mi kpo overhead le circle amede say nya be overhead a NDC ewi tanya nya groga ma na egboto ka tan lo amoyo pen ko sen fifi la di NDC is better more than MPP. I am begging each other to vote this year to NDC. Thank you.
And that's your voters' voice from Pig Farm. Now, as the electioneering campaigns intensify, JoyNews, your election headquarters, has been rolling out thought-provoking programs to inform the electorates. The latest is the Ghana Connect Election Edition, which will be rolled out in key regions to get the voices of the electorate stamped in the political party manifestos. I've been joined in the studio by head of the political desk, Evans Mensah, with more on this. Evans, what form will the Ghana Connect Election Edition be in?
I mean, if you're used to Ghana Connect, it's a conversation between ordinary citizens. I mean, the whole concept behind it is that from Monday to Thursday, you've heard all the officials, you hear the politicals, you hear the experts, you hear government voices, and they dominate the space largely because a lot of them are duty bearers and they seem to be knowledgeable. But we don't get to hear the ordinary voices like you just heard, right? So Ghana Connect was created to bring in these ordinary voices, but connecting them to authority. I mean, for an election year like this, we are repurposing it to deliver on our key mandate of create and inform the electorate. We are very privileged to have Star Ghana. Star Ghana is already running a project, the Manifesto Influencing Project. And when we sat with them to talk about how we can partner, they felt that the Ghana Connect vehicle will be very good to delivering on their own objectives when it comes to the Manifesto influencing the vehicle that they've created. And so we thought that partnership was great. So what they do is they go into communities and they hold town halls to gather ordinary people's voices of what really is important to them this year. The essence of that is to influence the party's manifestos in the way that they deliver on these real needs, and not some imaginary needs, somebody sitting in his room and crafting what they believe we want, right? Yeah. The manifesto, Star Ghana believes, must reflect people's real needs in the communities and wherever they find themselves. And so you will notice that throughout this process that we're about to embark on, we're going to be going to the remotest parts of this country, right? And we're starting in Tamale, where Star Ghana, for the first couple of hours with their team, will be working with the ordinary voices, sifting out the key issues of importance to them, on the back of which we will then also come in and then host this town hall. So this is what we call the Star Ghana JoyNews Ghana Connect Town Hall. Okay. And it is a coming together of these ordinary voices to now articulate the issues. Of course, with Star Ghana's own expertise and sort of assimilating the issues together, we can get to hear their voices. But we've also invited the political reps to be part of that conversation because, after all, they need to hear what people are saying about what is important to them and our goal is that they reflect those in their manifesto. So that's what the Ghana Connect Town Hall is about.
So this is going to be what, in all the 16 regions?
Well, it is. We set out to do it in every region. That is the plan. Okay. Now, because Star Ghana is running this project in predetermined regions, we're going with the Star Ghana plan, and we're working with them because they are preeminent partners in this year's elections. And so we are in Tamale tomorrow, and I must emphasize that. We are in Tamale tomorrow. It's going to be our first Ghana Connect Town Hall. We are in Batco, a place called Bagabaga Training College in Batco, very popular place in Tamale, where we'll set up. The Star Ghana team will start the day with talking to the people in the room and bringing everybody in and then sifting the issues. Once the issues are sifted, and then we begin to have the conversation on the back of that from 3 to 5 p.m. tomorrow. It's going to be live on JoyNews, it's going to be live on our social media platforms, and also on Joy 99.7 FM. So that is a structure. So from Tamale, we will be going to the Ashanti region, Kumasi to be precise, where we also will set up there and have another one next week, right? Okay. And then from then we'll pick up the pace and have these conversations across the country, we hope. But there's also just turned 18 where it will take us to the Eastern region. That is also what I'm looking forward to, because that first-time voter group of individuals will be very important this year in deciding where the pendulum swings in elections. But I'm looking forward to tomorrow because...
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow because, our theme for this year, as we said at the launch of our election headquarters a few weeks back, is to create an informed electorate. It's really about the ordinary people. Yeah. It's really about ordinary voices. And you were part of the launch where we set up in the middle of Accra, the Central Business District, and talk to ordinary people. Yeah. And everything we do this year will deliver on that. And that is why I'm looking for. This is a bit more formal conversation in a town hall setting where people get to express their thought, but you challenge them a bit. The politicians get to hear and respond. By the time we are done, both the ordinary folks who've spoken, haven't heard the political figures, at least will be informed which of the parties present is addressing my real need, having heard it. And it's planning on including the issues I've raised in their manifestos. In this country, manifestos have become governing documents. In fact, the manifestos have become far more powerful than the Constitution. The free SHS implementation stopped us that. The president promised free SHS, and when he came in, people told him, including his own finance minister, that tweak it a bit because of the realities you've met. He said, but that's not what I promised the people. The people voted for me because they liked the idea I pitched and the form in which I pitched it. So why should I change it now? There's a point there, really. In other words, we've learned a lesson, and we are telling ourselves, together with Star Ghana, that if we do not get the manifestos right now, we've lost out.
Yes.
This is the time to get it right. Don't wait for them to win the elections. Because when they win the elections, they'll tell you this is what they took to the people.
And
this is the pitch they make for them to them, and they got voted.
How do people participate in this?
First thing, if you are in the northern region generally, but in Tamale, and you are listening to us right now, we invite you to Batco. Come to Batco. Come to the Bagabaga Training College. And come to the place around 10 a.m. because this is going to be an all-days event, right? Come there early and join a conversation with Star Ghana, but then make time to join the live event. The live event starts at 3. That's when we go live on JoyNews and we go live on Joy FM and across our social media platforms. So come physically to the place, because it is when you're there physically, then you begin to have a direct impact on what you say. You begin to ask the questions of the political party. So come to Batco tomorrow. But if you can't come to Batco, or wherever you are in this country, you can join us virtually, because we're going to be very aggressive on our social media platforms. You can join us via Zoom as well, from wherever you are, and then you can get to contribute as well. So first, if you are in Tamale, if you're in the northern region, come to Batco, come to the Bagabaga Training Institute College there. And if you're not there, join us virtually, because we will make sure that your views are factored in. You can actually even send us a message. The hashtag is ElectionHQ.
Of course, and it's for an informed electorate. Thank you very much, Evans, for the update. Evans Mensah is the head of the political desk here at JoyNews. Now, flag bearer of the National Democratic Congress, John Mahama, has revealed his intentions to introduce electric motorbikes for commercial operations, popularly known as Okada, when elected president. The electric-powered motorbikes will replace the existing fuel-powered engines presently used for commercial activities. Mr. Mahama indicated the electric-powered bikes, when successfully rolled out, will reduce the cost involved in resorting to Okada and tricycles for transport. Nana Ojima has more in the following report.
The Building Ghana tour of the NDC has continuously given hope to commercial tricycle operators across the country. The group has featured in most town hall meetings calling for legalization of their operations.
Nama emejina mwagana kakaka kana ya benyano ye betimi di ahwe ye won so na prison dan no enye ye nti omasi.
The use of motorbikes and tricycles for commercial activities have become widespread across the country.
John Mahama condemns he's condemning the letter directing Parliament to restrain from transmitting anti-gay bill for accent, and he has described it as unlawful. The flag bearer, John Mahama, has also he says the character of the letter from the presidency directing Parliament to refrain from sending the anti-gay bill to the presidency for assent is unlawful. And that letter was signed by the secretary to the president. Nana Ojima is the one following the flag bearer of the NDC. He joins us with more. Before that, let's listen to John Mahama on this.
Afe, osofo kasa oka LGBTQ asem nia oba etimi wari oba bema timi wari bema. Yena yenim se yamamre enya dia yamamre ejitum. Esum bia ewo Ghana hebia enjintum. Christo sum enjintum. Islam enjintum. Abosom fompo enjintum. Enti eyadia eyechiwade ema yenkrofo. Parliament na say omo ye krata omo wie hu adwuma omo de call president on no assign. Na president akase on sign if you say obi de asem no akọ court anti ono obetwen etie ni court beka answer. And so no pay me sorry me who letter be a free president secretary ho e Parliament. A man warning say sakrata no more fam ma president office mpo. Na obi obey lawyer obi oye lawyer bia beka cho say president secretary need to me say obetimi atros a letter no. If you say Parliament a constitution and a ashem rama almost say omuye sa eyini wi a omonfanko president ho. Enti untimi nka say ma onye ne juma say onfamre ompo. Obetimi aka say obi say ma president and sign. Enti me twen etie Supreme Court. But untimi throw letter and ma clerk say mo onfa emma president as Jubilee House or enti no na wo hwe senya otro letter no mpo a enye buo otro letter no bibibi to say o tumi bi echa in Parliament na sa nyoma no say emma amambo no enkoyie enti yedim say ye NDC de ye di mra so na ye behwe senya enyoma beko akosi.
You heard the flag bearer of the NDC for the 2024 elections, John Mahama, bringing us to the end of election brief on your election headquarters for an informed electorate. Do enjoy the rest of our programs.
Cashew is one of Ghana's non-traditional exports. It could earn us $660 million annually, but the country is currently doing half of that amount. Today on Food Chain, we'll look at cashew nuts, the whole value chain from farming to processing, and looking at tapping into the export market. My name is Emma Davis. Please stay with me. We are currently at AgroKing Limited, one of the cashew processors in Ghana, and to help us understand the value chain is Andrew Smith, one of the directors of the company. Hi, Andrew.
Hi.
Welcome to Food Chain.
Thank you. Welcome to AgroKing.
Okay, thank you.
AgroKing is a cashew processing company. We started off as primary processing. That means that we send the nuts from the raw material stage to what we call the white kernels. Over time, we've decided to add the secondary processing to it. And that means that now we do the complete processing to what we find in the shops, the roasted cashews.
Okay, let's first start from where we are. Where are we?
So currently we are at our warehouse where it all begins. Sourcing of raw cashew nuts is the most important when it comes to cashew processing. We at AgroKing currently does most of our sourcing through the Volta region area, even though when it comes to production in Ghana, we know the majority of the raw material comes from the Bono region area. So we, being down south, we made a conscious effort to try and support the hard work of the farmers in the Volta region and the southern part. Okay. So that's where we have our raw material being sourced from, majority of our raw material. When it comes to our warehouse, like you can see, we need to store them in jute sacks because then we have to source for the whole year before we can even start production, because cashew is a seasonal crop, and then by April, May, you know that most of the process has been done, and then it turns out to be difficult to get good quality raw material. So once we source them, we bring them into our warehouse like you have here, store them here throughout the year, and then process gradually. Currently, processing capacity, installed capacity is 1,000 metric tons. But this year, we have, as part of our plan, to process 700 metric tons.
Why the decline?
It's not a decline. It's an issue of what we want to put out in the market. And then also, it's to help us to train new staff. It's rather unfortunate that in the Ghanaian cashew sector, when it comes to processing, there isn't so much expertise when it comes to the labor force. So we are now training. So it's always important that we don't exceed the installed capacity, especially for this year, so that we can have a very efficient processing made.
Okay. When it comes to soya production, I understand that the government has the kind of sack they allow them to use. Is that the same for cashew?
Yes, when it comes to cashew, it is recommended that you always use the jute sacks. Now, there isn't a particular branded sack that you need to purchase and then use. Most importantly, you need to have your jute sacks. You can source them from various places, but then that's the recommended storage sacks.
Okay. What's your capacity, your warehouse? What's the capacity?
Our warehouse is up to 250 metric tons on site, but then we have other warehouses when needed that we can release and then use, then transfer as and when this is going down.
Okay. So here, you can store your raw materials for how long?
For a whole year.
A year?
Once it's in the jute sacks, you can notice the packing. We have to allow a lot of ventilation. So once the packing is done right, we then can store for a whole year whilst we process and then ensure the quality.
Okay, I was worried about the moisture content, you know, rains, the heat and all that. How are you able to sustain it? Is it just knowing how to package them that helps you preserve them?
Again, before it goes into these sacks in our warehouse and before it comes from the farmers, first of all, the farmers that we work with, we've over time trained them on the moisture level that's acceptable by us. So they ensure that once it's harvested, they go according to the good planting practices to make sure that it attains the right moisture. They dry it well, it attains the right moisture. They make sure they do their pickings to take out any bad cashews from it, any other foreign material comes out, and then it's brought here. When it comes here, our warehouse manager also does his test. We do our QL test, which informs us of the quality and then the possible outcome when we process. We also do our moisture level test before we store them. Now, there are instances where you have your raw material come in and then you check your moisture level, and then it's above what we will recommend that we store. For that reason, we have a team that dries it further to bring the moisture level to the acceptable moisture level we need before storage. Once that is done, our warehouse, we constructed it for that purpose. So there's a lot of ventilation around to ensure that we don't have heat and moisture being built up in the sacks. Again, the juice sacks, unlike the nylon sacks, gives a breathing room. So we are able to really manage the moisture level, which can be a killer. Once your moisture level goes up, you run the risk of losing all your raw material.
With all these processes you've said, I read that along the cashew value chain, 3 things are important: good agricultural practices, good manufacturing practices, and hazard or safety practices. So far, what you've said, I've categorized them into good agricultural practices and manufacturing practices. Okay. What can you tell us about the hazard and safety bits? Okay,
so the hazards is where I started from when I said we have trained the farmers to take care of all the foreign, at least to a minimum accepted levels, to take care of all the physical hazards that you can have, the foreign materials in it. Now, for it to be biologically safe, we need to get the moisture level right. Because then if we put in a higher moisture leveled cashew nuts into our warehouse, we run the risk of it getting moldy, which then brings about biological hazards because it affects the nuts. Within the chain, once we go through the processing chain, you realize that at every point, there are instances where we take care of those hazards.
Okay. What's the size per bag?
So this is for us, when it comes in, we prefer it being an 80 kilo per bag, which is about the standard, 80 kilos per bag. Now, for our processing, once we are done with the calibration, which we'll see, we pack it at 75 kilos. There isn't any, let me say, literature to packing it that or any recommended. It's our own personal packing and then our own production plan, because we steam a certain volume and it makes it easier for the workers to account for what inputs they are sending to the steaming end.
From the warehouse, what next?
So from the warehouse, we come to our calibration unit. What this does is, it's when the nuts come in, it's mixed with various sizes. So our calibration units basically sorts it out into sizes to make production more easier. Because we have machines that we need to set to be able to cut each size perfectly so that we get our holes. In cashew production, once you are turning out pieces, then you're losing value because the whole nut carries a lot of value. So calibration is very important for us. Again, when we spoke about hazards, there's another area where we take out the physical hazards, like dust and then small stones that might have escaped the farmers. I know most farmers now in Ghana, with the help of education and training, are doing very well when it comes to how they handle their post-harvest crops. But then occasionally, sometimes you have some farmers that, because we buy with weight, they try to outsmart you and allow some of these hazards to be in. For now, this year, thankfully, I think the education has gone far. Previous years, we used to have that, but now the nuts that came, we recorded a very low percentage of dust and then foreign material. So this separates into sizes. What you are holding now is what we call the 22, the size 22.
Okay.
And then what I have in my left arm is the very small ones. Sometimes these ones are very difficult to process. So they come in at the last bit.
Okay.
Here is the mixed one. So once this goes into our calibrator, we end up with 5 different sizes from what we call 17 to 25 plus, the very huge ones.
Oh, okay. But how do you come up with the measurements, 17, 25?
Okay, so the machine is built to separate it that way.
Okay.
So the grading sizes of the machines are built with those numbers. It refers to the millimeters of the head of the cashew. That's this part.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So it goes through
it
this?
It goes through this, and then it discharges as it goes along.
Okay.
It discharges, separates them into sizes.
Okay. Then from there, where do we go to?
So from there is where we pack into our 75 kilos.
Okay.
So it goes to what we call the steaming.
Okay.
And that is just beside our calibration unit. So after we calibrate our nuts and then we get our sizes, depending on the production plan for that particular week or month, we release the nuts from the calibration end to our steaming end. Now what we do here is that we build up steam to a certain pressure, and it's released into the cookers, basically in layman's terms, to cook the nuts, the raw cashew nuts. Reason being that cashew has a liquid in, which by literature is called CNSL. That's cashew nut shell liquid. Now, that liquid is a bit acidic. So in an attempt to shell it, that's to crack the shell and have your kernels out, the edible part out, you might end up contaminating the nuts. What the steaming or cooking does is it helps to lock that CNSL, the liquid, inside the shell, so that once we shell, we're able to get a clean cut and a cashew kernel that's uncontaminated. What we have here is our boiler. This is where we generate our steam. It is biofueled, so we use the shells from our production, which is a byproduct of the production, to fire our boiler, so that at least to some extent we're able to manage the waste that we turn out, because we are reusing the waste, and also to help manage the cost of production when it comes to fueling our boilers. So we use the biomass boiler. Once the pressure is built to the desired level or pressure, we then release it into our cookers. We have 3 cookers here.
Okay.
Each cooker takes 300 kilos. And it's for that reason we decided to pack, after calibration, 75 kilos, because then it makes it easier for the steaming unit to pick 4 bags, and they know that serves 1 cooker, rather than having to weigh it all over again to make sure they get 300 kilos. So at this very point, we can steam 900 kilos of our CN at a go. So once the pressure is built, it's released here. Depending on the moisture level, the size of the cashew, the time is given for steaming or for cooking. So each size, each moisture level has a different time.
Oh, wow. Okay, so let's say the very small ones.
So the very small ones, we tend up to extend the time a little further, mainly because the small ones tend to be more compact when it goes into the cooker. And for that reason, you might need a lot of time for the steam to fully penetrate, or because obviously 300 kilos of the small ones will be quite a number than the bigger ones. So you need some time for the steam to fully penetrate the cashews.
Do you have a certain degree you look at to steam them?
Yes, so again, depending on, we analyze the raw materials that come. Sometimes some regions have cashews with very thin shells, and Volta region has cashews with very thick shells. So depending on where the nuts come from, we will then use the pressure, the desired pressure to steam it. We usually run a pressure of between 7 to about 9 bar to steam.
After steaming?
So after steaming, what we do is we need to let it cool.
Okay.
Cool, because steaming introduces some level of moisture through the saturated steam. So we need to let it cool and then return it back to a desired moisture level for shelling. So after steaming, all the nuts go into what we have here, our silos for cooling. Again, depending on season, depending on the weather, depending on the moisture level you steam, we can let it rest for 48 hours or 24 hours. It all depends. It's a case-on-case basis. It's not, we don't run one method throughout. So it's a case-on-case basis. But then we let it cool between 24 and 48 hours.
Okay. We are in the dry season now. So how many hours?
So we experienced, so now it goes for 24 hours and then we can shell. Mainly because our raw material is quite dry. So it doesn't need to rest for a longer time. Within 24 hours, it could be ready for shelling.
Okay, so
once it's cooled, then it's released and transported to our shelling floor, where the shelling happens. So this silo basically ends the whole process within this unit.
Okay. And what's the capacity?
So this is a 3-ton capacity silo.
Righty. And you have 2 of these?
We have 2 of these. This again was fabricated by us in-house. So we are currently fabricating a 3rd one to give us enough to run the week's shelling. Because steaming, resting, once you have enough silos built, it means that at every point you have raw material ready for shelling. You wouldn't need to wait for 48 hours. Assuming we had to wait for 48 hours, 3 will mean that 48 hours we'll have nuts ready to be shelled.
From the warehouse, this is the next stop, right?
Yes, so this is our shelling room.
Okay.
This is where we separate the shells from the kernels. The kernels of the nuts is the edible part of the nut. So we do the separation here with these machines. Those are the shelling machines you can see us walking by. They cut the raw cashew nut into 2, and then out comes the kernels.
If I touch on this site, I can see you're big on, PPEs.
Yes.
My hair, the gloves. I took off my earrings, my jewelry, and all that. Why? It's cashew nuts.
Yes, it's cashew nuts. But then at Agrochem, we believe in making food safe.
Okay.
And then it is very important to be able to eliminate all the possible hazards that could occur to make the food potentially unsafe. And for that reason, we take pride in making sure that every staff that walks in here, has the right PPEs on and is going by the right protocols. At the end of the day, as a consumer, that we want to ensure that when our product gets onto the market, I mean, it will not serve us well to have one of our cherished customers falling ill because of something that we didn't do right.
Okay, so how long does the process take in this facility?
For the shelling unit, we shell the whole day. The entire process takes up to about 6 days for one batch to come out. But for the shelling process, we do our shelling the whole day based on the plan we have for the day.
So what's your plan for today?
Yeah, so on a daily basis, we do up to 3 tons.
3 tons?
3 tons. 3 tons. That's 3,000 kilos.
Okay.
Yes. for us to be able to achieve our target of 700 metric tons by the end of the year. So we do a daily shelling of 3 tons.
3 tons.
3 tons. Give or take, our machines can go beyond. But then for the plan that we have, that's why we've limited it to.
Do you pour the cashew here?
Yes. So over here, we have the hopper of the machine. That's where the raw nuts that come from the steaming end is poured. And then once the machine comes on, it has blades that has the raw cashew nut pushed through, and then it cuts it, just like you have here, cleanly cut. It splits it into 2, and then out shows the kernel.
Okay. And do you know the estimated time, maybe 30 minutes or?
We shell the whole day, but then we have an effective shelling time of 80 kilos per hour on these machines.
Okay, I see. So what's the connection here then?
So once the shelling is done, it doesn't end there. There is what we call separation, because the machine shells and it comes out like what we have here, mixed with the shells and all that. So this is a bucket conveyor that conveys what is shelled from the machines into our separators. What the separator does is it aids in separating the kernels from the shells, as well as any other product that might have gone through the machine and then missed the blades, what we call the uncut. It also helps to separate that once it goes through this line. It helps to do all that separation. Now, of course, the machine is efficient to a certain point, but at any processing unit, you find that the human intervention is needed. At every stage in processing, you realize that there is always a human intervention. So once it goes through the process, we sometimes have the nuts that might not have come out of its shell, the kernels that might have not come out of its shell. And that goes to the women in the factory, the ladies we have here, to scoop it out. So their portion of work is what we call the scooping. They scoop out the kernels that are trapped in the shell to sort of separate it, just like what the machine would do for us. So anything that misses, the machine misses, we use human intervention to take care of that.
Okay, so how many workers do you have here?
Currently at this shelling floor, we have a total of 14.
Okay.
That's the men in charge of handling the machines. We have one female who is part of the machine operators, and then we have the women, the ladies who scoop out the kernels.
And then the warehouse, how many?
So the warehouse, we have a total of 7. They handle the operations within the warehouse. So what you see them doing is using a pin or a very flat knife to scoop out the kernels from the shells. Whatever was trapped in the shells, they scoop it out. And then it sends, from here it sends to the drying room for further processing. From here, we then head to our drying unit. The kernels that come out here, even though it was steamed, we consider it still raw, because the steaming was meant to treat the shell and make it easier for shelling. Now, it comes covered with what we call the tester, or the skin of the cashew nut. So we need to move it to what we call the thermal processing unit. That's basically, in layman's terms, the drying unit. Okay. And the drying unit, what it does is it reduces the moisture level in the kernels, as well as dries up the skin so that it will be more easier to peel it off. When it gets to the shelling end, what it does is the machines separate what we have here as the kernels from the shells, like what you saw at the warehouse. It came fully in its shell. Okay. And when it gets here, the machine will then separate, yes, like this. And then the machine separates this, which we call the kernels, from the shell. So at the end of the day, we'll have an empty shell, because all the kernels are out.
This is an empty shell?
This is an empty shell, yes.
Okay.
And again, what we spoke about at the steaming end, when you look closely, you can see some oil traces.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's what we call the CNSL.
Oh.
If it hadn't been steamed and logged in, we would have probably realized that all this would have been covered with CNSL, which is a chemical contaminant.
Wow.
So then again, steaming helps to take care of the chemical hazards through the process. This is our drying room, where after shelling and when the kernels are out, we have to dry to send the moisture level down to about 3. This enables for the peeling of the tester, the skin of the cashew, much easier. There is a 2-step process that we do here. We do the initial drying at 75, any degrees between 75 degrees to about 80 degrees for an average of 8 hours. That ensures that you would have dropped the moisture level to a considerable level to aid the peeling. By doing so, you also retain the color of the nut. You know, when you go through the process, what comes out at the end, especially when it comes to the export market, is what we call the white kernel. The name comes from basically the color. It has a creamy color. Now, the ovens are purposely meant to dry, not to roast. The moment you roast it, the color changes to more of a golden brown color. So it's to dry and then retain this particular color you have here, the creamy color, and we call it a white kernel. After the 8 hours drying, we do a process called thermal shock. We take it out and then we introduce it into a thermal shock chamber. That is also targeted at, making it more easier. In the past, we would dry and then take it out, and it goes straight to the session called the peeling session. That's just manual peeling. So you have the labor force using the peeling knife, as we call it, to scrape off the tester, the skin of the cashew. Now we've introduced mechanization, and we've introduced the machines to help take care of that. And for that reason, we need to make sure that as much as possible, these kernels are treated to the point where the machine becomes efficient.
In today's episode of Food Chain, we looked at the challenges and opportunities the sector has. My name is Emma Davis, and thank you for watching. See you same time next week.
I was working with somebody who was having a surf shop in Buzua here. So then he decided to teach the other kids in the community. So then I decided like, okay, then I should learn.
Ashas me you start what to board. Yeah, cats back, floating na dey. Nti anam do dam na oye controller edem board no. Ama etum enya max a ebu wa wole competition and bibi dam. Namda when you aje Sunday except for na enya the feeling of throwing the board na control na adena it's very happy.
So I am bampa na mu de seniors no mu self I am afraid am pere musia mpana mko outside nam kofu what man ka de fi Ghana am ko po baby day am self for
Joy News, independent, fearless, and credible. And from our studios here in Accra and around the world, welcome to the Tuesday's edition of The Pulse. And coming up this afternoon, PUC directs the Electricity Company of Ghana to within 1 week provide detailed incident report of power outages for the period January 1, 2024 to date, as well as the volume of load curtailed for each power outage incident, energy not served, and number of customers affected. We have details as the Commission demands ECG comply with the cash waterfall mechanism and pay all tariff revenue as prescribed and allocated under the mechanism. Also coming up in today's edition, kidney patients in Ghana can have a sigh of relief as government works around the clock to finalize a law which will now allow them to exchange their damaged kidney for functioning ones. I'll also tell you about government partnership with vaccine manufacturer AstraZeneca to begin mass screening of Ghanaians who develop end-stage kidney diseases. As the President, another Article 71 office holders get an increase in ex gratia, another a monument over the previous administration. The Pulse is brought to you by Global Communities, Igelu, affordable, safe sanitation for all. We're live on DSTV channel 421 and Gold TV 125. You can follow us on Facebook, YouTube, and my Joy Online for these and more. We have a packed show for you this afternoon. Let's start with power because it's very important. And the Public Utilities Regulatory Commission, PURC, has given the Electricity Company of Ghana up to 1 week to provide detailed incident reports of power outages for the period January 1, 2024, and all ECG up-to-date reports and the volume of load curtailed for each power outage incident, energy not served, and number of customers affected. This is contained in a fresh directive requesting ECG to respond to some key issues, failure upon which the PURC will impose sanctions, including 2-year prison sentence. And so what we have is a directive that came out this morning from the PURC to the Electricity Company of Ghana, requesting them to adhere to some key demands from the PURC, failure upon which they may impose sanctions on them. And very soon I'll bring you details of what the PURC put out there to the ECG to adhere to. One of them, key among them, is to provide some detailed accounts of fuel purchased and investments they've made, as well as the recent power outages, those affected, provide justification why, and also provide evidence to back claims that they informed the general public ahead of the power outages. These are some of the demands that the Electricity Company of Ghana has been requested by the PURC to provide, and they have from now till the 2nd of April to provide all of these requests to the PURC. So let's explore the issues put forth this afternoon by the PURC because it's very important. And if you have been following PURC and the ECG over the last few weeks, it's been back and forth regarding how the ECG is conducting itself and how the PURC is monitoring activities at the ECG. Now, joining me is Alhaji Jabaru Abubakar, Director of Regional Operations and Customer Services. Alhaji, welcome to the Pulse here on Joy News.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to you and your viewership.
Right, Alhaji, so let's start by walking us through these key demands that you are requesting ECG to provide details for you, some within 1 week, some 8 days, but with the hope that by the 2nd of April, you would have gotten everything you want from the Electricity Company of Ghana. Walk us through these key demands and why they become so necessary.
Yeah, you see, it's very, very important sometimes where we put things in perspective. And as a regulator, we don't speak. Sometimes we conduct our investigations before we come out to communicate. There have been a lot of information out there because we have system challenges. And as a commission, we in the past have been publishing the cash waterfall mechanism distribution. That was approved somewhere last year, the amended one. And that the reason is that the cash waterfall mandates ECG to collect money on behalf of the other stakeholders within the value chain. And when you collect, let's say you collect 1,000 cedis, everybody is entitled to some percentage, let's say 1%, 2%, some 20%, including IPPs, Greco, VRA, and other sector players who all have a hand in whatever you have collected. So it was to ensure that we have that financial sanity within the system so that whatever comes in, everybody gets a bit. And because of the cash waterfall mechanism, a lot of the sector players had gone into agreements and contracts with various players and their financiers. So if it's not working effectively, it affects the entire value chain. And that is what the Commission has been doing, publishing what ECG collects, what ECG declares, and whatever they give to the various sector players. So Greco, for instance, if you don't pay them, they might not be able to also maintain, their transmission networks. If you don't pay VRA, yes, they might have some plans that they will want to maintain. They might not be able to maintain that. So the IPPs, if you don't pay them the fuel supply, if you don't pay them, they might not have fuel to have. So the effectiveness of it is what we have been very, very particular about. So if there have been some system challenges, all we need to do is that we want to get the information from ECG, that is the person collecting the money, to cover the period so that we'll be able to make our analysis and be able to make a determination on that front. The second issue have been operational issues. We have a lot of customers talking about having bills that are estimated. So now people complain that normally historically, estimated bills were based on your contracted demand. And because of that, they were relatively low, because when somebody is building up a house or putting up his installation connections, there are no appliances at that point in time. So when they are doing the contracted demand, it's normally low. So but as and when the person moves in, it becomes very high. So it ends up to become low. So historically, estimated bills have been low. But what we started experiencing or observing with regards to ECG estimations were that they were very high. And a lot of customers have complained, and we've asked that they should supply us that information on that.
Before you go on, let's backtrack a bit and let's spend some time on the cash waterfall mechanism. And I'm just looking at your documents where you mentioned, for example, no payment to VRA, Gridco within a certain period of time. I remember that last week the ECG explained why they were unable to honor these payments, and they blamed it on the forest exchange and the fact that they needed to buy fuel. Be plunged into darkness. Is it your understanding that the explanation did not sit down where we should? That's why you are now demanding a detailed response from the ECG in this latest circular?
Yeah, for purposes of education, regulation is all about data and information. Whatever you tell me, I will want you to formally commit that, and regulators hardly will speak. So if ECG says they have used that to buy fuel, give us the documentation covering the fuel you have bought. Give us the documentation covering whatever activities you have performed using some resources that was meant to go to other people. There are a lot of set-offs that happens within the sector. So that will be a basis for Agrico to know that, look, I have this fuel was supposed to be procured by Mr. A or B. So because of that, let's do some credit notes to be able to set off these things. So as a regulator, we want to have proper energy accounting in the value chain. We want to have proper cost segmentation so that everybody knows that this is come here and this has gone there and this is gone there. And that is all that as a regulator we are looking at. So if ECG has given explanation, I might not be able to be able to confirm or otherwise until I get a documentation before us. And that is exactly what the PURC is doing. If you look at, there have been a lot of communications that has gone on out there. And as a regulator, before a communication should go out there, we expect that maybe you give us the information. Let us know this is what is happening. We are not saying that there can be outages in Ghana. Our systems have not developed, have not that matured to the extent that we might not have incidents of outages. We will have them. But to the magnitude, at least the regulator should be in the know. If you are going to embark on maintenance, it is obligatory on the distribution company to inform the regulator within some specified period so that people will be communicated to. So if there are challenges, it is onto you just to let the regulator know. When they say load shedding doesn't necessarily mean that there should be generational shortage. Even when you are going to do your own management in terms of planned maintenance and all those things, it is obligatory onto you to write to the regulator, to let the regulator know and give a reason why you want to do ABCD. If there are things that have been clocked in within the maintenance plan calendar, the regulator will just go and refer back. At the beginning of the year, you said you're going to make maintenance in ABCD. So yeah, it conformed. Then you take it. You are aware. If it is something that was not planned for or scheduled, then you will have to find out. There are some situations they write, other sectors within the value chain rise to say they want to do maintenance. And we look at the situation within some space and we say, can you push it back a bit? Because we have, let's say currently, for instance, we have these 13th African Games happening.
Right.
So if you are going to do some maintenance, let's say Agrico wants to do some maintenance work, and we look at the systems are not that distressed, we can have engagement. Can we hold it a bit until maybe the games are over? Because we have, the country has invested so much. We have foreigners who are in here. What is the opportunity cost? Can we hold it? If it's what costs the system, can we find a way? Or if we can't even do it, where the games are taking place, can we try to make sure that we do it in such a way that they have supply whilst we take off places to be able to maintain the system? These are the way as a regulator we do. So we are just demanding, we are just asking questions that all what you have said, we have heard. We don't do our regulations based on the media or based on what people have said. Supply us the necessary documentations.
All right.
Based on that necessary documentation, we should be able to take a decision or otherwise.
Right. So, Alhaji, on the matter of operational matters, I mean, you come to a conclusion where you say that decline in quality of service delivery, including increasing power outages across ECG service areas, and this, according to you, started on January 1, and it's persisted up until now, increase in complaints, and then you come to this conclusion that ECG is charging unapproved connection fees. I'm wondering how you came to these conclusions.
Yeah, that's a different issue. Like I have said, as a regulator, we've been doing a lot of monitoring. Before we get to a regulatory order, that means that we would have conducted a lot of things. There are some new connection charges that ECG has introduced without getting an approval from the regulator. So they say if you are somebody who wants a single phase meter, this is how much you are to pay. And it was published across some of their rural districts and later some of their urban districts. So we have the charges that were advertised. So we quickly wrote to them and said they should suspend that and provide us the necessary data. If there's a need for us to give them approval, we will do that. You've also heard about their premium services, or they have some name they give to it, where they say they can give you service within a week or a day and you pay this premium service and those things. It is a brilliant idea. The regulator do not prohibit such things. But you see, all what we have to do is that we make sure we approve whatever you are doing. If somebody wants a first-class service where I will sit in a place, then I have a coffee, and maybe people will come and fill my phone for me and assist me, it's a brilliant thing. But we are in a regulated system where whatever you are bringing, we want to ensure that prudent cost, the investigations of the cost are done, and we are sure and convinced that we are not shortchanging one person or the other.
So in effect, you are saying that as a regulator, you were not informed of these charges implemented by ECG. Under normal circumstances, they should have informed you. That is basically what you're saying.
No, you don't even inform us. You need an approval.
So that makes the charging illegal, isn't it? That makes the charging illegal.
For now, that is why we are ordering them to supply us all the necessary things. To make it legal or illegal is the mandate, is something that is vested in the hands of the commissioners who issue the order. So for me, I'm just trying to explain to you what an order was given. So when they supply the information, the commissioners will determine otherwise. If in their charge it is illegal, then the pronouncement is done, and whoever has breached the regulatory laws will have to at least face the sanctions on that.
And very soon, I'm going to bring in lawyer Kwame Jantwa. He's an energy analyst as we explore this latest position taken by the PURC. But again, Alhaji, I mean, copies of all government directive to ECG for the purchase of fuel for power generation from August. So now the total amount of fuel procured for power generation from August last year till now, together with fuel supply contracts, invoice details of fuel quantities, details of all bank accounts and investment accounts currently operated by ECG, monthly bank and investment statement corresponding to each account showing balance for the period of August up till now. Some will say that as a regulator, and you are demanding answers to these matters, I mean, you've not been up to your responsibilities, because these are quite, deeper issues that you are asking for, and on a day-to-day operations of the ECG, you should be aware of how these things are done.
Yes, there are some operational reports they submit. These are not operational reports that usually they submit to us. They submit their purchases and sales to us. But you see, there are now issues that has come out that ECG has made some purchases about fuel, which to us, a distribution company, personally, a distribution company is not supposed to be doing that. So if they have done it on the authority of a shareholder or whoever the authority has ordered them, we just want to know what are the invoices, how much did it amount to, what is the period. Let's look at it.
So you are blind to all of these things. You are basically blind to all of these things. Alaya asks, you are basically blind to all of these things, at least for now.
Let me make it clear that it is not supposed to be done that way. The cash waterfall, you are supposed to collect the money and pay everybody within the value chain. It's not onto an individual disco to determine how he appropriates whatever resources has come in. So now, if we have gotten the information to the point that something is being paid outside the cash waterfall mechanism, then that is something strange to the regulator, because we all know that this is the mechanism that we have in place. Look, in some jurisdictions, what would have happened was that, but ECG has shareholders and they have their managers. It should have been automatic, so that whenever money comes in, it's shared in accordance with everybody. But because they collect the money, they have to account for it. So whoever within the value chain, you have maybe collected 1,000 cedis, 12,000 or 20,000 cedis, then everybody will get a share of it. But if you now take it outside, what you have collected the money on behalf of all of us. So if I take the money and I am now deciding how I spent it, as a regulator, all we need to do is that let's get all the necessary invoices, payments, so that we validate to know that maybe it was done appropriately or not. And that is what, as a regulator, we are just
And for you, how is ECG's refusal to pay, for example, VR and Greco, how is that affecting their operational capacity?
Oh, you don't know? You don't know some of their plans are out because they couldn't maintain them. You don't know Greco, some of their systems are failing because they couldn't maintain them. You don't know that because of some situations, some of the power plants do not have fuel. Why would ECG buy fuel? If they were paying, there would have been enough money for fuel people to buy. So why should ECG now go to be buying of fuel? These are all objective issues that as media, we should investigate. What is ECG business in buying fuel? And the individuals from ECG can make such issues that, oh, they were directed to buy fuel. As what? These are some of the real things that we have to be very, very careful. You see, we have a value chain. Collect the money, give everybody in the value chain. Let Greco be able to maintain their system. Let ECG take your portion and maintain your system. It is not for you to appropriate to every individuals how much this person should get, or do they deserve it or not deserve it, irrespective of what.
And you have served notice that, and giving clear guidelines, deadlines upon which ECG is expected to provide these answers. The first one elapsing on the 25th of March, the last one on the 2nd of April. And you provided some powers that you have, including sanctions. The ultimate one amongst them is imprisonment for 2 years. How willing or how far are you willing to go to ensure that what you have put on paper, you actually go by it in the event that ECG is unable to provide all the information that you require?
You see, people don't know, because this one, at least because this order has come out to the media, that's why they are talking about it. We have done that before. We have done that before to other regulated entities, and they are aware.
You imprison somebody?
Oh, not getting to that extent, but they had to comply. You don't call the bluff of the regulator. Honestly, it's only, because mostly because sometimes because the regulator is diplomatic and those things, that is why sometimes people are taking those powers for granted. No, you don't call the bluff of the regulator. The issue is that the regulator has the right to demand all whatever documents, and the law is very explicit on that. If the regulator has the prosecutorial powers, they could even go to court on that. But in this case, we have not gotten there, and we are expecting that at least ECG will comply and bring the necessary documents so that we are able to at least sanitize it. We are not interested in whatever, in getting somebody imprisoned or charging anybody. No, all we want is to have a very effective power sector. All we want is that businesses will be able to operate without hindrance, and will have reliable supply of, and everybody will be happy.
And my final question will be, somebody who is sitting somewhere and observing what is going on may come to the conclusion that all may not be well between the ECG and the PRC. There may be some personality clash somewhere that is now coming into the public domain. So who suffers? Me, the consumer. I remember after work one Sunday, I went home. I wanted to watch television. I put on my TV. It wouldn't come. Later, when I got a technician to look at it, the conclusion was that because of the power fluctuation, my TV screen had collapsed. And for that reason, I needed to change it. Now, the screen alone was going to cost me 17,000 Ghana cedis. As a consumer, somebody without any fault of mine, I'm being made to pay for something I didn't plan for. What are the remedies available for somebody like me, for example?
Before I come to the remedies, you see, we have to correct some perception. ECG cannot clash with PURC. It is just like telling you that a civilian is clashing with a police person. We are their police. And you owe a duty to respect the police at every point in time until you go to the law court or otherwise.
You are not getting the needed respect from ECG?
No. You said clash, and as an innocent person, I just want to ask to know it's like somebody is supervising you. So you don't go to extent to let it look like you and the person. No, we are just demanding that the right thing should be done. That is all. It has nothing to do with personality clashes.
Right.
And also, because we've been very collaborative, the regulation that PURC do is the collaborative, regulation. We don't get up and just sanction on order. Let me tell you the basic reasoning behind the Commission's position on that. Because ECG is 100% government owned. So you sanction them, you end up sanctioning, government. You understand? Because the individuals who are managing it sometimes may walk scot-free. If that's with monetary, they pay. Imagine if it is MTN, which is private, and you are going to sanction them, the shareholders will demand serious accountability from the management. But because it's government, we've been very, very collaborative and those things. But it's like it's becoming something that as a regulator, we have to make sure that we demand that the right thing is done. People get up and they always say that PURC is sleeping on the job. PURC is sleeping on the job. It is not that. We've been doing a lot of talking. We've been doing a lot of investigation. We've been doing a lot of monitorings. And we have demanded that bring us this for us to reconcile and see how best we get the system okay. That
and
is
the remedy, and the remedy, Alaji.
Yeah, the remedy, anybody within the regulated market who suffers maybe damage of the appliance, all we need to do is to investigate. If as a result there is established that you lost your gadget because of the power fluctuations or as a result of voltage issues, then you can be compensated for it. A replacement of that gadget is done. We've had such cases. We've had even situations where people who lost homes have been compensated and it's only not only in ECG,
right?
It's even both NETCO and ECG. So we've had some of this, and there are normal operational issues that we face day in, day out. And I superintend over those complaints, at least up to mediation. And when mediation fails, then it goes to formal hearing. And formal hearing, let me take the opportunity to let people know.
Just briefly.
It is like a court where a determination is made. And when the order is made, like just this order, you don't flout it. If you flout it, you are putting yourself in a position that you will cause the bluff of the regulator.
Right.
And like I said, the regulator is the supervisor. We are their police, so you can have problems.
You can't have issue with the person you are regulating. No, thank you very much, Alhaji Abubakar, for your time this afternoon, for explaining the rationale behind this directive to the electricity company of Ghana. We tried to get a response from the ECG. They are unavailable for now. They say that they will issue a formal statement in due course. But let me bring in an independent watcher in all of this. I mean, this turf war between the PURC and the ECG, if you like. Lawyer Kwame Jantua is an energy analyst. Lawyer, you're welcome to the pause here on JoyNews. And my apologies for keeping you on the line, but I just needed you to understand the context upon which the PURC is coming in and then try and get your experts' view on this matter. What do you make of what is going on? Is this a turf war, personality clash, somebody trying to feel powerful over the other, or really the PURC doing what is expected of them finally?
Elton, good afternoon. Nobody wants to be caught with their pants down. PURC doesn't want to be caught with its pants down. ECG also don't want a situation where they are exposed. The situation is getting worse. And at the present moment, PURC feel that the way it's getting worse, if they are not seen to be acting, it can cause challenges. And from what I see, ECG too don't want to open up as to what the challenges are. I do not understand why they are having this kind of spat in public. The regulator is a regulator. The distributor is a distributor. They should be able to talk and work together. Look, they had a meeting in Flagstaff House with the president with regards to cash waterfall and other issues. And from what I've learned from it was that there were challenges with ECG and the cash waterfall in terms of they bringing in other companies that weren't part of it and they weren't even considered. So the president said from what I understand, said to PURC, go and revise this cash waterfall so that it takes into account everybody. What went wrong? And maybe the major challenge is that the amounts of money that ECG are supposed to collect, and from what I understand, it was between $1 billion and $1.9 billion. If they haven't been able to collect that money, isn't it a question of sitting across the table with PURC to tell them we are not able to do X, Y, Z, so let's see a better way around it? Shouldn't that be the case? I really don't understand it. And even when you look at the punishment, the sanction. Look, will ECG have the money to pay the sanctions that PURC is requesting? For me, this part should stop. There has to be someone who can bring both sides together and let sense reign, because it's the customer who is suffering.
Exactly.
It is getting worse. Something has to be done. Something has to be, maybe they go back to the president, or they get probably the civil society, calls both sides, sit and sort the challenge out. So you punish ECG for not bringing what you're requesting. ECG doesn't have the wherewithal to pay. What happens? Does it solve the problem? It doesn't. Let's find ways of sorting this problem out. Let's find ways. And I'm ready to sit in between them, or even civil society, to sit in between them and see how we sort this out, because it affects all of us. It's a national issue. It's not an institutional issue. It's a national issue. And if civil society can't do it, then the president should step in. The Ministry of Energy should step in and sort this out. It doesn't look good.
Because I'm asking lawyer, and this has to do more with some of the issues raised by the PURC in this latest directive to the ECG. Now, one of them is about the cash waterfall mechanism, where PURC is quite emphatic in this statement that ECG defaulted in the payment to Gridco and VRA. Now, last week we were told by the MD of ECG that they had to use some of the money to buy fuel so that they were able to keep the lights on. Now, shouldn't this be an explanation that should center around this key state institution such that it doesn't have to be battled out in the public domain? Clearly, something is not well, and both sides are refusing to admit that there's bad blood between the two of them. Who do you suggest should sit in between the two of them?
Say that again.
This matter?
Say that again, Elsa. I didn't hear the last bit.
Yeah, so I was saying that, so how do we resolve this matter going forward? Who should sit between the two of them? Because clearly, there's bad blood between the ECG and the PRs, and everybody is out there to take their pound of flesh. I need electricity 24/7. That should be of concern to me. How this affects how I get electricity is my concern as well. So how should this be resolved going forward?
Elton, it shouldn't be taken as a personal thing. It shouldn't be taken as a personal thing, because these are institutions of the energy sector and institutions of government. And the challenges going on affects everybody. And so some higher body, if not the Minister of Energy, if not the Chief Director, if not the President himself, someone, probably civil society, should try and get both together. And in getting both together, it's not only the two, but the board chairs of both PURC and ECG should be at that meeting. What is it that is causing them to fight in public? What is it?
Do you know as an industry watcher?
From what I see, probably a PURC have got on their last legs and feel, look, this is all we can do now, because we are not getting any response from ECG. ECG too probably feels they have a genuine challenge where finance is concerned, and they expect PURC to understand. If there is this backlog, this in and out, then we have to solve it. Because I don't see it as a personal thing. I don't see it as something that the managing director of ECG and the managing director of executive director of PURC should be at loggerheads. It is not right. You're a regulator, you're a distributor. We have to find a middle ground to talk. We have to. Because it's getting worse. And government doesn't want to say it's doomsday. And ECG find it difficult to say it's doomsday because the government doesn't want them to say it's doomsday. And PURC too are seeing the challenges that are there, and they don't want to say it's doomsday. If it is doomsday, say it is doomsday, and let's see how best we sort it out once and for all. Because it doesn't reflect good on any of them. It doesn't reflect good on PRC. It doesn't reflect good on ECG. It doesn't reflect good on government. So we have to sit and talk. Why none of them want to sit and talk boggles my imagination.
And my final question will be, PURC makes it clear, quality of service has deteriorated. ECG is undertaking the charging of illegal fees. They are even requesting evidence of, announcement to the public ahead of the power outages. They are requesting all of these. From where you sit...
Why now?
Yes,
why
exactly.
Now? I ask the question, why now?
And that for me is very interesting. That for me is very interesting coming from a regulator.
When did this particular issue start? From the word go, if PURC needed to send this, from the word go, this is what should have gone on. But there were discussions. I told you, they had a meeting with the president at Flagstaff House. All of them were there. They discussed it at length. So if those negotiations were going on, what has caused them now to bring this out? Something is amiss in there somewhere, and we need to be able to sort it out. I am not ready to point the blame at anybody. I am ready for solutions because the ordinary Ghanaian is suffering. Suffering.
Right. Thank you very much, sir.
If it is doomsday, and it's not full doomsday, and it's partial doomsday, let's say it. If we need to bring a timetable out, let's bring it out. Forget the politics. Take the politics out. And this is where the politicians come in. Take the politics out. If it's partial doomsday, tell the people it is partial doomsday. Maybe ECG also do not know where, if they say it's equipment, where equipments will malfunction. So they are finding it difficult to bring, out. But you definitely know that there are the areas where maintenance is required. Let's open it up. For me, if I were there, I would say, look, what we are experiencing today is a form of doomsday. Let's admit it and let's see how best we move forward on it together as a team.
But Mr. Jantua, if indeed it is true that the ECG used the money that was allocated for VRA and Gradeco to purchase fuel based on directive from the Finance Ministry, then the Finance Ministry of government, for that matter, should be able to refund the money so that this matter is put to rest once and for all.
There is part of the cash waterfall that the Finance Ministry has taken responsibility to pay. Have they paid it? For the level 2, they divided it level 1, level 2. Level 1 being the generators, level 2 being the SOEs, which are government companies. And they have taken responsibility, I'm not sure whether it's for Gridco, but they have taken some responsibility to pay. What has caused them not to pay, if they have to pay? That is why I'm saying we should stop this back and forth and sit and discuss it and find solutions. For me, that's the most important thing. This back and forth doesn't help anybody. It just brings stalemate. And people are, holding on to their positions. It doesn't work for anybody. It's the ordinary Ghanaian who is suffering. And the ordinary Ghanaian pays their electricity bills.
All right.
You cannot say they are not paying. They are paying their electricity bills. Well, those who are paying are paying. And I'd like to think majority of Ghanaians pay their electricity bills. And if there are challenges, we need to see those challenges and sort it out. This won't help us. Help us, please.
All right, let's leave it here. Mr. Kwame Jantua, energy analyst and a private legal practitioner. Thank you very much for your time. Alhaji Jabaru, I understand you want to make a quick intervention here. I'll allow you some few minutes.
Yes. Thank you very much. I like the bit he mentioned that the consumer is suffering. I know over 60% of consumers are prepaid customers. They pre-finance, and if they don't have power, that is where the regulator comes in. You see, we started demanding this documentation, especially with the transformers, when we got the information that about 630 transformers were overloaded. If you have some of this data or these challenges, it is for you to bring it to the regulator, not for us to just get it from the media space and all those things as a result of what we are having in it. That means that
I remember the MD was the one who put out this information that they realized that most of their transformers are now operating at 100% capacity. The reason why there's this power trip here and there.
You see, that is what I'm saying from the technical point of view. That shouldn't be said. That means that there was no planning. You have system planners within ECG. And I believe that if such statements are coming up, that means that somebody is not doing something right. And that is why, as a regulator, we are demanding the data on it. And if it comes out to be clear, to be true, then that means that somebody was not doing something right. And we know, that's why we are asking for the locations of those things, because we have the capacity to verify and monitor, because we have been monitoring some of the transformers randomly, and we know. So if you are not telling us something, we need to verify the information. As a regulator, you don't hurriedly make comments. And that is why we took our time. People who had always mentioned that PURC was not saying anything, because we were gathering the facts, we were doing the analysis, and that is the right time that we have come. And we are demanding some of these documentations. Please, let's try to desist from personalizing the issue. It has nothing to do with personalities. It has to do with the system working, and for Ghanaians who are paying their bills, enjoy the services that they are paying for. And then, the PURC has given the tariff required for the investors. That is ECG, Greco, and VRA, and the IPPs. So the customer base has to be protected, and that is why we have to ensure that we have reliable supply, because we have given the tariff, and we have to ensure that at least quality of service is delivered to the customers on the other hand.
And can I ask you this for just 30 seconds? Can you confirm whether President Akufo-Addo met the two of you and said that you should take a second look at the cash waterfall mechanism in a way to bring lasting resolution to this impasse?
Oh, but when you read the order, you realize that they are making reference to that cabinet, things, and that is why they don't say cash waterfall. They say they amended,
right? Because
there had been cash waterfall for a long time, and some of these concerns were addressed, and they were saying that moving forward, you have to go by this. And since then, there have been irregularities, payment made outside of cash waterfall, and that is why they always will say the amended cash waterfall mechanism, not the cash waterfall, because cash waterfall is older than the period we are talking about. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Alhaji Jabaru Abubakar is with the Consumer Services Department at the PURC. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon. This is a pulse here on Joy News with me, Elton Brobe. Now let's turn our attention to some other stories now. And the Office of the President has requested Parliament to refrain from sending the Human Sexual Rights and Ghanaian Family Values, commonly referred to as the Anti-LGBTQ plus bill, to President Akufo-Addo for his assent. The decision, according to the Secretary to the President, Nana Bediatu Asante, stems from the acknowledgement of two pending applications for an order of interlocutory injunction before the Supreme Court. The application seeks to prevent Parliament from sending the bill to the President and to refrain the President from signifying his assent to the bill pending the final determination of the matter. And we have details of the letter that was written by the Secretary to the President, Nana Bediatu Asante, to the Clerk of Parliament, and portions of it talks about the fact that while the President was meeting his cabinet, it came to the attention of this office that while the President and other senior officials of the presidency were at Peduase for a cabinet retreat on Thursday, 14th March 2024, you attempted, and this letter is referring to the Clerk of Parliament, to submit the Human Sexual Rights and Family Values Bill 2024 to the Jubilee House for the President to signify his assent or otherwise to the bill. And it goes on to say that the office is aware of two pending applications for an order of interlocutory injunction, both filed on March 7, 2024 in the Supreme Court in Dr. Amanda Odoi versus the Speaker of Parliament and the Attorney General, and Richard Delaskai versus the Parliament of Ghana and the Attorney General, respectively. And the communication goes on to emphasize the point to refrain you and Parliament from transmitting the bill to the President, and also to refrain the President from signifying his assent to the bill pending the final determination of the matter. And this is a matter that's going. The Attorney General has, by a letter dated 18th March, informed the President that he has been duly served with both applications and has advised the President not to take any step in relation to the bill until the matter raised by the suits are determined by the Supreme Court of Ghana. And so it goes on to make some demands. It says, it is understanding of this office that both the applications have also been duly served on Parliament. Therefore, it will be improper for you to transmit the bill to the President, and equally improper for this office to receive the bill until the Supreme Court determines the matters raised in the suit. So this is a letter signed by the Secretary to the President, Anti-LGBTQ, and it says it is settled law that during the pendency of an interlocutory injunction application, the status quo ought to be preserved and no action should be taken that will result in prejudicing the injunctive relief sought and undermining the authority of the court. And for that reason, the President, they ask that the clerk desist from such acts until the final determination of the matter. Now, some members of Parliament are unhappy with the posture of the Presidency, especially the Tamale South Member of Parliament, Haruna Idrisu. They see this as an infringement on the independence of the legislature. Listen to Haruna Idrisu makes the point at the news conference in Parliament earlier today.
To sleep because this is a monumental threat to Ghana's democracy and a monumental threat to Parliament as an institution. By Article 93, we are clothed with legislative authority and legislative mandate. This letter only reflects President Nana Addo Dankwa's quest of predominance over other organs of state. That is unacceptable, and that must be fought by all persons who love democracy and who cherish the principles and values of the 1992 Constitution. The framers of our Constitution endowed Ghana with separation of powers, the executive, the legislature, the judiciary, division of powers. It endowed us that Parliament shall be responsible for lawmaking. President Nana Addo Dankwa, first of all, politically, what power does the President Secretary have writing to the Clerk of Parliament, and not the President himself writing directly to the Speaker of Parliament, as is required of our standing order, so that officially this can be read as communication from the President. So ideally, this paper means nothing and should be ignored by the clerk, because communication to Parliament must be communication signed by the President, addressed to the Speaker of Parliament, as is required of our standing orders, whether old or new. Yes, there is a matter before court, but I'm also a trained lawyer. An attempt to seek an injunction is not the same thing as an injunction. An attempt. I'm seeking an injunction does not operate the same way as an injunction have been so granted by the court, even if it is an interlocutory injunction. But more importantly, Parliament cannot be enjoined not to perform its lawful function as the legislature of Ghana, clothed under Article 93, responsible for legislation. No organ of state. Subject to the Constitution. The judiciary is subject to the Constitution. The executive is subject to the Constitution. The legislature is subject to the Constitution. So it's for good reason that all of them, the Constitution says, subject to this Constitution. The legislative authority is vested in the Parliament of Ghana. Now, somebody should help me with the 1992 Constitution and open Article 106. Then 2, the President cannot, by any shred or shadow of authority, seek to injunct Parliament from exercising our lawful duty and responsibility as the House responsible for lawmaking. Neither the courts can enjoin Parliament not to perform our duties as Parliament. The courts, under Article 2 of the Constitution, can declare a nullity or a void to the extent that Parliament have passed a law which is inconsistent with the Constitution. As far as me, I'm concerned, even with my understanding of the law, there is nothing before the court because a bill remains a bill. Until it's assented to by the president, it is not law. Therefore, as far as I'm concerned, there is nothing before the court that somebody will seek to use that to injunct us from performing our lawful duties. That's why the Constitution in Article 106, if those of you who are familiar with it, it reads, the power of Parliament to make laws shall be exercised in bills passed by Parliament. In bills passed by Parliament. So Parliament has passed Human Sexuality Bill, assented to by the President, Article 106. It has not been assented to. So there's no law yet. So whoever is seeking to question a law must show us which law he's referring to. But Article 106 imposes an obligation on President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as the executive head of the Republic of Ghana. It says that when Parliament passes a bill, Parliament shall remit the bill to the President for assent. That is what this Bedio 2 letter is seeking to do.
Well, there's been more reaction to this developing matter. That first came from the Office of the President. You heard the Tamale South MP, Haruna Idris. Now, flag bearer of the NDC, John Dramani Mahama, has condemned the character of this letter from the presidency, directing Parliament to refrain from sending the anti-gay bill to the presidency for his assent. According to him, it is unlawful for the secretary to the president to alter such a letter. Speaking at a town hall meeting at Banda as part of his tour of the OT region, Mr. Mahama believes such a directive to Parliament is contrary to the dictates of the 1992 Constitution.
Afe osofo kasa oka LGBTQ asem nia oba etimi ware oba bema timi ware bema yina yenim se yamamre enya adia yamamre ejitum esum bia ewo Ghana hebia enjintum Christo sum enjintum Islam enjintum abosom fompo enjintum enti eyadia eyechiwade ema yenkrofo Parliament na say omo ye krata a omo wie hu adwuma a omo de call president on no assign na president akase on sign if you say obi de asem no akọ court anti ono obetwen etie ni court beka answer and so no pay me sorry me who letter be a free president secretary ho eco Parliament e man warning say sakrata no mo mfa ma president office mpo na obi obey lawyer obi oye lawyer bia beka cho say president secretary need to me say obetimi atros a letter no if you say Parliament constitution and a ashem rama almost say omuye sa eyini wi a omfa nko president ho enti untimi nka say ma onye ne juma say onfa mre ompo obetimi aka say obi say ma president and sign enti me twen etie Supreme Court but untimi throw letter and ma clerk say mo onfa emma president as Jubilee House o enti no na wo hwe senya otro letter no mpo a enye buo otro letter no bibibi to say o tumi bi echa in Parliament na sa nyoma no say emma amambo no enkoyie enti yedim say ye NDC de ye di mra so na ye behwe senya enyoma beko akosi.
And that's the NDC's flag bearer, John Dramani Mahama. I mean, talking about the fact that the presidency has no right to deny the transmitter of this bill, the anti-LGBTQ bill, from Parliament to the Jubilee House. And he also talks about the fact that the tone and the language of the letter doesn't, portray somebody that respects the authority of Parliament. And for that reason, Parliament should be allowed to be independent in the discharge of its duties, while the executive arm of government also does what they consider to be within their own right. This is the pulse here on Joy. Now we have a breaking news from Ahanta in the Western region about some crash. And my colleague Kojo Brace has details. Kojo, what really is happening here?
So what we do know is that a military helicopter belonging to the Air Force Base in Takrade has crashed in a town called Bondosua. Bondosua is a community along the Agunankwanta and Deskov Road. People cannot tell exactly what was wrong, but you could just, imagine that it could be a mechanical fault. Now, they say that this helicopter hovered around the area for some time before crashing into the trees there. We understand that the military has rushed there. They've dispatched 5 ambulances to the area as well. And then we also have...
And so the video we have on our screen is the crashed helicopter?
Yes, exactly. So this is the crashed helicopter which is lying there. Another helicopter has moved to the area, that's the Bondosua we're talking about, to, in essence, evacuate people that they could. But the ambulances are also there so that if there are any medical emergencies, they can. What our source there is telling us is that they are not able to confirm whether or not people are dead, but they have not heard anything like that. And they have not...
And nobody has been taken out of the crashed helicopter yet?
So they say they cannot... The military is not allowing people...
Anybody access,
exactly.
Right.
But they see 5 ambulances there, so that in case if there's any casualty that needs the service of the ambulance, they can transport the person there. I was asking who were on the chopper. The person said that, in the area, every morning, those choppers do take staff who work on the rigs to the rigs and then bring them back. So they could imagine that, or
some of them could be oil workers.
Yes, one of them. Now, someone said one lady, the person said nobody was injured, but one lady was overwhelmed by what happened, and so, but the people were able to, stabilize her. So that's what one person was telling me. We're still gathering info as to whether or not someone really got injured, because look at how this chopper is lying down there.
Right. And they are also unable to tell what may have caused the accident?
Yes, they are not, because the military is not allowing people there. They are not telling anybody whatever. We are now trying to get the military to tell us exactly what happened. But they say that they could anticipate or, expect it to be a mechanical fault, because it hovered around the area for some time
before crashing.
Yes. So that is what is happening. One chopper is there to give an assistance to whatever is happening there. But we have an eye on this, and then we'll be bringing... So we've now put the video of the second chopper. I think that will be coming up shortly. The second chopper that came to offer support to the crashed one. But we have our eyes and ears on the ground, and then we'll be updating our viewers as to the sort of information that will be.
Right. So for folks in this area, the hovering of helicopter is actually a daily occurrence.
Yes. Every morning when you wake up, you are likely to see a chopper flying over, because it is taking people to the...
So what we are seeing is after the crash?
Okay, yes. So this is the second chopper that has come to offer support. And where it is standing on a football park of the Bondosua community. Bondosua is the second community after Agunankwanta when you are going towards Deskov. So the chopper has landed on the school park. And like I said, it's probably to offer support to whatever rescue operation that is going on. So this is what is currently happening there. We have our eyes there so that we could understand what exactly is happening. We're knocking at the doors of the Air Force so they can
to give us some information
exactly about
as of now.
What we do.
So again, what is the name of the town?
It's called Bondosua.
Bondosua.
Yes, Bondosua.
In Ahanta?
In Ahanta. So people will say Bonso Chrome. Bonso Chrome. It's called Bondosua.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much, Kojo Brace, for this update. And the breaking news this afternoon is that a helicopter belonging to the Ghana Air Force has crashed at Bondosua.
Exactly.
In Ahanta in the Western region. And we don't have much information yet. What we do know is that the Ghana Armed Forces, they've deployed some men to help with the rescue effort. It's unclear whether there's injured, there are casualties, But this is a breaking news that we are following up, and we'll bring you more details as and when we have them. This is the pause here on Joy News with me, Elton Brobe. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we'll talk about kidney and the good news for you if you are suffering from kidney.
Honey and ginger, licorice and basil, long pepper and violet. New honey cough, never cough, syrup, class away, class away.
Effective for relief from cough, sore throat, and throat irritation. New honey cough, class away. Manufactured and distributed by NS Chemist Limited. This advert is FDA approved.
Are you to stop freedom? Are you gone? You can stop freedom.
To every resident in our vibrant regions, brace yourself for an unforgettable and transformative journey with Nana Kwame Bediako as he embarks on the groundbreaking regional listening tour. From bustling cities to the serene landscapes of Ghana, say hello to a leader who genuinely listens to your concerns, dreams, and hopes for a better community and country. A leader who is ready to get things moving again with you and by you. Nana Kwame Bediako, banka sankasa, bona yena zoa, nwanan oliba. He's coming live and colored to your communities. Get ready. It's your time to be heard.
This is a house that I have built and I have not even moved into. The roofing that was installed less than a year ago has already faded.
I recommended DBS Industries to you, but you said that already asked your nephew to take care of it. DBS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as ColorLink Plus.
So you mean all these beautifully roofed houses were done by DBS Industries? Let's go to DBS Industries. My brother, I understand DBS Industries has installed roofing system that does not fade after installation.
Sir, it's true. It's ColorLink Plus. It is a special roofing system that DBS has imported from Europe. When installed, it does not fade. And due to the faith we have in them, we give our clients a 20-year warranty.
20 years warranty? Look, my house was roofed by a certain company. The sheets have completely faded. If DBS has this unique roofing system, then please uninstall the old one. If it means spending twice on a durable material, it's worth it.
It also leaves your room very cool.
You're welcome back to the pause here on Joy News with me, Elton Brobe. Now let's talk about a very important matter. We are talking about health. We are talking about kidney. Now, barring any last-minute hitch, Ghanaians whose kidneys are damaged can have it changed with a functioning one from a donor. A law which will allow organ donation and transplant is expected to come into force by the end of this year to help deal with persons who need to replace their damaged kidney, eyes, or even heart. It is part of a wide-ranging measures set in motion by government in response to the rising cases of kidney disease among Ghanaians. Now, Presidential Advisor on Health, Dr. Anthony Nsiah-Sarem, has been sharing details at an event where a new initiative dubbed Healthy Heart Africa was introduced today by vaccine manufacturer AstraZeneca in partners with the government to deal with the rising kidney problems.
Working around the clock of the Minister of Health, there's a draft document which has been sent to the Minister of Health by a group of health professionals who have interest in tissue and organ transplant. So there should be tissue organ donation and transplant law, so that people can donate, for example, their eyes for cornea transplant. They can donate their heart, they can donate their kidneys, or whatever, if they have an accident or in case of accident or in case of death. We should have a law passed by Parliament, out of Parliament, to back it, so that there will be no legal issues of organ donation and transplantation. And this is what we are working together with Ghana Health Service, with the Ministry of Health, to make sure that we have a policy, we have a legal document which will go through Cabinet to Attorney General, will put it in a legal language, and go to Parliament to be passed. We are working very, 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 very hard that we get this thing done before the end of the term of this present Parliament, which ends at the midnight of 6th of January 2025. So we're hoping that we'll get. They say that the most important thing is getting the document together. The document, a very good document, has been prepared, which is at the Ministry of Health. What is left to be done is that a group of stakeholders have to meet, go through the document, and then the ministry then prepare the document, the policy document, which will then be launched, and then it will be taken to Cabinet for Cabinet to also approve it and send it to Parliament for the law to be passed. So there's a series of things to be done, but I'm very hopeful that within about 9 months left, we should be able to do it and pass it before this Parliament recess.
Now, Deepak Arora is Africa Cluster Country President at AstraZeneca and has been explaining the new initiative.
Integrating along with hypertension screening and diagnosis, also chronic kidney disease. And as you know, 11% of these patients are suffering in Ghana silently. By improving screening and diagnosis, what you're doing is you're building capacity and capability of early screening, diagnosis, and treating these patients so that they don't progress into last stage of chronic kidney disease, where we know they end up into dialysis. And dialysis is very, very expensive. A lot of healthcare burden goes into it. We have been doing Healthy Heart Africa from last 2019, and we've screened around 9.6 million patients. And now what we're doing is bringing chronic kidney disease also part of the NCD prevention. Ghana is the first country to launch Healthy Heart Africa 2.0 versus the other countries which are already executing Healthy Heart Africa. So we're starting with Healthy Heart Africa 2.0 in Ghana, and then we'll be moving to other countries as well in Sub-Saharan Africa. So very, very excited. The impact is about prevention. The impact is about bringing healthier outcome, halting progression of chronic kidney disease in the patients who have a high risk because of hypertension and diabetes.
Well, the new code will be implemented by doctors working under the Ghana Health Service. Dr. Akusia Sapon is Greater Accra Region Director of Health Services and has been explaining how the new guidelines will be implemented in this regard.
I'm so excited with this guidelines or protocol introduction. You know, hitherto people end up having the end-stage kidney disease, which will mean that they will have to go through dialysis with this attendant cost to the country, to families, and to individuals. And we know that there are some risk factors or certain conditions that predispose people to this chronic kidney disease. And one of them is hypertension. You know, hypertension prevalence among the adult population is over 30%. Yet a lot of people walk about and they are hypertensive, but they don't know their status. And therefore, their kidneys gradually get damaged. And if they are not recognized early, or identified early, or diagnosed early, then they end up with end-stage kidney disease. But with the introduction of this protocol, you know, there are levels of kidney disease, stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, and so on. And if we implement these guidelines, we'll be able to identify the stages early enough and intervene and treat, and therefore prevent people from getting into the end-stage chronic kidney disease, which end up with dialysis and ultimately kidney transplants or kidney transplantation. So I'm excited with this protocol. It means that our facilities at every level, can read the protocol, understand, and then start implementing, and therefore we'll be able to integrate it into our routine health service delivery. So it is good. We are going to ensure that this protocol is disseminated to all the levels of care, right from our regional hospitals to our district hospitals to our health centers and CHIPS facilities, so that they understand and then start screening people early to identify early disease for management so that they don't progress into the end-stage kidney disease.
So this is very good news, especially if you are suffering kidney and you are going to dialysis treatment. Now, the good news, as we heard from Dr. Insia Sari, and of course, Deepak, who is here with me in the studio. I mean, it is good, whichever way you look at it, but how is it going to work? I'm joined in the studio by Professor Samson Entry, President of the Ghana Kidney Association. Also with me is Deepak Arora. He is the African Cluster Country President at AstraZeneca. You're welcome, gentlemen.
So much for having us.
Yes, great. So, Prof, let me start with you. This will be a very welcoming news.
Yes, it is, indeed. I think Ghana Kidney Association, thanks Joy FM. Last year we had a dialysis crisis. We were in the news. We all worked together to try and create awareness and advocate for some intervention by government, and I think something happened subsequently.
Right.
Polibu is running it at an affordable cost, the dialysis. But like Dr. Sapon said, our focus as a professional group is not to wait till people get advanced kidney disease. That will definitely be a defeative approach if you go that way. And so to educate people on the risk factors of chronic kidney disease, advocate for early screening, early intervention, and this will slow down progression to the end stage, where it becomes very costly because you need dialysis or transplants. And so Ghana Kidney Association, one of our major missions was try and develop a protocol or guidelines that we made available to all cadre of health staff in the country so that they will identify those at risk and then screening procedures and how to diagnose CKD and what we can do.
This afternoon, for example, I got to understand that usually when people report at the hospital, they are always at the end stage of it. And it's difficult to reconstruct or restructure whatever is left of it.
Yeah, at that point, treatment becomes very difficult. And like Dr. Sapon said, so there are 5 stages of kidney disease. If you are stage 1, that's the earliest stage. We can say you have got CKD, chronic kidney disease, but your function is correct. Your kidney is functioning very well. So at that point, if you intervene, for example, if the risk factor is hypertension or it's diabetes, and you control the hypertension and also control your blood sugar, then it will take you a long time before you get to the end stage.
So you can live comfortably,
without any issue. We have seen people who are diabetic because they are well controlled. Probably 20 years, their kidneys are intact, controlled. And, but if people don't know that they've got hypertension because they are not screening, they don't get their BP checked. Somebody hasn't gone to hospital for probably 5 or 10 years.
Yes, and he feels that he's very okay.
Yes, because, okay. Hypertension will also not give you symptoms. When it gives you symptoms, it's killing you. Probably get a stroke. And so we are just advocating for people who are at risk to have screening done, so that if we screen you and we identify a problem, either it's blood pressure we are checking or blood sugar we are checking, and we have got any of those programs, interventions are done. And so this protocol that we have developed with our partners, and we are very grateful to AstraZeneca for funding this one, is done for Ghana Health Service. So they are going to own it. And it is going to be disseminated down to all the levels of care, from the CHIP compound to the primary health care coming up, so that healthcare workers, when people come to hospital, they will see this person is at risk because of it's free. If you are huge and your body mass index is even high, you have a risk factor, things like that. You take somebody's history, and then you get to know that there's a family history of hypertension. The father or the mother have got hypertension or diabetes. You're also at risk. You need to screen. In fact, age itself. Once you get 40 years old,
it's a factor.
It's also a risk factor.
You are at risk.
So those are the key things that are highlighted, so that together, collectively, we can identify the at risk. We screen them early. Simple tests that we can do, including just collecting your urine.
Okay.
And actually detect that.
We'll come to talk about what you launched today and how that benefits those who are going through treatments and those who don't know their status and what they can do to get ahead of this particular matter. But Deepak, how does AstraZeneca come in?
AstraZeneca is a global-led biopharmaceutical company, and now is a household name after COVID-19, right?
I remember two shots of it.
And I think one of the passion which our CEO has is about equitable access and playing a role giving back to the society. And I think important piece is about AstraZeneca and sustainability. And it's not new. If you look at AZ Forests, which was being done in Ghana for years, where we have planted around more than 4 million plants. So it's giving back environmental protection. Then picking up some of the non-communicable diseases, which has very low awareness. And that's what Professor was talking about. Till the time you get to know you are in the late stage of chronic kidney disease. Till that time you get to know you are already into, from diabetes, you are at the stage where you will be using insulins. Till you get to know you are into couple of poly pills for hypertension. So how do we empower the primary health centers and enable the patients and the caregivers and family who take health in their hand? That's something which AstraZeneca is working from a sustainability aspect.
So this is your role?
Yes, this is our role. And it's not, I think one thing which is very, very clear is that we can't do it alone. Right. And that's why the public-private partnership comes into practice with societies, with NHI, with the Ghana Health Services, with government, coming together and seeing where we can join hands to make sure that we halt the progression. And we don't talk about treatment always, we talk about prevention.
Right.
And that's why Healthy Heart Africa has been running for last 10 years. We just celebrated a decade of celebration for Healthy Heart Africa. Right. And now we are bringing chronic kidney disease because that's an alarming burden which is erupting like volcano in incoming.
So I just want to find out how you are playing this role.
What we're doing is we're bringing the idea with the expertise and saying how we can handhold to bring this screening at a mass level. And also create awareness programs by building capability of training the healthcare professionals through the protocols, guidelines, and at the same time bringing awareness along with Joy in terms of going to every household and say, if you have risk of hypertension, if you have diabetes, do not miss out on getting screened for chronic kidney disease.
I think this is very important. I remember, awareness about kidney became quite pronounced after the Kolebu Teaching Hospital. And I remember even in the newsroom, everybody wanted to know, so what should I do to prevent me from damaging my kidney? And I think one key matter that stood out was the fact that you should take a lot of water. And the next day, everybody had a bottle of water by him or herself. So it means that people, they dread the disease, if you like. But we don't take the responsibility of knowing our health status. And that is a general Ghanaian problem. So how are you hoping to drum home this awareness creation such that people will become more alive to their health responsibilities?
Thank you very much. So, of course, what we are doing is part of it, working with the media to try and let people know what are the risk factors. So if you hear us and you know that definitely your body mass index is high and you're obese, you are at a bit risk of hypertension and diabetes and therefore kidney disease. So that's fine. But what this, let me just part AstraZeneca, they've done quite well. I'm a pharmaceutical company. You think that they are interested in manufacturing drugs to treat people.
Of course.
But here, they are hammering home prevention, screening for prevention. So that is very magnanimous on their part for doing that for us. What this protocol is trying to do, because it's going to be made for Ghana Health Service, it's going to be made available at all levels of Ghana Health Service. It is there. healthcare workers who are there, when people come to hospital, they will know that probably you got the risk factor. And then they will know the simple thing they can do at their level to detect whether you've got chronic kidney disease or not. If you have gotten, there are also instructions. What do you do up to the point where you will need to probably refer to a higher level? That is how this is coming in for people to know their status. But other support we also get from partners like AstraZeneca and the rest is that there are a lot of health days worldwide that we do. Just last week, we celebrated World Kidney Day. When those days come, we do a lot of screening. And we partner them. They support us. They sponsor us to provide a lot of logistics for us to run these things. So doing screening, doing just health screening on days like that, whether it's a cardiovascular or diabetes day or kidney day, are also very important ways. And we are not just doing the screening. We also do the education. For me, the key things are the risk factors. So if you have the risk factor, probably you haven't got an advanced kidney disease, yes. But if you've got a risk factor, and then we come for screening, a very simple test we can do to screen. Then we can identify you early and put in prevention.
I mean, and the issue of our cost will be a concern for many. And I'm sure a lot of people are asking, how much would it cost me to do the screening?
Okay. So they are very simple, very low-cost tests that you can do. Checking your blood pressure. Let me say this. During the diagnosis crisis, I think the ministry representative, doctor from Bono East region, that was when I even got to know about this wellness clinic that Ghana Health Service has created, where you don't need to be sick before you go there. You just walk there and say, I want to just check my blood pressure, my sugar. You understand? So those ones are not expensive. Going to check your blood pressure and going to check your sugar, I'm told that they are working even to get Ghana, the health insurance
to cover it.
That, so that anybody, at least once in a year, if you are not being sick, you can go there, get your blood pressure check and your sugar. But simple tests like your urine, you collect your urine. There's a stick, you dip into the urine. And if you have got a chronic kidney disease, it will show. And that can be as low as 2 cedis.
Right.
2 cedis. So it's not that expensive. Checking your blood pressure, may not cost anything. Checking your sugar, may not cost. Just doing your urine may also not cost, even though there are blood tests that we can also do. But these simple ones I've said are very key things.
So AstraZeneca, is this a social responsibility program?
Yes.
I mean, what really is the motivation?
I think motivation is in terms of bringing the outcome and improving the outcome of the patients. I think 2 statistics I was very amazed to hear and brings a lot of risk is 70% of the patients or people do not know about hypertension.
Of course.
And then 75% of the patients who are at the risk of chronic kidney disease, they reach at the stage 4 in the hospitals. So if we can delay the progression by just a simple screening, a simple awareness, knowing that if you have these risk factors, do not ignore, because that will be expensive. Not a screening is expensive. Not getting a simple test is expensive. What is expensive is if you are ignoring your symptoms and the risk factors and you land up in the tertiary hospital, it's going to be very, very expensive. So this is just a kind of a motivational aspect which AstraZeneca got it, along with the partnership of societies, that we can do a lot together. And we've seen it. We've seen it in the last 10 years where we were and what we have done with hypertension. Adding chronic kidney disease will be making sure that we delay the progression and helping our families, because we are also patients today or tomorrow.
Of course.
Right? So if we have the health in our hands, why not the families and people of Ghana and Sub-Saharan Africa doing it as well?
And has this started already?
So today was the day of kickoff and launch of Healthy Heart Africa 2.0. But as I said, Healthy Heart Africa has been there for 10 years.
Right.
Now we're integrating CKD screening as well along with it, because we know that's the biggest burden we see. And because we don't have experts like him, we have to replicate experts like him, which will take time. So what we need to do is we need to bring this feed into the primary health centers, and they become nephrology support as the professor, and start screening these patients, and if they have risk factors, start treating them there itself.
And are there identified places that this is taking place, or all health institutions?
For the guidelines we have developed it in partners for Ghana Health Service, and so they are going to print more copies. And different levels of care. So it depends on your level, where you are. If you are just a physician assistant or a nurse or something, a different level. So that will be made available. Not very big book, very written in very simple language, so that it is there for people to just look through it, so that when somebody comes to hospital, you can see that this is what I need to do at this level.
So I think it will be all primary health centers.
Right.
That's where we will be pushing the protocols, guidelines, educating, building capability with the paramedic staff, nurses, and the physicians. And then they will be capable enough to identify the risk factors, screen them, diagnose them, and then send it across to the secondary or tertiary centers.
And you are targeting everybody.
Yes, the public. Because that's what we will get to know, what the real incidence of chronic kidney disease is. Because hypertension is very, very prevalent. Diabetes is very prevalent. If these two are, that means for sure chronic kidney diseases.
Prof, before I let you go, maybe your final advice to people who are watching, and they're thinking, tomorrow I'm just going to carry my bag and walk to a health center and have it checked.
Yeah, for sure. So I think our health-seeking behavior needs to, we need to up our game a bit. Somebody will be boasting that, as for me, I haven't gone to hospital for 10 years.
Yeah.
I don't think those are the things we need to be saying. I haven't gone to hospital for 10 years, and you are boasting in that. You don't need to boast in that. At least once a year, if you are not even sick, just go to hospital. And the thing is that once you are growing above 40, naturally,
you are prone to a lot of things.
A lot of things, hypertension, diabetes, and those things. So let us all take our care quite seriously and offer ourselves just for checkup. But once again, I will end by talking about the risk factors for CKD.
Sure.
So if you are obese, your frame is huge and you're obese, you are a risk factor. If you have been told that have hypertension, don't just ignore it.
You may not exhibit fatness. Your body index system, you may look slim according to your own standard, but you may be obese.
You go and measure, yes, you want to go and measure. So it's important, just you are weighting your height. So get that one done. Just get your blood sugar check. If you have been told that you have got diabetes, your success depends on well controlled. If you comply with treatment and your sugar is well controlled, then the risk is eliminated largely. And so do not neglect being adherent to therapy to follow up, things like that. Let us also be very careful about painkillers. I've mentioned it previously in my engagement with the media. Painkillers are dangerous for the kidneys. In fact, nephrologists will rather call it painkillers. We will say they are kidney killers. Killing our kidneys. So we are very much worried when even our own colleague doctors are prescribing painkillers for people with this, they damage your this thing. Uncertified or licensed herbal medication is a major problem that we face. People should have these things in moderation, because even orthodox medicine, we know, I'm telling you about painkillers, they can damage your kidney. So in the same way, herbs,
ones that are not tested?
You understand, that test can also.
Deepak, your final words?
My final words is all the efforts we are doing will go waste if people do not adapt it. And I think as Sir said, one health checkup per year does not cost you. What costs you is ignoring it, landing into the hospital. So my humble request is, do not ignore your risk factors, which is basically if you are obese, sedentary lifestyle, you have risk factors like diabetes, hypertension, go and get yourself checked. You may be amazed, you may be surprised. So take health in your hands, and I'm sure together we'll make it much more equitable access for screening, diagnosis, and surely halt the progression of such kind of burden.
Thank you so much for your time this afternoon, Deepak Arora, African Cluster Country President at AstraZeneca, and of course, Professor Samson Entry, President of the Ghana Kidney Association. And tomorrow, all of us will line up to have our health checked. Thank you so much for coming through this afternoon. This is still The Pulse here on Joy News. Let me focus on road safety. From kidney, we can now talk about accidents on our roads. And the Director General of the National Road Safety Authority, Engineer David Osafo-Adontem, says plans are far advanced to introduce an initiative dubbed Passenger Manifest. It aims at keeping records of every Ghanaian passenger in all the commercial transport vehicles. Now, the move is expected to help identify victims in the event of any accident. And he's been speaking to Joy News.
Currently, we started a pilot a couple of months ago, last year, and we are still doing it. if you go to Kaneshi Station, the New Plant Station, and some of the terminals, you get there, and then we ask you of your name, where you're coming from, where you're going, and then you give us the contact, your personal contact, and then the contact of any person you think we should call, should in case there should be a crash. In fact, in the beginning it was very tough, because you know Ghanaians, as if they do not want to hear a crash at all. But it is something that could happen anyway. I think people are beginning to understand and appreciate. So now they are giving us the figures. They are giving us the data. We are compiling the data. The good thing is that we are doing it electronically. So once you give us the information freely and openly, we gather them into an electronic data. And as you move along, we also monitor the movement. Currently, we have installed what we call trackers in most of the commercial vehicles. VIP, Metro Mass, Ayalo, all those ones are now, in the next couple of months, will install the devices. What it means is that even as you are on board, we are monitoring your movement in real time, from your origin to your destination. What we are trying to do is that we want to protect human life as best as possible. So we'll be monitoring the driver's behavior and then monitoring the way he's driving in real time, so that we try to prevent something before it happens. Now, the advocacy, you know how far it's taken us. Now, government has taken it upon itself to dualize between Osino, somewhere around Osino, there's a bypass, Enyinem, Enyinesini, and then Konongo. Works have already started, and if you go there, you can see it in real time that dualization is gradually catching up the entire Accra-Kumasi corridor. There is also some dualization that have started on the Aflao stretch, another one on the Winneba Road.
And now let's talk about water, because March 22nd marks World Water Day, an annual United Nations observance that highlights the importance of fresh water. The day is also used to advocate for the sustainable management of freshwater resources. For about 30 years, World Vision has been working in impoverished areas to provide safe water, improve sanitation and hygiene, as well as education about illness and diseases, health improvement, and the burden on women and children is also lessons as a result of that. Now, joining me in the studio is Yao Ata Ahin, water sanitation, hygiene technical specialist, World Vision, and he joins me to talk more about this. Yao, you're welcome. And it's really good to see you.
It's been a long time.
It's been a very long time. Days. Of course. Right. Wow. Right. You're welcome.
Well done.
So water and your connection to it. Tell us more about it.
Yes, so I'm sure you are aware that, let me say good evening to our viewers. You know that water is life. Water is an enabler. Water is a catalyst for growth and socio-economic development. In fact, basically, no strategy for poverty reduction can ignore people's vital requirements for safe drinking water, of course, and sanitation. World Vision Ghana is a child-focused relief, development, and an advocacy organization. We are very child-focused. In fact, our vision for every child is life in all its fullness.
Right.
And our prayer for every heart, the will to make it so. But we believe that nothing can be more important to child well-being than access to sustainable, safe drinking water and improved sanitation. And that is why we have prioritized that as our #1 intervention in this country. Across the country, we are in 14 out of the 16 administrative regions.
Right.
And we deliver safe drinking water. We have invested heavily into it. And we believe that that is the way to go. If we want to achieve any of the sustainable development goals, we have to achieve goal 6, which is availability and sustainable management of water. Resources.
I mean, you kept bringing in the safety aspect of water. And I mean, it resonates with some talks in my head about the danger or the threat to our water bodies, especially with illegal mining and other things that is threatening access to quality water. And in time past, we've been told that if we don't do anything about what is happening now, we may have to import water. And already I'm told that even in South Africa, they are importing water from Zimbabwe. So water is becoming a global, issue. But as we narrow the discussion to Ghana in terms of the threat that water faces, Galamsey and the others, have you done some work around it? And what should we do going forward so that we can have access to safe, especially water?
Yeah. In fact, across the world, Ghana is blessed with water resources. In fact, you will know that we have in excess of 53.2 billion cubic meters of renewable fresh water every year. So we are blessed. Unfortunately, it appears that we are not managing it safely. In fact, the turbidity levels, the pollution levels of our water bodies is becoming very, very alarming.
And this month, for example, the Ghana Water Company said that they were cutting their production by 30% in the central region. Already, they are unable to meet demand.
And these are places, which require the demand a lot more.
Right.
And these are places where the pollution is so heavy that they have to spend a lot more on chemicals. And sometimes the machine can simply not, produce or treat. But I think we need to do something about it. Elsewhere, this is a national security zone. Water bodies are national security installations.
Right.
And you cannot go closer. And I think that is the same approach we also need to adopt if we have to preserve and then protect the water bodies that we have.
And as we look forward to March 22nd, what is the focus of World Vision?
So this year, the theme for World Water Day is Water for Peace. And I'm sure you are aware that
election is around the corner.
Perfect. And you see, when water is scarce or polluted, or when people don't have, equitable access or no access at all, you can be sure that it can serve as a source of conflict. And across the world, there have been conflicts as a result of disagreements over access to water. And so at World Vision Ghana, we have also decided that we are going to take up the advocacy, the sensitization with all the policymakers and also the stakeholders that we work with. For we believe that if we're able to make water accessible to the population, then it gives them that impetus, that enabling environment to be able to come out of poverty.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, Tahen is with World Vision.
Pleasure.
And we're looking forward to the day.
Definitely.
Welcome and support. Well, folks, that's our show for this afternoon, this Tuesday's edition of The Pulse here on Joy News. My name is Elton Gobe. For more stories, log on to our website, myjoyonline.com. Let's talk show business happiness on your television. Have a great evening. Whatever you are up to in the hours ahead, I hope it's profitable.
We know the dream is big. We know the passion gets you going. And you have the potential to make great strides. The Chartered Institute of Marketing, Ghana, has always been an avid supporter of industry excellence and innovation. This is why we are excited to announce the CIMG Professional Marketing Qualifications. CIMG has designed practical courses to help you make that dream a reality right here in Ghana. We are geared up and ready to support you on this journey to becoming a world-class professional marketer. Register today and be on your way to greatness. For more information, call us on 055-274-6592. Visit our website www.cimghana.org or email us on info@cimghana.org. Chartered Institute of Marketing Ghana, working for Ghana.
Daddy, this tank is big.
Yes, that's true.
It can store a lot of water.
That's so true.
Wow, it has a working tortoise on it.
That's so true.
I can see F-I-N-T-E-X. Syntax.
That is so true, my daughter.
When it falls down, it will spoil. Oh.
That's not true.
But why?
Hey! Syntex was the first to introduce double-layer tanks in Ghana. Syntex again was the first to introduce white inner layers in Ghana. Syntex gives you the biggest warranty, 7 years. No matter your water needs, Syntex is the answer. Syntex tank. Are you strong? Are you
It's a beautiful day, and it's always a pleasure to come your way with the latest in your world of showbiz. Unfortunately, today we're starting with quite a sad one. He's not dead. He's still alive. He's okay. It's just that hearing the news was quite bugging to a lot of people, especially his fans and loved ones. I'm talking about Kwame Eugene, who had an accident last night. We'll bring you more details on that from an eyewitness on what actually happened yesterday. And also we have some updates on the NAACP Awards. I think Taraji won an award, Fantasia won an award. Oh, we'll bring you highlights on that as well. And Kofi Ajololo is in Nigeria among other Ghanaian actors. And it looks like Nigerian producers are just not happy with Ghanaian TV stations. I'll bring you details on all of that. My name is Doreen Avio, and the show is Let's Talk Showbiz. If you're just joining me, this is Let's Talk Showbiz. My name is Doreen Avio, and we're starting with our rock star Kwame Eugene, who was involved in an accident yesterday around 11:30 p.m. So we all woke up, we all saw the videos, we saw pictures, and some of us were even scared because considering the damage on the car, many were asking that, is he okay? Is everybody okay? But he had somebody on the front seat who is also equally recovering and all that. But the editor for Modern Ghana, or should I say, yes, Modern Ghana is a website, he was actually driving behind Kwame Eugene, and he gave an account of what actually happened to Andy Dusty this morning on Daybreak. So you see the pictures and the videos rolling there, and you see Emmanuel, who is an eyewitness, also giving us an account of what happened.
Other motorists also came around, parked and came around, and then they came to help me and bring them out safely. So looking at the way he's looking, but there was blood coming out from his mouth. If you check on his right arm, that was where he had a serious injury because the rhetoric, there was dislocation, and then there was some cut on the arm. So you could see blood oozing. So myself, the blood was all over me. So I got stained with the blood. Looking at the situation, how I was looking, I had to organize one of the guys around to take him to the hospital, and then I organized another vehicle to take his guy along after he has removed anything that belonging in the car, and then they rushed them to UGMC hospital. So myself, I remained there and called my guy Chimata police station to inform me of the accident, and if he can get his guy to quickly come to the scene, because I didn't want the tipper truck drivers to run away. Because maybe when they realized that it was quite Eugene and the impact of the accident, I was thinking maybe they may even abandon their vehicle and run, because the guys on the ground were very furious and they wanted to even attack them. But I had to intervene and make sure that I stand there for the police to come so I can hand them over for them to also tow the vehicle to the police station. So I did that. They came, they towed the car. I handed the boys to them. They came and then they took my details. And then after that, they followed me to UGMC. So I made them sit in one of the guys' car who followed me, and we went to the UGMC. And when we got there, by that time, there were some people there who heard about the news, and then they also rushed to the hospital. So I got there, he was giving treatment, and the wounds were dressed. His guy was complaining of headache. Well, it was a moving vehicle. It wasn't packed, but it was moving at a slow pace.
Was Kwame Eugene raving?
Yes, he was the one driving.
I mean, was he speeding?
Not over speeding. The range is fast. It's a faster car. It's a sports car, and so you expect it to be driving slowly and up. But if he was actually over speeding, I am not sure we can even pick any pieces from that car.
Right.
So And you see, the N1, you see, I've always been complaining about this. You know, the road is very dark. All the street lights are not functioning.
So you're saying that it could be that Kwame didn't see the vehicle in front of you? Okay.
You see, if you use that stretch carefully and you are heading towards, let's say, ESC multi-choice, after Achimoto override, there's a footbridge
right
of you.
Right.
And that footbridge, I don't know what is there, but they have fixed some lightning there. I don't know. It's like a football lightning. Like, it is so flashy.
That's right.
That when you get to that point and you are driving, you get to that point, look, it will blind you. And so the next car ahead of you, I'm telling you, because I've used that route for 6 years now. And so if you are not too careful driver on that stretch, you are not familiar with that route careful, and you pass under that brake and you meet that light flash on you, if you don't take time, the next car ahead, because you are blind, and by the time you'll be back, it will take a while.
Now, before I came to give you this update, Links Entertainment had actually released a press statement to let us know that Kwame Eugene is doing well, but at this point, they actually need some space so that he can fully recover. So I believe that if there's any updates, we'll definitely share that with you here on Let's Talk Showbiz. Now, away from that, if you recall some months back, I remember one Nigerian producer, her name is Ruth Kadiri. She was so upset because she felt that every time she puts her movie on her YouTube pages, some TV stations in Ghana pick these movies and air them for free. Now, it looks like she's not the only one complaining. As we speak now, Kofi Jololo, who is an actor in Ghana but currently in Nigeria, is facing it among other Ghanaian actors. And the problem is that they are complaining about the fact that some TV stations in Ghana are actually picking their movies on their pages without their consent and airing it for free. And now most of our actors who are there are the ones receiving the hits because they claim that when they feature them in the movies, that's when Ghanaians feel the need to actually pick these movies and air them for free. Kofi Jololo spoke to Andy Dosty on Daybreak Hits, and he was not happy at all.
I've had the opportunity to meet some of these producers who I've been working with. They are so much displeased with some of the TV stations, or may I say the online channels, showing their uploaded films. Sometimes they upload the films, the next moment, within 30 minutes, 1 hour, following day, they are showing it on their channels and on their TV stations, and they are very, 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 very displeased. And it's affecting some of we, the Ghanaians working here, because they feel if they use us in their movies, as soon as the Ghanaians see the movie and knowing that we are on or in the movie, they start downloading it to show on their TVs. And it's also affecting me as an actor and the other actors here in Nigeria, Ghanaian actors here in Nigeria, to get work to do.
In view of this, which actions are they taking with this illegal act?
Well, the producers involved that I'm talking about here, that I have personally had interactions with, I'm talking about one of in fact, I would rather say the biggest female producer in Nigeria, whole Nollywood. She's called Uche Nancy. I have talked with another one, Ruth Kadiri, Uchenna Mbunabo TV, Nollywood TV, and a host of younger producers. And what they are saying is they don't understand why these stations, knowing very well intellectual protection rights must be enforced, or that sort of thing. At least the IPR seeks to ensure the preservation and the growth of the value of their works. They create these works, and these were protected by law. So I don't know why the TV stations wouldn't go for permissions from these producers before downloading their acts. This is an intellectual work which has laws as far as protecting which has laws to protect these works, and that's why we have our the Copyright Office for Copyright, and it is a law. And we all know that if I have a work and then you don't ask for permission before you publish or you broadcast or you telecast, even broadcast on radio, yes, or you telecast this work, this is law, and there are consequences for that. Look, in Ghana, I believe that if you violate such a law, in Ghana is a fine of not more than 1,000 units and not less than 500 units, or a term of 5 years of imprisonment, or both the fine and the imprisonment. It's a law. And I don't know why our offices relating to such matters, they are not even it concerns NMC. These are things that even NMC should be concerned about. Corporate office should be concerned about this. The television station, the independent TV broadcasters must be concerned about these things. And I don't know what the actors, the young ones, producers now in Nigeria can even decide that, well, look, Ghanaians, because the Ghanaians see us in their movies, they download the movie and watch free of charge. Because that TV station, like LNTV, and some TV stations in Kowi, they've been showing this thing, and there are clips that have been sent to these producers, and it showed me. It's worrying. I'm here in Nigeria, I'm working.
Right, so that was Kofi Ajololo, and I hope that this message gets to the TV stations. If you know, I mean, you know, it's not your regular TV station. These are stations that are now trying to find their feet. They just go and pick these movies and just air them for free. We hope that something is being done about it, and if you're caught, obviously you know what will happen to your station. Now, away from that, over the weekend, the NAACP Awards also happened, and I'm so excited to let you know that Taraji P. Henson and Fantasia were actually winners on the night. Quite a number of people won awards, but I was so excited about their wins because I believe that they are two black women who are doing amazing for themselves when it comes to movies. So, I mean, we have highlights of it, and we also have them giving their speech after receiving the award.
Oh, man. So, I guess all great things start with Oprah Winfrey or Oprah Winfrey, all depending on who's saying it. When I was a kid, I made my start on your show. So happy that it led up to this moment, and happy to be able to share this. I was totally surprised for you to be here. Amazing. Man, I want to thank each and every person that bought a ticket. I want to thank each and every person that decided to believe in themselves and believe in me. You know, this has been an amazing career, 30 years of passion that led me to Las Vegas to be able to celebrate the entire legacy. That's 100 shows sold out, and then a residency in Paris, and then to play the Super Bowl, get married, and also to release an album. I don't know how many people do that much stuff in one setting. But really happy to be able to recognize you. This is for you, my number ones. God bless. He answers dreams, and as long as you have the belief and the belief in yourself, then you can get whatever you want in life. God bless you, because he blessed me.
This is a surprise, but I'm grateful. Thank you. I just want to thank you guys so much for showing up for me all the time. Not just to the box office or watching what I'm in, but y'all saw what happened and y'all showed up, you showed out, you showed me love. It's a scary thing to speak your truth, but I urge you all to speak your truth, because at the end of the day, that's all we have. And like they say, the truth will set you free. And not only that, it will set somebody else free.
Thank you. I don't even have a speech. Because I didn't think I was gonna win. I was afraid to play Seeley, but I'm glad I did. Because I kept saying, if I don't win an award, the awards that I will win is the people who will watch Color Purple and the women who will relate to her and will feel like Oscars when they walk out. So, I didn't think I was going to win it. But I want to say thank you to my grandmother, who's in heaven right now, and my mother, who was the first queen that I saw, who carried herself with elegance and class, and showed me that any room that I walked in, I didn't have to compete with no one. My mother was a woman that went through a lot of things, but I saw her, after everything she went through, walk out as a queen. With a smile on her face, she always kept God first, and I will continue to do the same. This does not make me, but I thank you for it. But everything that I went through, God, and only God. So, I know before I leave, I want to say to God be the glory. To God be the glory. To God be the glory. For the things that He has done.
I do not believe in major labels.
Yeah.
I don't believe in their math. To me, it's a Ponzi scheme. It's never been correct how they do artists. Why is it that all our favorite artists are broke, but somebody else is benefiting off of that every year? Stay independent. I don't trust the big record companies. It's just a bank loaning you money with a pretty much criminal interest. And so stay independent, own your own masters, and it's going to be a little bit harder. But when you succeed, you'll be the smartest person around. Whenever I do business with anybody, the minute I see something funny, I don't want to deal with it no more. The minute you show me trick verbiage or math, I just immediately perceive you as dishonest. The best way to go is owning your own masters, being independent, work harder, get out there, network, stay on social media, and if you succeed, the world is yours.
Absolutely.
I got a message for y'all from Cardi.
All right, so this is what I believe in, right? Like, it's like, if you're gonna be the type of bitch that like a nigga, you want a nigga to take care of you and everything, but it's like, all right, you have to like pick a balance. Like, it's like, you cannot just be a bitch that's like, oh, my man take care of me, he does the bills, but it's like, what do you do? What are you contributing? Like, it's like, all right, like, you can't be complaining like, oh, I cook, I clean every day. It's like, okay, but you don't work, you don't contribute to the house. So I just feel like it's like, and like sometimes people be like, oh, so this is like really controversial, right?
Go ahead.
I feel like it's very controversial when like, be like, oh, I don't go 50-50, but it's like, all right. So if you and your man make the same amount of money, right? But only your man is the one that paying all the bills. How you ever gonna save up to like buy a house or buy a business? Cause he's never gonna be able to afford to. So it's like certain things is like a joint thing to do. So it's like, all right, so your mom and dad used to work every single day, right? So your mom and dad used to work every single day so your mom could save her money and buy purses and your dad just pay all the bills. That's not how it works. It's either your mom was in the house cooking and cleaning every day, your dad was working, or they was both working to pay both the bills. Like,
my money was your dad money, and your dad money was your mom money.
Like, it was like that.
That shit was all together.
Like, it's like, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not a feminist anymore because it's like, sometimes it's like, y'all bitches don't be living in the real world.
Right.
Y'all not living there.
Y'all be talking about my money is my money and his money is my money. Shit.
I mean, my money is my money, his money is my money. But like, my money is my money. Like, my money is my money and his money is his money. But it's like, but you know, like, it's like we both spend money on each other and everything. And it's like, if we want to go and everything, it's like, all right, like if we're gonna buy a house, like let's go half and half. And it's like, if we're gonna
But
buy,
it's not a one-way street.
It's not a one-way street. Like, it's like if we're gonna buy like crazy expensive furniture, it's like, all right, you buy the couch and I buy the dining room set. Like, it's like.
Hello, good evening and welcome to Business Live. Coming up, Ghana set to sign Memorandum of Understanding with bilateral creditors as it finalizes agreement on debt restructuring.
I want to confirm our strong commitment to the program. The IMF team will be back in Ghana in April, so we can jointly define what has been achieved and what more needs to be done.
We will discuss that. Meanwhile, Ghana outperforms all targets under the IMF program as managing director of the fund promises to support the country's economic recovery. Also in this bulletin, Chamber of Agribusiness Ghana attributes the high cost of food prices in the country to the electronic transaction levy.
On agro inputs, weedicides, insecticides, pesticides, there are e-levy payment charges on each of these, and that is impacting on the cost of food or the food price buildup. And this is what we are saying, that government take out e-levy payments out of the sector.
Plus, tax partner accounting firm PwC urges government to consolidate taxes in the tourism sector to enhance compliance.
You charge me for coverage coming to Ghana. The question is, what is the point in actually outlining 4 different taxes that can easily be consolidated in one to encourage people to comply?
We have more from the graphic business Stanbic Bank breakfast meeting held earlier today. These and many more for you this day. Thanks so much for your company. I am Pius Kojo Baka. Straight to our very first story. Ghana is set to sign a memorandum of understanding with bilateral creditors as part of the restructuring of debts owed these lenders. Now, this follows progress made with the creditors on the negotiated terms for repaying the loans. Managing Director of the International Monetary Fund, Kristalina Georgieva, was responding to a question posed by Joy Business during a roundtable engagement with journalists in Accra.
Our program came at the right time to support Ghana significantly. As you know, it is a $3 billion program. We have seen strong performance under the program, and the great news is that reforms are starting to bear fruits. And this is my last point. What is it that we assess as of now? The government has adjusted policies appropriately, launched a comprehensive debt restructuring, and initiated wide-ranging reforms. As a result, signs of economic stabilization are emerging. We projected growth of 1.5% for 2023. Ghana outperformed this projection. Growth is 2.3%. We projected inflation to go down to around 27% from the high of nearly 54%, and it actually is down to 23%. In other words, again, performance is better than we expected. Both the fiscal and the external positions have improved, and exchange rate volatility has eased. There is still work to be done. We need to continue on that path to rebuilding confidence fully restoring macroeconomic stability and debt sustainability, and promoting an economy that is more inclusive, strong, vibrant, for the benefit of people here. I want to confirm our strong commitment to the program. The IMF team will be back in Ghana in April, so we can jointly define what has been achieved and what more needs to be done for the success of Ghana. Not, of course, the success of the IMF program, but for the success of Ghana.
Meanwhile, she has indicated that the country has so far been able to meet all the major targets under the IMF program. This is helping to fast-track the process with respect to Ghana's economic recovery. Let's bring in the thoughts of economist Dr. Patrick Isuming. Thanks so much, sir, for joining us here on Business Live. I want to know how crucial or important you would say is it when you hear the IMF board, for example, say that it is tangible progress made towards signing an MOU with bilateral creditors.
Good evening and good evening to viewers. I think it is positive news. It is somewhat expected. I think back in early January when they agreed a broader framework, there was an expectation that progress would be made. So it is positive news. It is somewhat expected. I think it's the other negotiation with the Eurobond holders, the private lenders. I think that is where the sticking point will be. But generally, it's good news to hear that progress has been made. We are almost through that process.
One other key thing during his visit, I should say, is basically warning that Ghana's 3 bailout packages may be in jeopardy if the country fails to secure a fair restructuring deal with Eurobond holders, just as similar to what happened to Zambia, for example. Would you say that is very instructive?
I think it's an important point. And it's a very important point. What constitutes a fair deal is open to debate, but a lot of sacrifices have been made, especially by Ghanaians through the domestic restructuring. So it will be very unfortunate if we rush to get a deal that doesn't give us enough fiscal space, doesn't significantly reduce our debt situation. I think that is the context in which she was speaking. Like you said, we've made substantial progress. It looks like we're going to make a lot of savings from the discussion with the bilateral partners. We know how much savings, we've made a lot of savings with the domestic debt exchange. So I think that's the final leg. It turns out that's also the tricky one. I think the others are relatively more straightforward. That one involving the commercial partners with different interests and then different positions who are not necessarily development partners and may not necessarily have an interest in ensuring that we get a deal. Don't forget they are private lenders. They are looking for as much money as they can get. So I think we have to take our time and be very tactful and make sure that we get the best possible deal we can get.
You've heard the narrative from the IMF and, of course, government as well. All things being equal, when do you think Ghana will close a deal with its lenders?
It's difficult to predict. And the only thing that we hope is that we would have learned from the ones that went before us, especially the Zambian case, and make sure that ours is a little more straightforward than that. I think, there's a little bit more sympathy, and also because we've done a domestic debt exchange that has ensured that domestic lenders have taken substantial chunk of a haircut, that puts us in a stronger position. But, I don't think anybody can really put a timeline on it, and we should refrain from that. We've done that with the domestic debt exchange, we didn't meet it. We've done that with the bilateral partners, we didn't meet it. We don't have to start putting timeline on it and put pressure on that. These are complex and painful negotiations. We just have to go through it and make sure that we We make all the data available. We are as honest as we can be and expect the same from our partners.
Very well. Thank you very much, Dr. Patrick Esumain, for your thoughts this evening on this subject matter. But let's switch topics to some other stories we are following up for you. The Chamber of Agribusiness Ghana has blamed the high cost of food prices on the electronic transaction levy. According to its executive officer, Anthony Morrison, the implementation of the e-levy has increased the cost of aggregation along the agricultural value chain, thereby compelling stakeholders at the stage to increase food prices when the products get to the urban centers. More in this report.
GIZ, in partnership with the European Union and the Ministry of Trade and Industry, organized the Entrepreneurial Knowledge Forum to create a platform for small and medium enterprises to network with policymakers under the African Continental Free Trade Area and highlights the importance of digitalization. Speaking on the sidelines of the forum, CEO of the Chamber of Agribusiness Ghana, Anthony Morrison, called on government to exclude the rural economy from paying the electronic transaction levy.
Assuming I'm an aggregator and I go to the villages to bring goods. I go with money, okay? Now, because of armed robbery, attacks and all that, nobody goes with hard-earned money. You load the money on your Momo account. So wherever you go, you pay. So that means that any person I buy 5 kg, 10 bags of maize or rice, I pay and I'm charged e-levy. When I get everywhere, I pay. When I finally decide to load, those who are loading for me, I pay them on Momo. They charge me e-levy. So when I bring everything back to Accra or Kumasi or wherever the market is, I put all these charges back onto the food and then give it to the consumer to pay back. Because at the end of the day, somebody has to pay for it. It's not a free area. So these are the impact. And besides, look, when you are buying from the agro-inputs dealer, you pay taxes. You pay the e-levy on fertilizer, on agro-inputs, weedicides, insecticides, pesticides. There are e-levy payment charges on each of these. And that is impacting on the cost of food or the food price buildup. And this is what we are saying, that government take out e-levy payment out of the sector. Let the rural economy feel free and move money about digitally.
Economist Professor Godfred Bokping presented his research findings on AFTA, digital trade and e-commerce. According to him, Ghana is losing out of the pact and called for more sensitization programs.
Ghana is losing out in terms of the digital trade, digital commerce, and the rest of them compared to other countries. Our businesses are doing their best, but they need a lot of external support from government, from other regulatory institutions, and including the associations. We can't afford to lose out of this. And then again, the other thing you also see is that under the guided trade initiative, almost all the other countries that are participating, everybody is focusing on Ghana, of how they can move their goods quickly to Ghana, and the rest of them, which should equally be interested in how we can enable the private sector, because after it's about moving goods and services across the borders, and once we are not doing that, we are not optimizing our participation from the AFCFTA. The other bit that we also need to do is that apart from the urban and peri-urban areas who are fairly aware of the AFCFTA and the protocols, when you go further out of Accra and Kumasi and the rest of them, the knowledge level is very low. And you can't take advantage of what you are not aware of and the rest of them. So there's the need for regional level workshops, tailor-made, and probably in a language that also they can connect with. Because those who run and own businesses may not understand all the technicalities of trade and protocol and rules of origin and the rest of them, but they are the ones moving the economy.
More within the agri sector, the government is throwing an initiative or invitation to small industries and food processors to take advantage of the abundance of raw materials that are going to be available as a result of the Planting for Food and Jobs Phase 2 initiative. According to the Deputy Minister of Food and Agriculture, Yao Frimpong Ado, raw materials are going to be made available across the country for industrial production. He believes food processors must take advantage of the season to add value to the farm produce before exporting. The Deputy Minister spoke to Joy Business after addressing the Agritech West Africa Conference and Exhibition in Accra.
The Agritech West Africa Conference this year is heavy on agric machinery and agro-processing, identified as a key component in the food value chain. The call by the Deputy Minister for Food and Agriculture, Yao Frimpong Ado, follows a series of concerns that Ghana is not able to add value to food products before exporting into other countries. He therefore challenged businesses and industries in the sector to pay attention to the government's new Planting for Food and Jobs initiative and begin processing some raw materials from the various farmlands.
We are creating the opportunities for everybody to produce. And once the raw materials are there in our warehouses that we are going to spread all around the country, and you are a private sector person and you know that when you process soya into some other value-added products, you are going to earn more on it. Private sector person, you don't need somebody to tell you the timeline. For me, the most important thing is the raw materials being available. And that one is our responsibility. We need to make the raw materials available through increased production. And this is exactly what we are doing. We started with the PFJ1, but now we are promoting more of commercial agriculture, just to target industry.
Speaking at the opening ceremony, India High Commissioner to Ghana, Manish Gupta, emphasized Ghana's strategic position on the African continent and the need for more industries to consider the country for flagship projects in Africa.
So two big initiatives, if you've seen the outcome document, they are the Global Biofuel Alliance, and second, the Deccan Principles of Food and Security Nutrition. What essentially this entails is putting a collective global framework to address the challenges here. And within the Indian context, I'm very happy that there's a great interest from the companies in India to invest in West Africa and especially in Ghana. What I see is our companies look Ghana as a gateway for entering. Part of this is because Ghana's vantage position, its rule of law, and the good safety and security of the investments. That's always a big driver for any investments in a country. I came here very recently, 6 weeks ago, but what I have seen, this is my 6th business delegation that this time we are hosting here in Ghana. So that speaks volumes about the degree of interest that we have, the Indian companies have. And these are ably supplemented by the government-to-government interaction also.
Various agreements are expected to be signed between some Ghanaian businesses and Indian counterparts during the next 3 days of networking.
You're still watching Business Life with me, Pius Kojo Baka. We've got more stories for you after this break.
Across Africa, a new era has begun, shifting our focus to a new horizon, connecting us with one purpose: to create and share opportunities to grow. Today, we are making a brighter tomorrow, built by our dreams and our energy. Across our continent, across the world, we are creating a better way to a better future. A Pan-African future, together. EcoBank, a better way, a better Africa.
Hello, welcome back to Business Life. Tax partner at accounting firm PwC, Abeku Jankwansa, has expressed concern about the current tax structure of Ghana's tourism industry. According to him, the government should consolidate the various tourism taxes into a simpler, more manageable system while enhancing tax compliance. He spoke to Joy Business at the Graphic Business Stanbic Bank breakfast meeting at the Labadi Beach Hotel here in Accra.
For you to encourage compliance, what you want people to comply with should be as certain as possible. It should be convenient to pay. It should not impose on them unnecessary burdens. All right? So, as I did share on this platform, currently when you deal with me as a tourist providing entity and you are charging me, if you are registered for VAT, you would be charging me VAT, you will charge me a health levy, you will charge me an education levy, and you will charge me for COVID coming to Ghana. The question is, what is the point in actually outlining 4 different taxes that can easily be consolidated in one to encourage people to comply? And specifically with respect to the tourism sector, you also add the tourism levy, which actually makes it 5. So can we really have a conversation on consolidating all these taxes and levies so that people can easily comply with taxes in Ghana?
In more news, the Ghana Institution of Engineering is calling for more collaboration from some government agencies rather than frustrating the operations. President of the institution, Engineer Kwabena Bimpon, said there is the need to build a resilient infrastructure to withstand any shocks. He was speaking at the 54th Annual General Meeting and Conference of the institution.
The 2024 Annual Conference serves as a platform for engineering practitioners and thought leaders to come together, share knowledge, collaborate, network, and contribute to the advancement of the nation's sustainable development. Engineer Kwabena Bimpon urged engineers to design and construct physical systems that can withstand and recover from various shocks and stresses, including natural disasters, climate change, and human-made disruptions.
And I dare say, many third world countries are very vulnerable to external shocks, such as the current, and I know whenever we hear of excuses to give for the current challenges, it was about the geopolitical wars, it was about the pandemic, climate change. Today, you know it. Yeah. And you see, for a lot of people, we never knew that we were fed, or our internet was fed by undersea cables. But today, even though it is a misfortune, we now know that we are fed by undersea cables. And I don't know whether the journalists are here. You know, the journalists, they seem to know everything. So immediately they are talking about ACE, and why is it that and these telcos don't have multiple connections and all that. But yes, truly, the internet disruptions as a result of the undersea cable cuts, and they say multiple cable cuts. These are all shocks. With their attendant impact on our economic fortunes, it is thus important that as engineering practitioners, we play our part by designing and providing resilient infrastructure for our development.
Member of the Council of State, Sam Okujeto-Ablakwa, urged engineers to be more practical in their operations.
Dubai is a desert place. There's no river that flows there. So they had to distill the seawater. But the streets are planted with flowers and plants being watered several times during the day. Qatar is even building a new city. I mean, when you see the design of it, you'll be shocked. So what are we doing? What are we doing, my engineers? What are we doing? So I think we have work to do. It's work in progress. So, Mr. President, I will plead with you that all of you should continue to organize seminars. And in these seminars, don't restrict it to only engineers. Try and get the other professions as we were doing before.
This year's conference was under the theme, Engineering a Resilient Future, Innovative Solutions for a Sustainable Ghana.
Now, the Women in Engineering group under the Ghana Institution of Engineering is making a strong case for a public policy initiative to support women within the space. According to engineer Dr. Enyonam Pekpemana, these policies should be favorable to enhance the skills of women within the industry to contribute to national development. Here is more.
The engineering field has seen some outstanding female personalities whose contributions have been nothing short of excellence due to the enormity of the impact of their innovations on society, especially the rural poor and vulnerable, and on the environment. Engineer Pekpena called for more support for the field.
Student engineers who are members of the Ghana Institution of Engineering, we are 25 years, we've accomplished a lot within those 25 years. We have risen from a percentage of 1% to current 11% of membership in the Ghana Institution of Engineering. We continue to advocate for more females to study engineering so that we could close the gap, and also retaining females in the engineering space. We've realized that most of the females who practice engineering, when they come because of the challenges with the working environment, they move out from engineering and they go into other fields. And because of their engineering background, they do so well. We still consider them as part of engineers, but we realize that they have moved out of engineering practice. We have accomplished so far. We can boast of a number of sponsorship. We have given out to I can count 2 female engineering students who have benefited from our scholarship and award scheme. We also present awards to the best female engineering students in the universities as well.
Some of the women engineers were awarded for their outstanding feats achieved within the field over the years. Keynote speaker at the event, Bridget Jogbenuku, commended the women and entreated them to explore for more opportunities.
Mentoring enables established women leaders to inspire and encourage others tackle the challenges in their professional and personal growth. While women need professional support and advancement, they also desire personal and emotional support from other women as well. Mentoring helps a mentee's motivation and capacity for meeting challenges, exploring new ideas, and making important decisions.
This year's event was under the theme, Mentorship, the Catalyst to Engineering, a Resilient and Sustainable Future.
And that's all in this package by way of Business Life with me, Pius Kojo Baka. For more stories, do log on to myjoyonline.com/business for all the business news you need to know in Ghana and beyond. See you same time tomorrow. Do enjoy the rest of our programs. Bye.
Live from Nairobi, this is Focus on Africa on BBC News. Our top stories. Sudan on the brink of famine, the dire warning from aid agencies after almost a year of war. We have a special report from inside the country.
And I'm Wahiga Mwara, live from Dakar in Senegal as the country prepares for elections this Sunday. 19 presidential candidates looking for votes from the over 7 million registered voters.
Also in the program, Gambia is a new entry on the Global Soft Power Index 2024, a sign of the country's influence. She worked nearly 50 years as a nurse in London, but Rosa Mankwa has another remarkable story to tell. She was once called one of the fastest women in Africa. Thanks for joining us on Focus on Africa. I'm Ian Wafula. A war that's been raging in Sudan for the past 11 months could force millions of people into starvation. That's the dire warning from aid agencies who say millions of people are already going hungry. The war between the Sudanese army and the rebel Rapid Support Forces began last April after a power struggle between the leaders of the two sides exploded. The conflict has caused one of the world's biggest humanitarian disasters. More than 40,000 people have been killed and millions have been forced to leave their homes. BBC Arabic's Faraz Kilani has been given rare access with the Sudanese army to the frontline city of Omdurman, close to the capital Khartoum, and sent us this report.
The front line of a war the world has forgotten. Sudanese army troops celebrating a rare success as they push towards the capital. A fragile victory city. Now look at it. Normal life here destroyed. We heard stories of rape, looting, and indiscriminate violence at the hands of the RSF. This war is taking everything from people. Millions across the country have had to leave their lives behind. Few have stayed. 64-year-old Mukhtar took us to see what used to be a town square, now a makeshift graveyard.
There are 150 people here. I knew many of them: Muhammad, Abdullah, Jalal. It's just me left.
A moment to remember their names. For many, a grave is only a number. The UN says both sides face accusations of horrific abuses, even war crimes. Claims both deny. The army was keen to show us the damage they say was inflicted to the city and its people by the RSF. They tightly controlled what we saw and where we went. Children in Sudan are facing a living nightmare. Aid agencies warn an entire generation is at risk. 300 families are crammed into this school here in Port Sudan. These classrooms should be full of children learning. Instead, desperate people from across Sudan are sheltering here for safety. But there are horrible stories hidden here. 5 people have died of cholera, and others are suffering from severe diseases. Zubayda, a mother of 8, has leukemia. She hasn't been able to get her medication since the war erupted last April.
My last pills finished 3 days before the war. From that moment on, I'm suffering. I'm in constant pain. I'm so tired.
Zubayda's husband is fighting in Khartoum with the army. She hasn't heard from him for 2 months. This clinic feels like a front line of a humanitarian disaster the world doesn't know is happening. Starving children getting what little help they can. We meet Ikram, who has lost all hope, struggling to keep her 3-year-old daughter, Manasik, alive. She could barely tell us the RSF stole her home, stole her life. Families clinging on for survival, but it could get a lot worse.
So we're facing right now a lethal combination of displacement, mass displacement, hunger, and disease outbreaks, and that's putting Sudan on the brink of famine.
The world has been distracted with other wars, other suffering. But the appeal from here is clear. The world is being urged not to forget Sudan. Firas Kilani, BBC News, Sudan.
Some very sad accounts there. Now, this Sunday, Senegal will hold what is considered to be one of the country's most contested presidential elections. Now, of course, the elections should have taken place at the end of February. They did not, because at the last minute, the outgoing president, Macky Sall, postponed the vote. That led to the protests at home and widespread international concern. At the time, Mr. Sall said he made the decision due to concerns over the way some candidates had been barred. That was challenged and overturned by courts. Let's now go live to Dakar in Senegal, where my colleague Wahiga Maura has been spending time there to just see how the atmosphere is like.
Indeed, Ian, because of all those events that you've outlined, there's a lot of focus on the upcoming election. 5 days now and counting. And everywhere you turn to, whether you're in a taxi, in a restaurant, you will obviously meet someone willing to talk about the politics of this country at the moment. And a lot of their expectations from the presidential candidates are quite similar. They're talking about the promises made regarding the economy, jobs, inflation, and also what they're hoping to see from the proceeds of the oil and gas exploration that's meant to change the country. And that's a big talking point here in 2024. But also the state of democracy. It's been a big talking point. If you turned to any major news outlet for the last 3 months or so, Senegal was in focus, and an analysis of the democracy in Senegal has also been a big discussion. That's why I want to now introduce Elad Diallo, a guest who's joining me at this moment. He's an analyst, to talk a bit about that. And Elad, with 5 days and counting now to the polls, is there a sense that a free and fair election will take place with everything that we've seen in the run-up to that?
Yes, what we can say is that most of Senegalese people, they even don't believe that the election will take place on Sunday, because the election had been postponed by the President Macky Sall, and they think that this will happen again.
Well, the people I've spoken to seem clear that it's happening this Sunday, no matter what happens. But you're hearing something different altogether. Does the fact that opposition candidates were released last week not show that that really everyone's going to get a chance in the upcoming election? What impact did the release of Ousmane Sonko and Bassirou Faye have on the electoral process?
Yes, Ousmane Sonko and Bassirou Faye, they are the leaders of the youth, and I have seen that the youth has been galvanized, and they have shown popularity, and Ousmane Sonko and Bassirou Faye, so their release, contributed in pacifying the political atmosphere at these times.
Talk to me about some of the other presidential candidates. Has Senegal's electoral system now evolved in a way that people from marginalized groups, women candidates, young people have an opportunity to participate in Senegal's democracy?
Yes, I think that it's a good thing to have young candidates and one woman, among the candidates.
Anta Babaka is the one you're referring to.
Anta Babaka, yes. And in 2023, the population investigation showed that 75% of Senegalese are young people. So it's a good thing for the youth to have some candidates who can understand and share their dreams and their aspirations.
What do you think will be the biggest challenges the next president of Senegal will face? What will be in their inbox, immediate duties that they need to handle when they take over office?
Yes, the biggest challenge for me, for the next president, is to unite the Senegalese. First, to unite the Senegalese, and to fight against unemployment, because that many of young people, they are going to Europe by the sea, and they are dying in the ocean. So it's because they don't have any perspective in the country. So the biggest challenge is, first to unite Senegalese and to fight against unemployment.
I want to talk about the fight against unemployment. I'm sure you've had a chance to listen to some of the promises made by different candidates. Are they promising radical solutions to tackle unemployment and the migration issue that Senegal has been in focus for?
Yes, the former President Abdoulaye Wade said that those who believe in the promises, they are not intelligent people. Thus, what he said. It's, you know, we are in an electoral campaign. The candidates, they promise everything. But, you know, ruling a country and being an opponent, you know, they are two things different. I think that they are trying to convince people that they are the right candidates by giving some solutions to some problems. But I think that once a president, you know, things can be very different.
In terms of the political atmosphere, will all voters get the chance to peacefully vote on Sunday? From what we've seen, again, has the Electoral Commission come out clearly on the preparation so far and any challenges that there could be between now and Sunday?
I don't really know, but what I can hear from people is that, you know, the elections will not be very fair. That's what I hear. Mm-hmm. The election will not be very fair because we did not have enough time. The administration did not have enough time to prepare the election. And even the candidates, they did not have enough time to prepare the election.
Could that affect election participation? We also know this is happening during a time when Muslim faithful take time to fast during Ramadan. Again, with all those factors in place, could it affect how many turn up to vote on Sunday?
I think that, you know, the youth is committed to vote. I think that it will not affect, you know, the participation because the youth is committed to vote.
In the midst of everything that's been happening, what has been the general sentiment of the international partners of Senegal? What's the US been saying, the United Kingdom, the EU, and others who have strong relations with Senegal?
Yes, the first time that the election was postponed by President Macky Sall, we had the reaction of the international community. And these times, you know, the US, the European countries, all the international community, they were happy knowing that the election will take place on this Sunday.
Ila Diallo, an analyst joining us here in Dakar. Thank you so much for your time and for speaking with us. And in addition to that, we want to let you know that tomorrow we will be playing an exclusive interview with the President of Senegal, Macky Sall. We spoke on a cross-section of issues, a wide-ranging interview on democracy. We spoke about jobs and employment. We spoke about the various issues affecting this country at this time. And you'll find that all tomorrow on the BBC on Focus on Africa and our other outlets as well. So please keep it here for that. But for now, Ian Wafula, back to you in studio.
Thank you very much, Wahiga. That is certainly a conversation to look forward to because the outgoing president actually will be speaking for the first time about issues such as the elections that is going to be one of the highly contested in about 60 years. Now, still to come, nearly 50 years working as a nurse in London, but Rosa Mankwa has another remarkable story to tell. She was once called one of the fastest women in Africa.
Theophilus Esifu-Abaje just wanted to help his mom fix her milling machines whenever they broke down. But with the skills he has acquired, he's now designing and manufacturing agriculture and construction machineries. We feature his startup, Age Engineering, this Wednesday, the Joy Business Van.
I also discovered a challenge that is in the agri sector, which is post-harvest loss in cereal production. So that was where I gained interest in developing a threshing machinery for the last section of the underserved market segment who are into agriculture, who do not really have the means to purchase, you know, these humongous machineries that are, or threshers that are on the market. So the aim was to add threshing machineries to the production so that we will have machines that are professionally designed of high quality standard and economical as possible.
Theophilus's vision is to industrialize Africa and create jobs for the youth. Age Engineering on the Joy Business Van this Wednesday on TV, radio, online and on ground. Powered by Joy Business and supported by EcoBank, A Better Way, A Better Africa, and MTN, What Are We Doing Today?
Now, there are 28 new countries in this year's annual Global Soft Power Report. The use of soft power has become increasingly important for governments. The index measures a country's ability to shape international outcomes largely through cultural exchange, dialogue, and cooperations. This year's index also highlights the contrasting political fortunes of the continent, with South Africa falling to a new low and the Gambia joining the table for the first time. My colleague Wahiga Maura has been speaking to Tebe Kalafeng, the chairman of an independent organization dedicated to democracy in the Gambia, about what the latest index reveals about soft power in Africa.
Well, soft power, the way that that brand finance, which has really spent a lot of time on this, defines it as they define it as the activities that a nation or different nations take to attract, to persuade, or to coerce, to attract rather than to coerce other nations to their interests.
And what does soft power look like in Africa in this index?
In the index, Africa traditionally has been much lower in the rankings. I mean, with South Africa as the highest ranking at number 40, number 43. So if you look at African countries generally, they rank much lower on the top 100 globally.
Okay, let me also bring in Lala, who just joining us from the Gambia. Lala, what's your definition and your understanding of soft power?
Soft power for us would mean how we're able to tell our story as a people, as a government, how we're able to influence and strengthen our relationships in the international space, how we're able to strengthen our influence in across the African region, but beyond as well. But also as an emerging democracy, how we're able to sell our story, how we're able to brand our country in a way that it shows our true values, our cultural values, our heritage.
And what are the areas or the parameters that you ordinarily or typically measure soft power by?
The Brand Finance Global Soft Power Index really looks at a few pillars. One of them being business and trade. They're looking at governance, they're looking at international relations, they're looking at media, they're looking at culture and heritage, they're looking at education and science, they look at people and values, and they're looking at sustainability. So those are broadly the areas through which a global soft power is measured by Brand Finance.
The leveraging of soft power, how are you seeing that happening elsewhere on the continent?
From a culture perspective, if you look at, on an African perspective, you look at the arts and culture, the arts and heritage. We're looking at it from a nurtured culture, and Africa has really done very well there. If you look at around the world, you're looking at the Burna Boys, the Esther Matlango, Burna Boy from Nigeria, Esther Matlango from South Africa in the arts, the Black Coffees, all doing well internationally, and that tells a good story. And if you look at what the Miriam Makebes have done, even in the 60s, through the power of arts and culture and music, they've been able to really persuade rather than to coerce nations to think differently about the continent.
Lala, coming back to you on this one, you know, we've seen examples like China who practice panda diplomacy, the practice of sending giant pandas from China to other countries as a tool of diplomacy and, of course, wildfire conservation. What sort of ideas is the Gambia mulling over to brand itself as an emerging soft power?
You know, right now for the Gambia, the focus, not just now, for the past couple of years, has been how to solidify our democracy, given that it is still very new. And there's been a lot of efforts to make sure that we're building an image of a country that is strongly built on the principles and values of a democratic governance. And this includes not just creating the space for human rights to be respected and valued in the Gambia, but equally taking up human rights cases across the world. The people, we have always been known as the smiling coast of Africa. And for a long time, the conversation around global dominance, global influence has been around hard power, and not a lot of relevance has been given to what countries can do using soft power to have influence, to build an image, to tell their stories. And I think this is something that the Gambia has really invested in and given a lot of relevance to, given how we've been able to strengthen our relationship with other countries using diplomacy and international relations, but how we've also been able to, you know, come up as an emerging democracy and add our voice to international issues, crisis, war, genocide that happens around the world.
Why do you reckon South Africa, still quite high on the ranking, has, however, dropped to an all-time low in 43rd place as to how we knew it before?
Well, I think throughout the history of South Africa positioning itself as a moral authority globally, that has always stood South Africa in a good state in terms of how we transitioned as well from apartheid to this. And I think you'll see as well now with the decisions South Africa has taken from an ICG, for example, that it has restored, if you will, its global moral authority standing. And the new rankings in the future, I think, will reflect South Africa as asserting itself back to what it was.
And Lala, for you very briefly, are there any countries that the Gambia is benchmarking with on the African continent or beyond?
We have countries like Guinea, Guinea-Bissau. So I think this is very incredible for the Gambia's journey. And this basically, it's a push for Gambia to keep doing what it has been doing in terms of telling our story, in terms of putting in efforts, relentless efforts to ensure that there's solidification of our very young democracy in the Gambia. But also this goes to show what countries around the sub-Saharan region have been doing, Senegal, Guinea, Togo, Gambia, and what needs to be done to be improved on moving forward to make sure that we are utilizing or making the most use of soft power in building our influence around the world and our image around the world.
Now to an extraordinary London nurse who 50 years ago was dubbed one of the fastest women in Africa. 72-year-old Rose Amankwa is the longest-serving nurse at West London Central Middlesex Hospital. Next week, she'll be hanging up her nursing gown after a stellar 49 years of duty. But Rose was breaking records long before her hospital career began as an international athlete for Ghana. BBC Sport Africa's Nishat Latha takes up the story.
I am Rose Amankwa, theatre matron for Central Middlesex Hospital. I was once fastest athlete woman in Africa.
In 1968, aged 16, Rose joined Ghana Athletics.
Ghana Athletics came to my house and asked me if I will represent Ghana for long jump. Whilst we were training, we had a coach called Mr. A.O. Lawson. He saw me and then said, I'm wasting my time doing a long jump. So he would like to train me for sprints.
Rose also competed in the African Games under her maiden name, Rose Asidua.
I was asked again to represent Ghana by the 4x100 meters. Ghana came third for the Commonwealth Games, so we won a bronze medal. And that will be forever in anywhere you go, Google, wherever you go, my name will be there. To these days, the athletes, they are getting paid. But for us, when we were running, it's like a hobby.
In 1974, aged 22, Rose left Ghana and moved to the UK.
I went to my next door neighbor. We were friends. I went to visit her, and then I saw her with her silkies, and I asked her, where is she going? And she told me she's going to be trained as a nurse. So I asked her, how do you become to be trained as a nurse? And she said, just look in the yellow pages.
Rose started as a trainee nurse at Central Middlesex Hospital.
I used to finish work 5 o'clock and then go to the stadium to do my training. I was trained with Linford Christie. For nursing, you have to commit. You cannot get up in the morning, so I'm not going to work. Same as being an athlete. An athlete, you have to be committed with your training. For me to do another thing, I don't think I'll be able to do. I love my job. 2006, where I'm working at Central Middlesex, when it opened, Charles, at that time, he wasn't king. He was a prince. He came and opened it, and I was there to meet him.
Rose has been working at the hospital for nearly 50 years. She's the longest-serving nurse there, winning awards for her dedication. This year, she will retire. She hopes to spend more time with her family, who also share her passion for sport.
So I'm looking forward for 2024, the Olympic Games in France. I'm going to relax in my chair, not recording it, but watch it lively.
Nishat Latha, BBC News.
A rather inspiring story of Rose there. Now, just a reminder of our top story. A war that's been raging in Sudan for the past 11 months could force millions of people into starvation. That's the dire warning from aid agencies who say millions of people are already going hungry. The war between the Sudanese army and the rapid support forces began last April after a power struggle between the leaders of the two sides exploded. Now, of course, we'll keep you updated about that particular conflict. We shall also keep you up to speed in regards to what is happening in Senegal. Remember that Wahiga Moura will have an exclusive interview tomorrow.
Theophilus Esifu-Abaje just wanted to help his mom fix her milling machines whenever they broke down. But with the skills he has acquired, he's now designing and manufacturing agriculture and construction machineries. We feature his startup, Age Engineering, this Wednesday on the Joy Business Van.
I also discovered a challenge that is in the agri sector, which is post-harvest loss in cereal production. So that was where I gained interest in developing a threshing machinery for the last section of the underserved market segment who are into agriculture, who do not really have the means to purchase, these humongous machineries that are, or threshers that are on the market. So the aim was to add threshing machineries to the production so that we will have machines that are professionally designed of high quality standard and economical as possible.
Theophilus's vision is to industrialize Africa and create jobs for the youth. Age Engineering on the Joy Business Van this Wednesday on TV, radio, online and on ground. Powered by Joy Business and supported by EcoBank, A Better Way, A Better Africa, and MTN, What Are We Doing Today?
JoyNews.
Now, the African Union, as we know it, is wrapping up a high-level reflection on the recent unconstitutional changes in government. In just the space of 2 years, about 6 African countries had their democratically elected governments toppled, and most of these countries are within West Africa. Well, my colleague Kenneth JC has been monitoring the high-level conference here in Accra and comes through with this report.
Sub-Saharan Africa has become the epicenter of terrorism, which now accounts for over half of all deaths from terrorism. The latest Global Terrorism Index shows Burkina Faso suffered the worst impact from terrorism, with deaths increasing by 68%, despite attacks decreasing by 17%. Since 2020, there has been 9 coups in West Africa, Central Africa and the Sahel region, with Mali opening the floodgates when the army staged a mutiny and subsequently executed a coup, which was led by Colonel Assimi Goïta. Burkina Faso joined with 2 military coups in 2022 and 2023, and then there was Gabon. The Gambia, Guinea-Bissau and Sao Tome and Principe have all witnessed witnessed failed coup attempts over the same period. The surge in unconstitutional changes of government have been fueled by citizens' disenchantment with their leadership, a sentiment echoed by the executive director of the Center for Democratic Development, CDD Ghana, Professor Henry Prempeh.
38% of respondents say, only 38% of respondents say they are satisfied with the way democracy is working in their country. So while overwhelming majorities of Africans continue to express a preference for democracy and reject all the other alternatives, and note that Africans are familiar with the alternative to democracy because the first 30 years of African independence, from 1960 to 1990 essentially, was the period of autocratic, non-democratic rule. So it's not as though Africans are not familiar with the alternative to democracy. They are familiar with them. So when you ask them, do you like this one or do you like the other one, they overwhelmingly reject the alternatives that I have mentioned: one-man rule, one-party rule, military rule, which are the alternatives to democracy familiar to us of this continent.
The African Union's Commissioner for Political Affairs, Peace and Security, Ambassador Bankole Adioye, expressed deep concerns about the military takeovers that have occurred on the continent in the last 5 years. Ambassador Adioye emphasized that the AU has zero tolerance for unconstitutional change of government and assured of the Union's commitment towards addressing the re-emergence of military coups on the continent.
It is also necessary at the same time for the African Union to declare once and again, once and for all, that the African Union has zero tolerance for undemocratic means to power. It is also necessary that we must return our continent to the axis